gold tycoon in America in 1850. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. The speaker is a good mechanic. Facing the first large-scale demonstration in California, the inexperienced young politicians in California were very nervous. Not only was San Francisco Mayor Strauss anxious like an ant on a hot pot, but California Governor Charles Robinson was also very nervous about the demonstration. In addition to being nervous, Robinson was also angry at this time. Before Liang Zhao came back, California was peaceful. Liang Zhao had only been back in California for a month, and he had caused such a big mess. This kid was born to be unstable and troublesome. What made Robinson even more angry was that this demonstration was entirely caused by Liang Zhao. If Liang Zhao had only held those companies that employed child labor accountable instead of fining them, those companies that were unwilling to pay the fine would not have instigated this demonstration. With such a big thing happening, Liang Zhao was actually like nothing had happened, and he and a group of engineers and inventors were studying various machine tools that had just arrived in Tsingtao Garden. I really admire you. At this time, you still have the mood to hide in Tsingtao Garden to study these machine tools. Luo Bingson came to Liang Zhao to ask for an explanation. Strauss, who had just arrived at Tsingtao Garden, also ran to Liang Zhao in a hurry. Sir, those demonstrators have surrounded the state government and the San Francisco municipal government. The situation is very serious. As long as the steamed wood is pressed on this wood-bending machine, the wood can remain bent without breaking. The wood used by many inland ships in the West is pressed out of my wood-bending machine. Thomas Blanchard, a giant in the American mechanical industry, proudly introduced this wood-bending machine that he was proud of to Liang Zhao. The 19th century was an era of American inventors, and Blanchard was one of the dazzling invention stars. Unlike Walter, who invented everything, Blanchard's inventions were concentrated in the field of machinery. Blanchard had more than 25 patents in his lifetime, perhaps even less than a fraction of Edison and others. But Blanchard's inventions in the field of machinery subverted the industrial production model of the 19th century and laid a solid foundation for American industry to surpass Britain. The pin-making machine invented by Blanchard when he was 18 and manufactured when he was 24 is still in use today. This machine can stably produce 500 pins per minute, and the effect is better than handmade pins. In the mid-19th century, the houses in the Midwest of the United States were mainly log houses and wooden houses, and the main way to fix wooden houses in the United States was pins. There was a great demand for pins. Therefore, as an inventor, Blanchard's invention was very successful in commercialization. In 1806, he sold a patent for the pin-making machine for $5,000 and earned his first pot of gold. The purchasing power of $5,000 in 1806 was much stronger than that of $5,000 in 1852, which was a huge sum of money at the time. Blanchard's pin-making machine has been used until the 21st century without any improvement. In addition, the profiling machine, engraving machine, etc. invented by Blanchard were also very popular among American industrial tycoons in the mid to late 19th century. Of course, Blanchard's greatest contribution to America is not these great mechanical inventions, but the creation of the assembly line production model. The world's first automatic machining center was created by him, making intensive, standardized, and large-scale assembly line production possible. Especially in terms of standardization, Blanchard reached the pinnacle and invented a lathe with interchangeable parts. The American industrial level surpassed that of Britain in the late 19th century and early 20th century. But as early as the mid to early 19th century, America began to accumulate technology for 70 to 80 years. It is no accident that the American industry surpassed Britain to win the title of the world's first industrial power. Can I use it to press farm tools? Liang Zhao was attracted by these magical machines, and was fascinated by them and appreciated their charm. Of course, Blanchard said, "You have a good eye. I think my machines will be very useful in California." "I think so too, Mr. Blanchard. I sincerely invite you to serve as the president of the California Machinery Association." Liang Zhao extended his invitation to Blanchard. The other mechanics and engineers around also agreed. Blanchard has a high prestige in the American industrial world. Liang Zhao focused on talking to Blanchard until Robinson, who had been ignored for a long time, could no longer stand Liang Zhao and shook Liang Zhao's shoulders. Liang Zhao then gave Robinson a reply. "It's just a bunch of clowns. I have sent people to deal with this matter." Liang Zhao really didn't care about the demonstrations organized by the factory owners who refused to pay the fines. He had a grasp of the weak points of these factory owners, and it wouldn't take long for these factory owners to surrender. "Have you sent people from the Loyalty Society to infiltrate them?" Robinson put his hand down from Liang Zhao's shoulder, and his expression eased a little. "The people of the Loyalty Society are just collecting evidence. California has a new trump card to deal with them. Since they don't want to pay the fine obediently, then double the fine." Liang Zhao asked Connie, who had just returned from Nicaragua to escort machine tools, to entertain these mechanics and engineers for him. He walked to a secluded place on the side and said to Robinson, "I have a new weapon to deal with them. I heard that the Boston Bank has provided loans to many factories in California. The Boston Bank is not as big as the American Bank. More factories still borrow from your American bank. As for the Bank of Bahrain and the Bank of France, their loan interest rates are relatively high, and fewer California companies seek loans from them. I have already informed the Bank of Bahrain and the Bank of France. They will stop providing loans to those companies and factories that refuse to pay fines and illegally employ child labor together with the American bank. Now all that's missing is your Boston Bank," Liang Zhao said with a smile. "California's economy is in a period of rapid development. All industrial and mining enterprises in California are increasing leverage for expansion. The California government's support policy for industrial and mining enterprises has also increased the confidence of these enterprises to expand. In addition to raising funds through issuing bonds, the funds for expansion also come from applying for loans from Bank of America, Bank of Boston, Bank of Bahrain, and Bank of France. The capital chains of these industrial and mining enterprises that have expanded rapidly with leverage are very fragile. As long as the banks stop lending, these industrial and mining enterprises will soon fall into bankruptcy. Not all industrial and mining enterprises in California are like the San Francisco steel plant, which has a strong American group behind it to inject a steady stream of funds. Debt expansion is the norm for industrial and mining enterprises in California, and of course, it is also their Achilles heel. Furthermore, the state government requires these industrial and mining enterprises to pay fines in the name of illegally employing child labor and stop lending to these enterprises that refuse to pay fines. He and his Bank of America are also standing on the moral high ground, occupying an advantage in morality, and the public opinion will not be unfavorable to him. Bank of Boston will also stop lending to these illegal enterprises and factories. Robinson expressed his attitude to Liang Zhao. The most important thing at the moment is to quell this demonstration. At the same time, Robinson couldn't help his curiosity and asked Liang Zhao curiously, "What is California's new trump card you are talking about?" "CIA, California Intelligence Agency," Liang Zhao said lightly. Chapter 252 California Intelligence Agency. Is it the California Intelligence Bureau that was established just a few days ago? Robinson thought of the California Intelligence Bureau that had just been established for less than a week. He did not think that a newly established department could play a big role in resolving this demonstration. A demonstration team of more than 1,000 people is a big trouble for the California Police Department. Yes, the matter will be resolved soon. The state government and the city government will continue to do what they should do. There is no need to worry about this demonstration. Those lawless people who incited the people will also pay the price for their actions, Liang Zhao said confidently. It's not that the Loyalty Society cannot be used, but this occasion is not very suitable. After all, the Loyalty Society is just a civil organization. It is more appropriate to leave the demonstration to a government agency like the California Intelligence Bureau. He believes that Pinkerton, the director of the California Intelligence Bureau, is also capable of resolving this demonstration. He only needs to wait for those companies and factories that are making trouble to pay the fines. At this time, a team rode 12 horses and entered the civic square in a high-profile manner. The leader of this team is Pinkerton, the director of the California Intelligence Bureau. Since the California Intelligence Agency had just been established for less than a week, only the top officials and congressmen in California knew about its existence. Ordinary people did not know what the California Intelligence Agency was. They just looked at these guys with black round hats, black woolen coats, eye badges on their chests, and Colt 6 revolvers on their waists with curiosity. Could these people be the new police in California? The citizens and the crowd watching the excitement in San Francisco Square and the crowd of demonstrators looked at these unfamiliar faces and couldn't help but guess. But these people with unfriendly faces seemed to have a complicated origin. Some people also associated these people with the robbers in the West. But before the people could respond, Pinkerton pulled out the .6 revolver from his waist and fired a shot into the air. CIA is handling the case. All the outsiders should leave. The onlookers burst into exclamations and hurriedly left the civic square. After the onlookers left, the originally crowded civic square suddenly became spacious. In the blink of an eye, only 1,000 demonstrators were left in the huge civic square. They held high slogans such as "Work freely," "Work is not a crime," "Oppose the deprivation of children's labor rights," "Bread instead of learning," "Liang Zhao, get off the stage." But at this moment, facing more than 100 men in black standing on horses with guns, the demonstrators immediately panicked. California's young politicians have no experience in dealing with demonstrations, and these first demonstrators after the establishment of California have no experience in dealing with government suppression of demonstrations. What's more, these people are more like working for a salary than marching. After all, you can get $15 for holding signs and shouting slogans in the civic square for a day, which is much easier than working on the assembly line in a factory. The CIA agents riding on tall horses felt very oppressive to the demonstrators. This mob was at a loss for a moment when facing the CIA people. And they just stood there, not knowing what to do. "Arrest them," Pinkerton waved his hand, and the CIA agents, based on the identification of the loyalists who were mixed in the crowd, directly arrested the organizers and small leaders of the demonstration. The arrest was completed in just 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to leave the civic square. If you don't leave the civic square within 5 minutes, the CIA will invite you and these gentlemen to have afternoon tea in our bureau. Pinkerton pointed at the arrested organizers and small leaders and shouted to the demonstrators who were stunned in a threatening tone. In less than 2 minutes, the crowd of demonstrators in the civic square dispersed, fearing that they would be arrested if they walked a step slower. They came to the square to hold signs and shout slogans for the $15 a day reward. It was not worth sending themselves to the police station for this $15. Although they didn't know what the California Intelligence Bureau was, they were sure that it was definitely not a good place. Pinkerton didn't look like a good guy, not someone who was easy to mess with. San Francisco soon restored its proper order. Everyone went home, ate as needed, and went out to have fun as needed. Mr. Milners. There must be a traitor among us. My assistant was just arrested by some CIA man. How dare they arrest people in broad daylight? Are there any laws in California? This is a bloody, brutal, and terrifying rule. The state government has no right to ask us to pay fines. This is robbery. Who knows who will end up with this money? The state government has gone too far. Not only has it taken advantage of us, the law-abiding taxpayers, but it has also deprived people of their right to work freely. If this continues, we will all be doomed. Mr. Milners, you must stand up and speak for us. In a luxurious manner in Jinshin Bay, the factory owners who huddled together for warmth were furious after learning that the demonstration had failed, and they all expressed their anger. Everyone turned their eyes to Milners, their leader. They hoped that Milners, the leader, could lead them out of the predicament. Milners was also in a state of confusion. At first, he was smug when he saw that the San Francisco city government and the state government were helpless against the protesters. But when he saw that the protest was easily resolved by the California Intelligence Agency, his mood instantly fell to the bottom, as if he had returned to the time when he was escorting gold to leave the Sacramento mine. Milners looked at John, an old friend who had shared joys and sorrows with him. "Why are you looking at me?" John was holding a wine glass in his hand. His father Buckhouse wrote to him, asking him to get along well with Liang Zhao and buy land in San Francisco to do real estate. John's main industries in California are real estate and several gold mines in the Nevada Administrative District. His gold mines in Nevada do not need child labor, so this matter can be said to have nothing to do with him. John, standing on the dry shore, naturally had no interest in getting involved in their affairs. Of course, John still had the interest of watching the show. John came here today mainly to watch the fun, not to get into trouble or cause trouble for himself. John has learned his lesson after several lessons. Liang Zhao is not someone you can easily mess with. If you want to make a fortune in California, don't go against this guy. Liang Zhao is not a completely unreasonable person. He has a mine in the Nevada Administrative Region. As long as he pays taxes on time, no one will make things difficult for him, and the mined gold can be taken out of California and shipped to New York. John used to look at Liang Zhao with tinted glasses, but after letting go of these prejudices, John also felt that the business environment in California is indeed not bad. There are also many opportunities to make a fortune. Jeffrey, you said you are a big taxpayer, but as far as I know, you run a coal mine, and California is now tax-free for industrial and mining enterprises other than gold, John said to Jeffrey. If we talk about big taxpayers, I am the big taxpayer. How can you be considered a big taxpayer? As for those who obey the law and complain that California has no laws, it is you who violated California laws first by employing child labor. Based on my experience, I advise you to pay the fine honestly and don't go against Liang Zhao. John, I heard that your father and Liang Zhao reached some kind of secret deal. At first I thought it was just a rumor, but now it seems to be true. Milners was very disappointed with his old friend. It's not a secret deal, but a normal business cooperation, John said seriously. Milton, face the reality. This is my advice to you as your old friend. Disintegrating the protesters is just the beginning. You and I both know that Liang Zhao has more means than these. Based on John's understanding of Liang Zhao will never give up until he pays the fine to the state government. Not good. Gentlemen, Bank of America, Bank of Boston, Bank of Bahrain, and Bank of France have issued a notice that, considering the reputation of the banks and their support for the California government's ban on child labor, they will no longer provide loans to illegal companies and factories that have not paid fines and have no social responsibility. Milner's assistant ran into the hall and said to everyone. Knowing that all banks in California would stop providing loans to them, the factory owners in the hall were like bereaved parents, and each of them lowered their heads in frustration like wilted eggplants. They all knew what this meant. Without bank loans, they would not be able to continue to expand. The more serious problem is that their funds would not be able to be turned over. The consequence of a broken capital chain is bankruptcy. Milner's closed his eyes in pain. He didn't need these few children. Milner's family was large and powerful, and this fine was just a drizzle for his family. Milner's main purpose in participating in this matter, in addition to not wanting to pay the fine, was to disgust Liang Zhao. To avenge the original gold medal. Liang Zhao showed his trump card and joined hands with Boston Bank, Barings Bank and Bank of France to cut off the loans of these factory owners and cut off their capital chain. These factory owners certainly dared not continue to fight with Liang Zhao, and could only choose to pay the fine obediently. He wanted to make Liang Zhao upset and disgust him, but he didn't expect that he would end up making things worse for himself. Is there any worse news? Milner's took a few deep breaths and asked his assistant after calming down. I thought there shouldn't be any worse news than this, right? Yes, soon. The assistant's words gave Milner's another ruthless blow. Pay the fine now. And pay double the fine. Hearing this news, Milner's almost lost his balance and almost stumbled to the ground. Several small factory owners, who were already financially weak, fainted directly. If they knew that this would be the result, they might as well pay the fine directly. Chapter 253, All American talents are within our reach. The demonstration was just a minor incident for Liang Zhao, and he didn't take it seriously at all. It was just a small group of factory owners who didn't want to pay the fines. It didn't cause much trouble, and it wasn't a strike by workers in California. Liang Zhao continued to exchange experiences with a group of mechanics, engineers and inventors in Tingtao Garden. High-end talents recruited from the East have arrived in San Francisco one after another. Some of them have brought their inventions here to seek Liang Zhao's investment. Liang Zhao now has a high reputation in the invention community, not only because he took out $1 million to establish the Liang Zhao Invention Award, but also because inventors in the American invention community recognize Liang Zhao's invention ability. Considering Liang Zhao as an inventor has greatly shortened the distance between Liang Zhao and these inventors. The new gadgets invented by these inventors will incubate many emerging industries in California. Liang Zhao attaches great importance to the arrival of these inventors. Pinkerton is very professional, and the California Intelligence Bureau won the first battle. The Intelligence Bureau easily obtained evidence from the organizers and small leaders of the demonstrations that the factory owners maliciously organized and instigated the demonstrations. Faced with overwhelming evidence and pressure from banks to cut off loans, those disobedient factory owners quickly capitulated. They paid double the fines honestly. The factory owners who did not cause trouble were very happy. Seeing those factory owners who caused trouble pay double the fines, they felt very happy and were glad that they made a wise choice and saved a lot of money. Of course, the happiest one was the Ministry of Finance. The $2.5 million fine collected this time made the California Treasury's coffers suddenly full. When the Minister of Finance Deng Wenyu saw the fines collected, he couldn't stop laughing. Faced with the education subsidy requested by Minister of Education Pierman, he happily approved the budget of the Ministry of Education. Pierman also left the Ministry of Education with satisfaction. At this time, Liang Zhao's Tingtao Garden had become an industrial exhibition venue. Liang Zhao held an inventor salon event in Tingtao Garden. There are all kinds of machinery and industrial equipment in the park. These machines and equipment, especially machine tools, represent the top level of American industry in the mid-19th century. The mid-19th century was the golden age of American talents. 10,000 points of cumulative rewards will be added. Thank you for your support. American machine tools are very advanced in the world, and are not much inferior to those in the UK. British factories have a large number of machines left over from the First Industrial Revolution. By the mid-19th century, these old machines had become a burden. But it costs a lot of pounds to replace factory equipment, so many British factory owners and capitalists are reluctant to pay for it even though they know that the equipment in their factories is outdated, and continue to make do with it. Anyway, Britain is not short of markets, and there are always colonies that can dump what is produced. America does not have such a burden, and of course there are not as many colonial markets as Britain. So various processing machine tools and milling machines have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Liang Zhao stood in front of a profiling engraving machine, or more precisely, a profiling engraving machine for engraving gun stocks. Seeing this profiling engraving machine reminded Liang Zhao of the machines used to engrave keys on the street in later generations. The principles of the two are the same, but the profiling engraving machines of this era are relatively rough and larger in size. Driven by the steam engine, the engraving machine slowly started. As the engraving machine ran, a log was slowly shaped under the engraving machine, gradually taking the shape of a gun stock. After a while, the gun stock was formed, and Walter took sandpaper to polish the gun stock slightly. After removing the burrs on the gun stock, he compared it with the gun stock he made by hand. The two gun stocks were almost the same, and Walter couldn't help but admire it. When Walter was making the Walter M1852 prototype gun, the gun stocks were all handmade by himself, although his woodworking skills were not bad and could be compared with old carpenters. But it takes at least half a day to make a qualified gun stock, and the efficiency is definitely not as good as that of a machine. Mr. Blanchard, your engraving machine is amazing. It is at least 100 times more efficient than manual work. Brand just laughed and said, "This machine is a machine tool that I made when I was improving the equipment for the Springfield Armory more than 10 years ago. Of course, some improvements have been made now, and the efficiency has increased a lot. At that time, the Springfield Armory was too slow to make gun stocks, and it was impossible to complete the order in time. Since using my machine, the Springfield Armory no longer has to worry about not being able to complete the order." As he said, Blanchard promoted his machine to Liang Zhao. Mr. Liang, I heard that you have opened an arsenal in Sacramento. I think my machine will also be useful in your arsenal. How about it? Buy it. You can buy it for only $20,000 US. I'll spend $50,000 US. I want to buy not only it, but also its patent. Do you have the drawings? Liang Zhao asked. Blanchard didn't expect Liang Zhao to have such a big appetite, and then he said loudly, "If you bring it with you, and bring the patent, $50,000 is not enough, at least $100,000, at most $70,000. Except for me, I'm afraid no arsenal in America will buy your machine together with a patent, otherwise you wouldn't have come all the way to California with a machine." Liang Zhao began to bargain. Liang Zhao could find a way to fool a poor inventor like Walter and an inventor who has not yet become famous like Nobel into using them for his own benefit. But an inventor like Blanchard, who has a successful career and is already very famous, will not be willing to be inferior to others. At the beginning, Springfield Arsenal wanted to hire Blanchard, but Blanchard refused. In the end, he just accepted the invitation of Springfield Arsenal and agreed to design and improve the machine for the arsenal. But being able to cooperate is not a bad choice. Deal. Blanchard looked like he was at a disadvantage, and gritted his teeth and agreed. After the deal was made, Blanchard started to sell Liang Zhao a barrel drilling machine and a rifling machine, ready to give Liang Zhao a full set of services. Mr. Liang. Take a look at my barrel drilling machine and rifling machine. Liang Zhao shook his head after looking at Blanchard's barrel drilling machine and rifling machine. He just said to a young man beside him, "How? Show Mr. Blanchard our barrel drilling machine and rifling machine." Speaking of young people, Frederick Webster Howe, who just turned 30 this year, is 9 years older than Liang Zhao. Although Howe is still very young, he has achieved considerable success. In his early 20s, he invented the profiling machine, deep hole drilling and rifling machine. Later scholars believe that Howe's invention of the profiling machine was the beginning of the American machinery manufacturing industry catching up with Britain. Howe showed Blanchard his barrel drilling machine and rifling machine. These two machines were designed and manufactured by Howe during his tenure as director of the Robbins-Lawrence factory. The Robbins-Lawrence factory was a factory in the United States that specialized in designing and producing machine tools, but the Robbins-Lawrence factory no longer exists. After the Robbins-Lawrence factory was acquired by the American Group, it merged with several other acquired machinery companies, including the Bridgeport Machinery Company, which manufactured sewing machines, to form a large machinery company, General Machinery Company. Howe served as the technical director and vice president of the new General Machinery Company, and followed the factory's equipment and the original team to California with Liang Zhao's fleet. General Machinery Company is now also a company that Liang Zhao focuses on cultivating. After seeing the operation of the barrel drilling machine and rifling machine demonstrated by Howe, Blanchard felt inferior. "Your barrel drilling machine and rifling machine are indeed better than mine, but how come I have never heard of such a good machine before? This is the latest machine." The Robbins-Lawrence factory only manufactured the first barrel drilling machine prototype and the first rifling machine in February 1851 and sent them to the Crystal Palace in London for the first World Expo. These 2 days are the improved machines after the Robbins-Lawrence factory was acquired by the American Group. There is only one in the United States. "Of course, you have never seen it," Howe explained to Blanchard very modestly. Blanchard stared at Howe for a long time, looking at Howe's young face, and couldn't help but sighed. "Young people are formidable. Now you have the help of Mr. Liang. The future is limitless. You must be better than me, an old man. Senior will always be my senior. Senior was my idol when I was a child. It is the honor of the younger generation to meet the senior in person in California today," Howe said very modestly. "The improvement of the barrel drilling machine and rifling machine is not my own achievement, but the achievement of all the R&D personnel of the General Machinery Company R&D team, especially my two new apprentices, Pratt and Whitney. Their abilities are no worse than my master's, and they have provided many constructive suggestions for improving the machine tools." Blanchard patted Howe on the shoulder with great appreciation, said a few words of encouragement to Howe, and then said to Liang Zhao, "Mr. Liang, you have so many talented people under you. Where are Pratt and Whitney? I want to meet them." Liang Zhao did not comment, looking at the inventors, engineers, and mechanics who were chatting and communicating in the manner. He did have a feeling that all the American talents were within his grasp. Although many of these talents were dug from various companies at great cost, he felt that the money was well spent. Liang Zhao waved to the young man who was fiddling with a milling machine and shouted, "Pratt, Whitney, Mr. Blanchard wants to see you." Pratt and Whitney, who were inseparable, came over together and greeted Blanchard. Pratt and Whitney were recruited by Liang Zhao from Colt. As for why he didn't buy Colt directly, the reason was very simple. First, Samuel Colt himself didn't want to sell it, and second, Colt was no longer a small company at that time. Colt had 1,500 employees in the Hartford factory in Connecticut alone, providing 1,500 jobs for the local area. Colt was a company that the Connecticut government paid special attention to. After learning that Liang Zhao was acquiring the factory, the Connecticut government also lobbied Colt to obstruct the acquisition. A similar situation was encountered when acquiring the Robbins-Lawrence factory in Vermont. In order to successfully acquire the Robbins-Lawrence factory, Liang Zhao finally came up with a solution to transfer part of the production capacity of the Boston Butterfly sewing machine factory to Vermont, open a branch in Vermont, provide local jobs and contribute tax revenue. The Vermont government did not oppose the acquisition. In this era, local trade protectionism was prevalent in the United States, and politicians in various states were very shrewd. But it was all worth it. Many people may be unfamiliar with the names of Pratt and Whitney, but when it comes to the name of Pratt and Whitney, Everyone will be familiar with it. This company was founded by Pratt & Whitney in 1865. After the company was reorganized into a group company in 1925, the aircraft engines produced by Pratt & Whitney Group Corporation became world-renowned. Chapter 254. They know, they don't change. California is a promising place. It is full of vitality. Being with these young people, I, an old antique from the last century, feel much younger. After chatting with several young inventors for a while, Blanchard couldn't help but sigh. These young talents left a deep impression on Blanchard. It seems that he has been working behind closed doors for too long. He has never heard of so many outstanding inventors of the younger generation of American inventors. I plan to set up a machinery company in California. According to my investigation in California, there is still a big gap in machinery in California. If possible, I hope to get a loan from Bank of America. Blanchard, who is both an inventor and a businessman, also saw the potential business opportunities in California. There are large-scale constructions everywhere, and the tacks produced by his tack-making machine will be very popular here. And his wood-bending machine, Liang Zhao, whether it is used to bend wood for ships, farm tools, or building materials, has a good market prospect. Of course, California's 3-year tax exemption policy for industrial and mining enterprises is also very attractive to Blanchard. Currently, California is the only state in the United States that has a tax-free policy for industrial and mining enterprises. It is said that California has also implemented a tax-free policy for agriculture, which has attracted many farmers from the East to immigrate. Many farmers from the East originally went to Wisconsin and Missouri, but after hearing that California has a 3-year tax-free policy for agriculture and provides agricultural tools, seeds, and even interest-free loans, they changed their destinations and came to California. California welcomes all aspiring entrepreneurs to open factories in California. Blanchard wanted to open a factory in California, and Liang Zhao naturally welcomed it. Blanchard was a machine tool manufacturer, and such a high-tech industry was hard to come by in any state. For the issue of opening a factory, you can submit your plan to the Ministry of Industry and consult the staff of the Ministry of Industry. There is also an office of the Ministry of Industry in the San Francisco Industrial Zone. In terms of loans, I can get you a lower interest rate. Thank you very much. Blanchard thanked Liang Zhao and then asked Liang Zhao, "Have you made any new inventions recently? I heard that you just applied for a patent for a hinge. Can I take a look?" Liang Zhao nodded and asked Coney to bring the hinge. Blanchard took the hinge from Coney and examined it carefully, and praised it. "What a clever design. If it is matched with the right gear, it can make a very good transmission device. But this thing is so delicate, it must be very expensive." "Right, it is indeed a bit expensive, and it is still a long way from commercial use," Liang Zhao said. He prepared this hinge for making chain-driven bicycles, but things were not as simple as he thought. Hinge, a mechanical part that seems very common in later generations, was an absolute high-tech product in the mid-19th century. With the current mechanical processing capabilities in California, it is definitely impossible to mass-produce hinges that can be put into commercial use. The idea of making chain-driven bicycles can only be put aside for the time being. It is more realistic to honestly make some improvements to the details and materials of the existing pedal-driven bicycles. The driving method of pedal-driven bicycles is to pedal the pedals on the wheels to drive the bicycle, and the efficiency is definitely not as good as that of chain-driven bicycles. This is also why before the invention of the chain, bicycles were strange in shape and the driving wheels were developing in the direction of getting bigger and bigger. It is all for saving effort and increasing power output. Pan Zhangwei and Wu Yuanhua, who came to see Liang Zhao, were very surprised to see the thick smoke and roaring machines in Tingtao Garden these days. If it were in the Qing dynasty, this would definitely be a typical example of playing with things and losing one's ambition. But Pan Zhangwei and Wu Yuanhua knew that Liang Zhao was not a person who played with things and lost his ambition. This guy not only did not lose his ambition, but also made money. Looking at the various roaring machines in Tingtao Garden, and thinking of the idyllic Qing dynasty, the two felt as if they were in another world. I have to go back to Guangzhou in person this time. I am afraid that the people below cannot explain the matter of the Qing-US Free Immigration Treaty to Dao, Pan Shichen. It is better for me to go back in person and discuss this matter with Dao, Pan Zhangwei said to Liang Zhao. Although the Pan family is now favored in the court, not everyone in the Pan family has the opportunity to meet the emperor of the Qing dynasty in person. Only Pan Shichen, who is a second-rank official and respected by the emperor, has the opportunity to meet the emperor of the Qing dynasty. Then I'll trouble you to endure the hardship of the journey and make a trip, Liang Zhao said to Pan Zhangwei. Take the steamship of the global shipping company back to Guangzhou. The steamship is faster, but before leaving, I want to ask you for something as a gift to present to the emperor, Pan Zhangwei said. What do you want? As long as the Qing dynasty can fool around and let the Qing-US free immigration treaty pass in a muddle, Liang Zhao doesn't mind giving some small gifts. I bought some guns and cannons in the east. I don't lack these things. I want to ask you for some machines, Pan Zhangwei said. In the past year since he came to America, what he saw and heard opened his eyes. He had seen the speed of foreign ships and the power of foreign guns and cannons in the Qing dynasty, but he had never seen foreign machines before. He was astonished by the high efficiency of the foreigners' machines. He hoped to bring some machines back to open the eyes of the Qing officials. If this continues, given the current situation of the Qing dynasty, it will sooner or later become a fish on the chopping board of the foreigners. 12 years ago, Britain invaded the Qing dynasty's sea borders, leaving the entire Qing dynasty helpless. After the British soldiers landed at the mouth of the Yangtze River, they were like entering an empty land and easily captured Zhenjiang in one go. 12 years ago, the British were able to land in Zhenjiang. With the Qing dynasty's non-existent coastal defense, it is possible that they will be able to land in Tianjin in a few decades. Pan Zhangwei did not dare to think about the consequences of the foreigners landing in Tianjin. It's useless. Liang Zhao knew what Pan Zhangwei was thinking about writing. The problem of the Qing dynasty is not that its instruments are inferior to those of Western countries. The Manchu nobles in the capital will not be interested in these machines. The Han officials dare not be interested in things that the Manchu nobles are not interested in. You can wake up a sleeping person, but you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. It's not that foreigners haven't sent these things to the Qing emperor. The Manchu nobles are not unaware of the advantages of foreign guns and cannons and the speed of foreign ships. It is precisely because they know that they want to ban these things. The Manchus are not the main ethnic group of the Qing dynasty. There are only a few million people. With a few million people, they rule a large empire with a population of 400 million. What they fear most is not the foreigners with strong ships and powerful cannons, but the 400 million people who are ruled. Throughout the Qing dynasty, the Manchu nobles have pursued a way of ruling that is more defensive against the Han than against the foreigners. If the foreigners come, the worst thing is to sign a contract to cede land and pay compensation, which is negotiable. As long as they please the foreign uncles, they are still the rulers. They can still ride on the heads of 400 million cattle and horses and continue to live a life of drunkenness and debauchery. The Han people raised their heads, which shook the foundation of the Qing dynasty's rule. This is something that cannot be discussed. Only such a reactionary ruling class can say such nonsense as better to be friends with foreign countries than to be slaves. The Qing court launched a westernization movement to save itself, and that was when the Hunan army rose. The Manchu ruling class had to use Han officials to continue to maintain its rule, and Han officials began to gradually gain control of military and political power. Liang Zhao is not stupid enough to count on the Qing dynasty. It is better to count on Hong Xiuquan, the cult charlatan, than on the Qing dynasty. Of course, Hong Xiuquan, the cult leader, cannot be counted on. He now only hopes to continuously transport the young and strong labor force of the Qing dynasty to California, attracting Qing merchants to California to strengthen his foundation. I still want to give it a try, and wake up one if I can, Pan Zhangwei said after a moment of silence. I would also like to ask you to help me find some people to pretend to be the American envoys to pay tribute. As long as the masters in the capital are happy, the Qing-US free immigration treaty will be a sure thing. I will have someone build you a steam engine later. I will also have Ward make a train model for the California Railway Company and send it to the capital as a gift. Liang Zhao agreed and said to Pan Zhangwei, I want to expand the small dock of Global Shipping Company in Guangzhou into a ship repair yard. Last time, Sven reported to me that the James Day had a malfunction and was towed to Hong Kong for repair. Please both of you give a call to the Guangzhou authorities and take care of it. Global Shipping Company has been running the route between Guangzhou and San Francisco for a long time, and it is common for ships to malfunction. If nothing unexpected happens, he will go on an expedition to Japan this summer. If there is a problem with the ship, it will be a big trouble. Civilian ships can be towed to Hong Kong or Shanghai for repair, but if there is a problem with a warship, it is not so easy to repair. It's just a small matter. Leave it to us. Pan Zhengwei was very happy to see Liang Zhao agreed. Yi Mingzhen, the governor of Guangdong, and Su Guangzhen, the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi, have good relations with our two families. This time when I go back, I also prepared some gifts for Governor Yi and Governor-General Su. When Tingayu goes back this time, I will trouble Tingayu to pass my gifts to the two adults and express my feelings to the two adults. Liang Zhao nodded and said. The current Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, Su Guangzhen, will step down in September this year. After Su Guangzhen steps down, the former governor of Guangdong, Yi Mingzhen, will succeed him as the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi and Minister of Commerce. After that, Yi Mingzhen will continue to serve as the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi and Minister of Commerce until the outbreak of the Second Opium War in 1858. When Guangzhou was captured and detained in India until he died of hunger strike. As long as the relationship with these two people is handled well, Liang Zhao will not have to worry about how to deal with the Guangdong authorities, at least before 1858. 70% of Chinese immigrants in California set out from Guangzhou. It is very important for Liang Zhao to handle the relationship with Guangdong well. Chapter 255 Indian Chiefs on the West Coast. After the opening of the San Francisco-Sacramento Railway, it became very convenient to travel between the two largest cities in California. Before that, the main mode of transportation between the two places was inland shipping. It only took 1 day to go down the American River from Sacramento. But it took 2 to 3 days or even longer to go upstream from San Francisco to Sacramento. The opening of the railway changed all this. Whether it was from San Francisco to Sacramento or from Sacramento to San Francisco, it only took 7-8 hours. Liang Zhao had a good reputation among the Indian tribes on the West Coast. After receiving Liang Zhao's invitation, many Indian tribal leaders expressed their willingness to come to Sacramento for a chat. After the leaders of the Indian tribes on the West Coast gathered in Sacramento, Liang Zhao took a train to Sacramento to meet these Indian leaders. The place where he met the Indian tribal leaders was Liang Zhao's residence in Sacramento 2 years ago. As time goes by, the simple brick and stone courtyard has been transformed into a luxurious villa. Welcome to Sacramento. Liang Zhao, dressed in military uniform, took off his wide-brimmed hat and welcomed the Indian chiefs who came to Sacramento. Liang Zhao took back the word guest before he could say it. In the end, he still couldn't say it. In terms of the owner of this land, they are the real original owners. Liang Zhao handed the DIY wide-brimmed hat in his hand to Hu Jinjin, and motioned these Indian chiefs to sit down. Some of these Indian chiefs wore leather clothes made of beaver skin, while others wore woolen clothes or cotton clothes. The degree of influence of different Indian tribes on the outside world can also be seen from their clothes. For example, the leader of the Maidu tribe, Deer Hunter, and the leader of the Palmo tribe, Big Bison, whose territories are relatively close to Sacramento, are wearing woolen clothes purchased in Sacramento because they have frequent exchanges with Sacramento. The California chief is someone we can trust. We agree that the California chief should mediate the war between our tribes and the white tribes in Oregon, Big Buffalo said. The white people have repeatedly invaded their territories and massacred their subjects, which has long troubled these Indian tribes, and even the Indian tribes in California have been affected. Originally, the Pomo tribe of Big Buffalo and the Klamath tribe in the northern Oregon region did not disturb each other. Because of the massacre by Burnett and others, the Klamath tribe went south and occupied the territory that originally belonged to the Pomo tribe. The Pomo tribe has often clashed with the Klamath tribe over the past year. At this time, the development of Indian civilization was limited, and the worldview was limited to the tribal era. The patriarchs of various tribes did not know what the governor, vice-governor, and Speaker of the United States were, but based on their inherent worldview and experience. They believed that Liang Zhao was the chief of the Chinese with the same skin color as them, so they respectfully called Liang Zhao the California chief. Liang Zhao was also happy to accept this title from them. I am Hills, the representative elected by the Salish tribe. If the dispute can be resolved peacefully, we are willing to resolve the dispute with the white tribe in a peaceful way, Hills said. However, if the white tribe in the Oregon area insists on continuing the war, we, the Salish tribe, will fight to the end and defend our land to the death. Liang Zhao looked at Hills, the chief of the Salish tribe with long hair, firm eyes and resolute tone. Hills's other translation, Seattle, is more well known to the world. In later generations, many people also know this name. However, when more people hear this name, they first think of Seattle, a city in the northwest of the United States, rather than this sad chief who was forced to give up his territory and had to move to the barren Indian reservation with his people. Liang Zhao vaguely remembered that when he was in elementary school in his previous life, there was a text called "This Land is Sacred." The text was modified based on the declaration of Chief Seattle, but the extent of the modification was a little larger. The Seattle Declaration was originally a declaration issued by white politicians after extensive revisions and polishing. The content of the declaration accusing the white colonists has been largely deleted. The revised Seattle Declaration has been completely changed, but there are still a few passages such as, "In the eyes of white people, every piece of land is the same, they can take advantage of the fire, take what they need, and leave. For white people, the earth is not his brother, the earth is his enemy, and he wants to conquer it one by one." The outrageous thing is that in the original text of the Chinese textbook "This Land is Sacred," there is no passage accusing the atrocities of the white colonists, not even a single word. The passages in the declaration that contradict the Indian Reds and the American Whites have been completely cut out. Especially the last sentence, "The earth does not belong to humans, but humans belong to the earth." This sentence made Liang Zhao's scalp tingle. In a country that was also a victim of the butcher knife of white colonists in modern times, the textbook compilers actually used untenable, illogical sentences and beautiful prose to whitewash the white colonists in their own textbooks. Liang Zhao still feels uneasy about how such a text entered the Chinese textbook. If it were not forced into a desperate situation by the white colonists, who would be willing to leave the homeland where their ancestors lived? In the early days, the Plains Indian tribes in the Great Plains were forced to move to the barren Indian reservations, and there was almost negligible compensation. However, the tribes in Seattle and other West Coast areas that were forced to leave their territories and move to Indian reservations in the later period did not receive a penny from the white people. Liang Zhao also admired the fact that he could transfer genocide, the white horror of other people's land, and racial conflicts to the contradictions between man and nature with such beautiful and refined prose. When Liang Zhao was mentally retarded, he did not feel much when reading this text. He just felt that white people did not care about the natural environment, and Indians cared about the natural environment more than white people. Now thinking back, it really makes my scalp tingle. I am not here to mediate the dispute between you and the white tribes in Oregon. With the greed of the white tribes in Oregon and their unwarranted hatred towards us, there is no room for a peaceful solution. Liang Zhao subconsciously touched his numb scalp, and heard Burnett's cruel words that he would peel off his scalp to make boots. He felt more and more uncomfortable. Hills was very surprised. "Yes, we have the same skin color, and maybe we were a tribe thousands of years ago," Liang Zhao said to Hills. "Burnett also threatened to peel off my scalp to make boots. He is our common enemy. You want to participate in this war?" Hills looked at Liang Zhao. "My men will fight alongside you. Eliminate these brutal white people. But to participate in the war in your name, you need to provide your clothes and information about Burnett's armed forces. Let's work together to eliminate these white gangs," Liang Zhao said loudly. "Burnett is an obstacle to his control of Oregon and must be removed. In the future, unfriendly white people in Oregon must also be eliminated. Eliminating these unfriendly white forces in the name of Indians can save him a lot of trouble. At this stage, he does not have the strength to confront the federal government head-on, so he still has to take some necessary measures." Liang Zhao is willing to take direct action, which makes the Indian tribal leaders present very happy. They are very happy and excited about this. "Great, if you are willing to take action, we are also confident that we can eliminate these white gangs," said the mighty leader Deer Hunter. "If you can solve the trouble of Burnett, we Pomo will nominate you as our chief. In the future, please come forward to mediate the disputes between the tribes," said the big buffalo excitedly. "We Maidu are also willing to nominate you as our chief," Deer Hunter echoed. Several other Indian tribal leaders in California and near California, such as the Yurok, Hoopa, Gus, and Klamath, agreed with this proposal. "We are willing to nominate you as our chief, but after this wave of white people leave, there will be more white people pouring into our territory. What should we do then?" Hills frowned and expressed his worries. "The muskets in the hands of those white people are very powerful, and they are a group of well-trained thugs. We will not have the upper hands in fighting them. I will provide you with weapons. My guns are better than those of the white people. Of course, I am also willing to send instructors to help you train the warriors of each tribe and teach you how to maximize the power of these weapons and teach those white gangs a lesson." After saying this, Liang Zhao changed the subject and swept his cold eyes over the Indian chiefs. "The premise of all this is that you are not allowed to invade my people. I don't want my caravan to report to me the bad news of being robbed again." Liang Zhao was also happy to provide weapons to the Indian tribes in the Oregon area. The Indians and white people in Oregon were stuck in the quagmire of war, and he was the biggest beneficiary. The more heroic the Oregon Indians performed on the battlefield, the fewer white immigrants and explorers would choose to settle in Oregon. This will also help him immigrate to Oregon and turn the Oregon region yellow. The more chaotic the West Coast is, the more the federal government has to rely on him, and the more wary it is. At the same time, Liang Zhao also has more reasons to ask Congress for military funds to continue to expand the army. After all, apart from him, no one can handle the relationship with the Indian tribes on the West Coast. "We are very sorry about the caravan. The white people burned our food, robbed beaver skins, and occupied our forests. Last winter was cold, and we really couldn't survive, so we robbed your supplies. I promise you, as long as you drive away these white people, nothing like this will happen from tonight. We will also compensate in full with beaver skins for the supplies looted from the Chinese caravan last winter." The chiefs of the Indian tribes expressed their apologies to Liang Zhao. Chapter 256 Leather 1852, Oregon Territory, Umpqua Territory. As the gunshots gradually became sparse, a bloody massacre ended. The Umpqua tribe is too poor. These skins can't be sold for much money in Portland, the largest city in the Oregon Territory. A white man with a rifle complained while counting the spoils. "The Indians are getting poorer and poorer now, and raiding Indian territories is not as lucrative as before. Sir, I think we should go and wipe out the Indians in California." Burnett's partner Bateman took out a knife, skillfully peeled off the scalp of an Indian child, and stuffed the bloody scalp into a bag. "We've had such bad luck in the past 2 or 3 months. There are fewer and fewer strong adult Indian men. Damn it, the scalp of an adult Indian man is worth $85. We're lucky if we can sell a child's scalp for more than $30. Beaver skins, river skins, deer skins, bear skins, and Indian scalps are their main spoils of war when they exterminate Indians, and are also their main source of income. But now, Indian skins are becoming less and less, and adult Indians are becoming more and more difficult to catch. Their income from exterminating Indians has also plummeted. It's really bad. 5 years ago, an Indian scalp could be sold for at least $130 in Portland. Indian scalps are really becoming less and less valuable." Burnett's follower Sanders felt the same way. While holding up his pants, he took out the rope he had prepared long ago and tied up the disheveled Indian woman under him tightly. After making sure that the Indian woman was tied up tightly and could not escape, Sanders turned to ask Burnett, "Boss, did Mr. Aspinwall's fleet arrive in Portland this month? These skins and scalps are not as valuable as young Indian women. If they can be sold to brothels in San Francisco or Sacramento, one woman can be sold for at least $500. I heard that the Indians in California are all rich. There is a lot of gold in their territory. Much better than the poor tribes in Oregon. Of course, there are many young and beautiful Indian women in those tribes." Bateman's eyes showed greed. Unlike Burnett, who killed Indians for the sake of killing Indians, Bateman's family background was not as rich as Burnett's. Bateman killed Indians for money. "How much can these skins be sold for?" Burnett pointed to the various skins on the ground and asked. "Fur is the most important trade commodity in the Oregon region, and the beaver for living in the Columbia River is the best. The Indians in the Oregon region can bring him less and less income, which makes Burnett very headache. He can generate electricity for love and slaughter Indian tribes without caring about income. But his subordinates couldn't do that. Burnett's subordinates followed him to slaughter Indians because slaughtering Indians was profitable. Without dollars and gold, Burnett's team would soon disband. It was dollars and gold that bound these people from all over the world together. The ammunition consumed in each battle was also a considerable expense. In short, Burnett needed money to maintain his armed forces. At most $4,500, Bateman quickly estimated the value of these leathers. The premise is that they must be sold to California. If they are sold in Portland, they can only sell for $2,500 at most. Those poor guys in Portland are not as generous as those rich guys in California. $4,500 is a huge sum of money for an individual, But Burnett's team has 350 people. Even if these leathers are successfully transported to California and sold, each person can only get $13. Sanders said, "I just interrogated an Indian. The Cus and Klamath tribes killed a lot of beavers near the Columbia River and are processing the skins near the river valley. The skins are of good quality and in large quantities. They can be sold for at least $70,000 to $80,000 US, $70,000 to $80,000 US. Burnett's eyes lit up. Is this news reliable? If he could get this batch of skins, at least in the next few months, he wouldn't have to worry about money. However, Burnett still had reservations about the reliability and accuracy of this news. Reliable. Very reliable. If you don't believe it, you can ask those Indian captives in person. Their skins were originally sent there and finally sold to the Huacha Chamber of Commerce. As he said that, Sanders took a piece of beaver skin to show Burnett. Look, some of the skins have been branded. After hearing what Sanders said, Burnett carefully checked the skins. Some of the skins were branded with the trademarks of the American Group, the Jardine Group, the Tongfu Group, the Boston Group and even other groups. The Indian captives also said that the Pomo and Maidu tribes will accept the commission of California merchants and come to Oregon with the gold to collect skins. I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sanders continued to instigate. He wanted to make a fortune, instead of the current situation where each person could only get a few $dozen for attacking Indian territory. This income is not as good as being a worker in a factory in San Francisco. Bring those Indian captives to me, I want to torture them personally, Burnett said in a deep voice. At this time in the Columbia River Valley in Oregon, 800 or 900 young Indians were processing beaver skins in a camp on the edge of the valley. Some young Indians skillfully used hunting knives to cut open the abdomen of the beaver, took out a complete beaver skin, and then stacked the beaver skin aside. In contrast, some young Indians seemed clumsy in handling beavers. Not only did the beaver skin they took off have blood and flesh, but the fur was also incomplete. The tribal elders at the side also shook their heads when they saw this. This was simply a waste of these furs. However, these young men who wore the same fur clothes as the Indians and were clumsy in handling the furs were not Indians. Before entering Oregon, they were soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment. It was just that before entering the Oregon area, they took off their uniforms and changed into fur clothes prepared for them by various Indian tribes. Therefore, from the outside, these yellow-skinned and black-eyed California Infantry Regiment soldiers looked no different from the young men of the Indian tribe. Of course, you can still see it if you walk in and take a closer look, because these California Infantry Regiment officers and soldiers disguised as Indians carry dress or needle guns on their backs and bullet bags full of paper shell bullets on their waists. Among the 800 or 900 Indian young men in the camp in the Columbia River Valley, at least half are officers and soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Indians Lying on the Ground. Lieutenant Colonel, we have been squatting here for more than half a month. Why haven't we seen Burnett's gang of foreigners come? Could it be that these foreigners are not coming? Wang Shu, who is wearing a bear skin and had 7 large feathers on his head, said a little anxiously. After changing into animal skins, the feathers on his head became a symbol of his military rank. The more feathers he had, the higher his rank. For example, Deng Yan in front of Wang Shu had 9 large feathers on his head, 2 more than him. He was the person with the most feathers on his head in the entire camp. After the training of the teaching company established in New York, he was transferred to various companies as grassroots officers and non-commissioned officers. Wang Shu, who was demoted to private in New York, was reinstated because of his excellent performance during the training and continued to serve as the company commander of the first company. Of course, in addition to the feathers, his military rank can also be seen from the whole piece of bear skin on Wang Shu's body. According to regulations, only company commanders, that is, officers with a rank of captain or above, can wear bear skins. The reason for making a distinction in clothing is to distinguish between the Indians and California soldiers in the camp, so that when the enemy attacks, the soldiers can find their commanders as quickly as possible and quickly organize themselves to fight. Why are you in such a hurry? It's only been 21 days. It will take some time for those ghosts to find this place. There is no train in Oregon, And there are no roads in the forest. Deng Yan, like a skilled Klamath, skillfully cut open the chest of a beaver with a sharp Bowie hunting knife in his hand, neatly separated the beaver skin and meat, and then threw the beaver meat in front of Wang Shu. I've been eating meat every day these days, staying in the camp with good food and drink. Isn't this life comfortable enough? It's because every meal is meat, that's why. Wang Shu glanced at the beaver meat on the ground and almost vomited. He has been eating beaver meat for more than 20 days in a row. Not to mention the smell of beaver meat, he wants to vomit just by seeing beaver meat. You don't know how to appreciate your good fortune. In Guangdong, you can't even eat this kind of food every day. Deng Yan glared at Wang Shu. Look at the bad habits you have. When I was the captain of the Guangdong Navy, I could only eat meat a few times a month. I'm just complaining. I've eaten too much meat and want to eat some vegetables to get rid of the meat smell. Wang Shu scratched his head and laughed. There are so many poisonous insects like this. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we will become savage Indians. Get lost. The savage Indians here are not like the educated Indians in California. They only know how to fish and hunt. Where can they find vegetables? We have already dug up all the wild vegetables nearby. Deng Yan pointed to the meat that had been loaded on the truck next to him and continued to talk to Wang Shu. Send a few brothers to pull this cart of meat to the artillery company's camp. Deng Yan had just finished speaking when a sentry ran over to report to him. Lieutenant Colonel. Here they come. They're here. Our camp has been targeted. We've been waiting for this day. With so many good skins, I don't believe these guys won't take the bait. Deng Yan stopped what he was doing, put the Bowie hunting knife back into its scabbard, and then called 5 signalmen. Notify the artillery company and the cavalry company. Let them get ready. Tell them that the colonel has ordered that this combat mission is to wipe out all these ghosts, and not a single one of them can be allowed to escape. Yes, sir, the signalman replied. Take it easy, don't let those ghosts know that we have people hiding nearby, Deng Yan emphasized. The infantry can still deceive those ghosts from a distance as bait, but if those ghosts find out that they have organized cavalry and artillery, they will definitely not be able to hide it. Therefore, Deng Yan did not let the cavalry and artillery stay in this camp by the river valley together, so as not to alert the enemy. After the signalman took the order and left, Deng Yan said to Wang Shu again. Let the brothers continue to peel the skins. Do what they should do. Don't let the foreigners notice anything unusual because they are staring at us. Stack our bundled skins more clearly and neatly so that the foreigners can see our fine skins. I don't believe that we can't catch these foreigners with so many fine skins. Burnett has more than 350 people, and more than 350 people means more than 350 mouths. Faced with so many easy-to-get fine furs, he doesn't believe that Burnett's group of foreigners can hold back. Deep in the jungle, Burnett and others looked at the Indian camp in the river valley from afar. The mountains of fine furs in the camp made them itch. In their eyes, these fine furs are dollars and gold. Burnett always felt that something was wrong. Since he killed people in Oregon, few Indian tribes dared to hunt beavers blatantly along the Columbia River. Although this camp was not obvious and far away from the nearby white settlements, Burnett still felt it was very strange. He couldn't tell what was strange, but he just felt intuitively that something was wrong compared to usual. His eyelids twitched a lot today. Let's do it. These fine leathers are simply the best gifts God has given us. Sanders rubbed his hands, eager to try and ready to take action at any time. These Indians have a lot of guns. About half of the Indians have guns on their backs. Burnett noticed that the Indians were equipped with a high rate of muskets. It was not new for Indians to use muskets. During the Spanish rule in Oregon, the local Indian tribes in chaos used furs to exchange muskets with the Spaniards to improve the fighting power of their tribes. But it was good for 3 or 4 out of 10 Indians to be equipped with muskets. About half of the Indians were equipped with muskets, which seemed a little abnormal to Burnett. Many of our men are retired veterans, and many of them are veterans of the Mexican-American War. There is no need to worry about these Indians being equipped with muskets. Burnett's partner Netman was quite disdainful of this. What if the Indians are equipped with muskets? Aren't they just a loosely organized mob? They have dealt with Indians equipped with muskets before. Netman urged Burnett impatiently, go. Such good leather is in the hands of the Indians. It is a sin and a waste of natural resources. The Oregon region is the territory of the United States, and these leathers should belong to us, the legal citizens of the United States. Yes, Your Excellency, give the order quickly. In addition to these leathers, there are hundreds of excellent adult Indian scalps. "I haven't seen so many adult Indians gathered together for a long time." Sanders couldn't wait to take out his Colt 5-shot revolver. After the United States annexed the Oregon and California regions, the massacre of local Indians became more severe. Compared with the Americans, the Spaniards and British in the west coast of North America became very amiable, kind and friendly in the eyes of these Indian tribes. In the conflict with the Americans, these Indian tribes on the west coast of North America also learned their lesson. When hunting animals for skins, they were no longer as high profile as usual. Friendly tribes gathered together to hunt and cooperate to improve the efficiency of obtaining furs. Because when they hunted for skins, it was the time when these white people were most active. The reason why the white people in the Oregon region chose to act at this time was that, on the one hand, they could directly kill them to obtain scalps and receive rewards from their great chiefs in Washington, and on the other hand, they could directly occupy their skins, which could be said to kill two birds with one stone. As long as we get these skins and scalp these wild Indians, we can take the skins to California to exchange for gold, and take the scalps to Portland to exchange for dollars, and we will also be rich. Not only Bateman and Sanders, but also other subordinates urged Burnet to give orders quickly. Prepare to attack, Burnet had no choice but to give orders. His team was not a regular army, and he could not use military orders to restrain his unruly subordinates. The only thing that could restrain these subordinates was gold and dollars. This was a group of guys who would do anything to give them gold and dollars. It was unrealistic to expect them to obey orders. In addition to his own 50 guards, Burnet's ability to restrain the remaining 300 people was also very limited. Even if Burnet did not give orders, these people would definitely not be able to bear the temptation of these furs and scalps and do it themselves. After Burnet gave the order, these white people quickly lined up under the order of the small leader and approached the Indian camp. Looking at the Indian camp, Burnet couldn't help but laugh at these Indians for having no military knowledge at all. They actually chose to set up their camp in a valley with no strategic location and backed by the Columbia River. Once attacked and surrounded in such a terrain, it would be difficult to escape. However, thinking of the identity of these Indian barbarians, they felt normal. If these Indians knew some military knowledge, the price of their scalps would not drop again and again. Drive these Indians into the water, drive them into the Columbia River. Let them have no way to escape, Burnet ordered, holding up the Colt 6-shot revolver in his hand. A sudden burst of gunfire broke the silence of the Columbia River. The Indians who heard the gunfire fought back with their muskets and bows and arrows. But the accuracy of the long-range muskets is limited, and the sparse bow and arrows are even more touching. After a round of shooting, only 2 unlucky guys in Burnet's team were unlucky enough to catch an arrow and 2 bullets. The rest were unscathed. They are just a bunch of savages, just a bunch of rabble. Sanders became more and more excited when he saw this. It seemed that the furs and scalps of these Indians were already in his pocket. Look at what these savages are doing. They are so scared by us that they lie down with their guns. How can they reload ammunition when they lie down on the ground? Bateman fired a shot at the Indian camp and couldn't help laughing. Even if we give them the most advanced weapons in the world, these yellow savages don't know how to use them. Will they lie down and wait for the bullets in their guns to run out and be stabbed by our bayonets? But soon, the smiles on the faces of Sanders and Bateman, who had never seen the world, disappeared without a trace. Those Indians who lay down on the ground and hid behind logs and stone shelters to shoot back at them in front of them seemed to be using rifle guns, which were extremely accurate and could hit whatever they pointed at. After a round of shooting, more than 20 companions were shot and fell to the ground in an instant. Indians using breech-loading rifle guns? Burnet had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Since these Indians were lying on the ground, hiding behind logs and stones, the damage caused to them by the shooting of Burnet and others was very limited. As far as he could see, Burnet did not see any Indians lying behind logs and stones being hit. Burnet's armed forces were mainly equipped with smoothbore muskets, and only a small number of people in the team were equipped with rifled muskets. Rifled muskets were more expensive than smoothbore muskets. In this era, not many American troops, whether in the Army or the Navy, had completed the replacement of rifled muskets, let alone civilian armed forces like Burnet. Chapter 258, Indians have artillery? They've run out of bullets in their guns. Charge. Send them to Satan with your guns and bayonets. Seeing that the first round of shooting by the Indians was over, Burnet waved his Colt 6-shot revolver and ordered. According to his understanding, after the first round of shooting, the other side would need at least 30 seconds, or even longer, to reload. Especially since these cowardly Indians were hiding behind wood and stone bunkers like turtles, the reloading time would only become longer. Now it's their turn to fight back. Raise your guns. Shoot. Sanders organized the 70 or 80 white bandits around him, pointed the rifles they had just loaded at the damn Indians, and pulled the trigger. A fairly neat volley of gunfire sounded, and a cloud of choking gunpowder rose in front of the formation in an instant, which made Sanders shed tears. After Sanders, Bateman also commanded the bandits around him to line up in a fairly neat queue and fire a fairly neat volley at the Indians behind the bunkers. However, these 2 rounds of volleys had little effect, and the bullets they fired could hardly hit the Indians hiding behind the bunkers. Damn it! Charge! Stab them in the heart with bayonets! Kill them! Burnett roared. As soon as Burnett finished speaking, the soldiers of the 5 companies of the California Infantry Regiment launched a violent counterattack against them. These crazy white bandits fell down in pieces like wheat harvested in the autumn wheat fields. However, for these evil white bandits, their nightmare has just begun. In their astonished eyes, those Indians they looked down on actually lay behind the bunkers, and it took only 10 seconds, or even less than 10 seconds, to complete the reloading and fired at them for the second round. Every time the gun was fired, someone in their team would fall down. This new gun is powerful, Deng Yan couldn't help but praise. The 2 rounds of volleys by the white bandits caused almost no casualties to the California Infantry Regiment soldiers hiding behind the bunkers. When the white men charged at them, they exposed their entire bodies to their guns. With just a few more rounds of shooting, the team of these white bandits would collapse. This is the all-round crushing of the enemy caused by weapons that are 1 generation ahead. Whether it is the rate of fire or accuracy, the various muzzle-loading smoothbore rifles used by the white bandits are qualitatively different from the Dreiser striker guns they used. Deng Yan was not surprised at all that the battle went so smoothly. When he was training in Sacramento, he had seen the power of this gun, and the original tactics were ineffective in front of this new gun that did not follow the ethics of martial arts. Rifling and breech loading ensure the accuracy and rate of fire of the Dreiser striker gun. The soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment no longer have to line up and shoot like they did before with muzzle-loading rifles. More advanced weapons and equipment allow them to adopt more flexible tactics to defeat the enemy, such as lying on the ground in a relatively scattered manner like now, hiding behind wooden and stone shelters, and forming a dense firepower network to fight back against the enemies charging towards them. Free fire. Deng Yan issued the order for free fire. The military musicians following Deng Yan played military music and conveyed Deng Yan's order to the soldiers in the camp. The sudden sound of military music made Burnett tremble all over. This was the military music played by the drums and bugles of the U.S. Army. This is the American Army. Yellow skin, the American Army. Burnett quickly guessed the identity of the other party. Who else could it be except Liang Zhao's California Infantry Regiment? Although Burnett was ruthless, he knew his own weight. These rabble of his could only bully the Indians, and they were naturally no match for the well-trained and well-equipped tough guys like California. Half of Colonel Mason's infantry regiment, which was known as the elite of the U.S. Army, was defeated by the California Infantry Regiment. These people under Burnett were simply courting death by going head-on with the California Infantry Regiment. Retreat. Retreat. Seeing this, Burnett decisively issued an order to retreat. Retreat was his only way to survive, and it was also the only choice for him and his bandits. Damn yellow monkey, you actually colluded with the Indians and dared to shoot at the noble white people. When I get to Portland, I will write to the Democratic representative in Washington and complain to the War Department about you. Liang Zhao. You just wait to be sued by the court and go to jail. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Burnett cursed fiercely. But he could do nothing but curse to vent his emotions. In this charge, his team suffered at least 70 to 80 casualties, and morale was on the verge of collapse. It was a heavy loss. This team took him several years to form in the Oregon area. Such a heavy loss made Burnett feel very distressed. Even if he broke out, it would be difficult for him to organize an armed force of the same size in a short time. Burnett thought that Liang Zhao would provide weapons to the Indians, but he did not expect Liang Zhao to be so bold that he dared to directly send the California Infantry Regiment to help the Indians. The charge of killing white people alone was enough to make Liang Zhao doomed. There was no chance of him turning over in his life. Washington would never sit idly by and watch the killing of white people. Just as Burnett gathered his troops and prepared to leave here, Go to the mooring place, and take the boat back to Portland along the Columbia. A fierce cannon shot made Burnett's heart sink. Even the artillery was brought. It seemed that this was a conspiracy that Liang Zhao had planned for a long time. Today, Burnett seemed to be in great danger. The Indian artillery fired. "Boss, what should we do?" Sanders, who was in a state of embarrassment, stumbled to Burnett. The sudden cannon shot scared him to death and he didn't know what to do. Sanders, who was covered in mud and blood and covered with the green leaves and weeds, had long lost his arrogance before the war. Instead, he looked at a loss. "Have you ever seen Indians with artillery? These aren't Indians. They're Chinese. They're Chinese soldiers from the California Infantry Regiment." Burnett kicked Sanders hard. If Sanders and others hadn't instigated him to come here to rob the Indian skins, he wouldn't have fallen to this point today. The rain of shells fell among these white bandits, making these white bandits who usually committed many evil things cry for their parents. The fear brought to them by the cannons was far greater than that brought to them by rifles, and the team, whose morale was already low, soon collapsed. The frightened white bandits fled, running wildly along the riverbank towards their mooring place, trying to escape from this hell. Deng Yan had long expected that these bastards would run away. In addition to the 5 infantry companies that lured the enemy head-on and the 1 infantry company that was sent to seize the boats to cut off their retreat, the remaining 4 companies had already ambushed the flanks and backs of these white bandits, surrounding the group of white people tightly. Liang Zhao gave him a death order to annihilate the enemy. Deng Yan knew the consequences of letting a white man escape, so he did not dare to be careless. After the artillery stopped, Deng Yan put away his telescope, drew out his command knife and ordered to line up to encircle and annihilate the enemy. "Get up! Line up, companies! Encircle and annihilate the enemy." The 5 infantry companies in the camp stood up from the bunkers in unison and quickly formed a team. After the formation was completed, under the orders of the company commanders, they fired at the defeated white people while holding their bayonets, approaching the terrified white people. The remaining hundreds of Burnett's defeated soldiers had already been scared out of their wits at this time, and they had no intention of resisting at all. Facing the encirclement formed by 9 infantry companies of the California Infantry Regiment and 400 or 500 Indians, they could not break through even if they could fight 10 with 1. What's more, outside the encirclement, there was also a cavalry company of the artillery company ready for battle. In this battle, except for the engineer company that had just been formed, all the other troops of the California Infantry Regiment were put into the battle. Deng Yan had an absolute advantage in terms of the number of troops, quality and equipment. There were still a few stubborn elements who held on to unrealistic fantasies and wanted to break out of the encirclement. Soon, the bullets and arrows thrown by the Indians made them realize the reality. Surrounded by enemies that were more than 10 times their number, they had no chance of successfully breaking out, not even 1 in 10,000. For the first time in their lives, they felt despair, and felt the despair and helplessness of those Indians who died under their butcher knives. "We surrender. We surrender." Sanders quickly gave up resistance, threw the gun in his hand to the ground, and raised his hands high. With Sanders taking the lead, soon, the white people in the encirclement put down their weapons one after another and raised their hands in surrender. "You useless guy," Burnett angrily scolded Sanders. Soon, he also tactfully threw away his weapons and raised his hands. A good man will not suffer a loss in front of him. If he resists now, he will soon die. Surrendering can at least keep him alive for a while, and he may still have a chance to survive. Burnett still knows which is more important. He is the representative of the Democratic Party in Oregon. He does not believe that Liang Zhao would be so bold as to kill the representatives of the Democratic Party in Oregon. "Lieutenant Colonel Deng, it is you." Although Deng Yan was wearing an Indian bearskin coat and a feather ornament on his head, Burnett had seen Deng Yan several times in Sacramento and recognized the lieutenant colonel of the California Infantry Regiment. Deng Yan signaled his men to confiscate the weapons of these white people and tie them all up tightly. Don't let them run away. If one of them runs away, he will be punished by military law. After explaining all this, Deng Yan turned to look at Burnett. "Burnett, I heard that you scalped my nephew." Deng Yan smiled and said to the unfriendly white man in front of him. Burnett recognized Deng Yan, and Deng Yan also recognized Burnett. At first, Burnett wanted to develop California into a Democratic stronghold to increase his influence within the Democratic Party. Only after realizing that California was dominated by the Civic Party and that the Democratic Party had not developed California into its stronghold did Burnett return to the Oregon region. Deng Yan had also met Burnett several times when Burnett gave speeches in Sacramento and San Francisco. The Chinese controlled the economic lifeline of California and the only regular army in California. It would be a miracle if Burnett's white supremacy could have a market in California. Even if a small number of white people agreed with Burnett's views, no one dared to publicly stand up and support Burnett in California where Liang Zhao was in power. Burnett's failure in California was inevitable. That was just a joke, Burnett smiled shyly. At this time, he didn't care about dignity or nobility. He just wanted to survive. Is Colonel Liang here too? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. If Colonel Liang is here, I would like to personally apologize to Colonel Liang and clear up the misunderstanding between us. You will see Colonel Liang. Deng Yan looked at Burnett with disgust, pointed at Burnett and said to Wang Shu, "This guy is the bandit leader, tie him up tighter for me. The colonel has ordered that this guy must be found alive or dead." Okay, Wang Shu received the order and tied Burnett tightly, like a zongzi. "Hey, it's too tight, please loosen the rope a little, it's so tight that my limbs can't move." Burnett struggled and begged Deng Yan to loosen the rope. Tigers must be tied tightly, otherwise they will bite people. Deng Yan was very satisfied looking at Burnett, who was tied tightly by Wang Shu. "I'm not a tiger," Burnett argued. "That's right, you are worse than an animal, so you have to tie it tighter," Deng Yan said. "Okay." Wang Shu tightened the rope tied to Burnett again. "Little chief, what are you going to do with these weapons?" A leader of an Indian tribe asked Deng Yan how they would deal with these captured weapons. The California Infantry Regiment, which was fully equipped with grease needle guns, certainly looked down on the broken copper and iron equipped by Burnett and others. These outdated weapons and equipment were a pile of broken copper and iron in the eyes of Deng Yan and others, but they were great treasures in the eyes of these Indians. They were very eager to obtain a batch of muskets to protect their people. These equipment, the leaders of the tribes participating in the war, should discuss and divide them among themselves. Deng Yan glanced at the captured equipment and said, most of the captured equipment were some old muzzle-loading smoothbore rifles, and the models were also varied, including those made in the United States, Britain, and France. Deng Yan was not interested in these equipment. Before setting off, Liang Zhao also told him that if the captured weapons were relatively old and outdated, they would be directly distributed to the Indians. The California Infantry Regiment did not need these weapons. After using the Dries Striker, Deng Yan no longer cared about the rifled Springfield M1842 rifles that other U.S. Army infantry regiments treasured, not to mention these rubbish. Among the many individual light weapons, only the Walter 1852 rifle that the Sacramento Arsenal had just put into production was worth looking forward to. "Thank you, little chief," the Indian chief thanked Deng Yan, and then happily divided the captured muskets with his companions. "I have some personal matters today, so I will update 4K first. Sorry, I will update more tomorrow." Chapter 259, Oregon's Fertile Land. Eugene, the third largest city in Oregon in later generations, was still an unknown small village at that time. The terrain of the Oregon region in later generations is somewhat similar to that of California. The western coast is the coastal mountains, and the eastern part is the towering karst mountains. In the middle of the coastal mountains and the Custer Mountains, there is a valley that is relatively livable and suitable for agricultural development. This valley is called the Willamette River Valley. The Willamette River Valley, like the Central Valley of California, runs north-south. Eugene Village is the southern starting point of this valley in Oregon. This valley extends northward from the Eugene Village area in the south to Portland. It is about 200 kilometers long from north to south and about 50 kilometers wide on average from east to west. This valley is called the Willamette River Valley. Most of the population in the Oregon region in later generations is concentrated in this valley of more than 10,000 square kilometers. It can be said that the Willamette River Valley is the fertile land of Oregon. Eugene, Salem, and Portland, the top three cities in Oregon in later generations, are all located in the Willamette River Valley. Compared with the Central Valley of California, the Willamette Valley in Oregon is smaller in area, but it has an advantage that the Central Valley of California does not have. The Willamette River flowing through the Willamette Valley is the most important tributary of the Columbia River. The Willamette River flows from south to north and finally merges into the Columbia River in the Portland area. The flow direction of the Willamette River is consistent with the direction of the valley, and the runoff is also sufficient, so most areas of the Willamette Valley do not have to worry about agricultural water problems. Although the Central Valley of California runs north-south, the rivers in the valley are basically east-west, and the cost of building water conservancy is relatively high. While Deng Yan was leading the main force of the California Infantry Regiment to suppress bandits in the Columbia Valley, Liang Zhao and the people of the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, that is, the Chinese representatives of the Oregon Reclamation Group, as well as Sacramento Mayor Sutter and Eugene Village Chief Thomas, were inspecting the Willamette Valley. The land here is fertile, the water is abundant, and the terrain is flat. It's a great place for farming. Looking at the endless Willamette River Valley, Wu Yuanhu couldn't help but sigh. He thought that there were too many flat and large fertile lands in America. These places on the west coast were already considered to be rugged places in America, but they still had a lot of flat land suitable for farming. And many of these fertile flat lands are still virgin land that has not been cultivated. This made Wu Yuanhu feel a bit of a waste of natural resources. It would be a pity not to use such good land for farming. The section of the Willamette River north of Eugene Village is navigable, but Eugene Village currently has only one small shipyard that can only build small wooden boats, Thomas said to Liang Zhao on a small schooner with a load capacity of only more than 20 tons. Not to mention Eugene, even Portland can only build small sailboats of more than 200 tons, and due to wind restrictions, sailboats are not as convenient as steamboats. Last year, I visited your shipyard in San Francisco. The Loach-class steamboats built by your shipyard are very suitable for inland shipping. I want to purchase some Loach-class steamboats from you, but my financial resources are limited. I hope to get some loans from Bank of America. Of course, I can use my land and forest farm in Eugene as collateral. Most of the existing settlements in Oregon are built along the river, and inland shipping is the main mode of transportation to connect these settlements. Thomas has a good vision and saw the business opportunities contained therein. The Loach-class steamboat of more than 500 tons is a little small for seagoing ships, but if it is used as a ship for inland shipping, it is an absolute big ship. If Thomas buys ships from San Francisco, the ships need to pass through Portland, where the Columbia River and the Willamette River meet, before they can be transported to Eugene along the Willamette River. As the largest stronghold of white people in Oregon and the seat of the governor of Oregon Territory, Liang Zhao cannot control Portland at present. I can personally give you a brand new Loach-class steamboat as a gift, Liang Zhao said to Thomas with a smile. There is a great demand for ships in the Oregon region. As the saying goes, it is better to build than to buy. Why don't we directly form a joint venture in Eugene Village to set up a shipyard that can produce small steamboats, open a shipyard directly? Thomas widened his eyes. He couldn't keep up with Liang Zhao's thinking. Yes, open a shipyard directly. This will not only directly solve the problem of insufficient ships in the Oregon region, but also allow people in Eugene Village to work in the shipyard, and the wood produced by the local lumber mill can also be consumed locally, Liang Zhao said. There is ready-made high-quality shipbuilding wood in the Eugene Village area, which was originally prepared for the California shipyard in San Francisco. The Oregon region has a demand for inland shipping ships, which at least guarantees that it is profitable to open a small shipyard here. After digesting the shipbuilding technology of paddle steamers, Liang Zhao has now shifted the focus of shipbuilding to dark steamers. In his eyes, paddle steamers are already somewhat outdated, and it is not unacceptable to transfer a small part of the production capacity to Eugene Village. Moreover, after the Oregon Reclamation Group settled in the Willamette Valley, they also needed convenient means of transportation, and the demand for inland ships will only increase. Of course, the most important thing is that the shipyard can be used to firmly bind the interests of the important people in Eugene Village with oneself, so as not to cause trouble for his reclamation work. Then how to calculate this share? Upon hearing about the joint venture factory, Sutter, who accompanied Liang Zhao to the Oregon area for inspection, also became excited instantly. He was very interested in running a factory, especially Liang Zhao's factory. Since starting a factory with his kid, Sutter has never lost money. His sawmill in Sacramento has become his cash cow. Last month, the sawmill introduced a wood-bending machine from Liang Zhao, which can directly produce handles for farm tools, adding another way to make money. America Group 40%, Oregon Reclamation Group 30%, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Sutter 15% each, Liang Zhao said, looking at the calm Willamette River with his hands behind his back. The core technology of the shipyard was provided by Liang Zhao, and everyone had no objection to Liang Zhao's shares accounting for the majority. The representatives of the Oregon Reclamation Group were originally composed of Chinese businessmen who followed Liang Zhao's lead. Thomas was just a small village chief, and 15% of the shipyard's shares was a big pie in the sky for him. As for Sutter, his shares were a little less, but he was now considering moving 2 wood-bending machines from the sawmill directly to open a lumber mill in Eugene Village to provide wood for the shipyard and wood for farm tools for the Oregon Reclamation Group. For a rich man like you, a hair pulled out of it is thicker than my waist. It is my honor to cooperate with you to run a factory. Thomas immediately expressed his attitude to Liang Zhao. Thomas used to envy Sartre for making a fortune by cooperating with Liang Zhao. He jumped from a farmer to one of the richest men on the West Coast, and even became the mayor of a big city. Now, looking at himself, he started from a similar point to Sartre, but now their status and wealth are getting better and better. Liang Zhao took the initiative to offer Thomas an olive branch of cooperation, which was what Thomas had always dreamed of. As for Leonardo, the governor of Portland, Oregon, Thomas had no good impression of him. There was no future for hanging out with those poor people in Portland than with the rich people in California. Moreover, Thomas and the villagers of Eugene Village had accumulated a lot of resentment towards Portland. The tax system in the United States in the mid-19th century was very chaotic. The tax system in the territories, which did not even have a sound administrative system, was even more chaotic. It could not even be called a tax system, but was similar to protection fees. The biggest use of tax revenue in the territories was to support the armed forces in the territories and provide protection for small settlements, such as Eugene Village. In the past few years, Portland has obviously not fulfilled its obligations after receiving the money. The former territorial governor Burnett and the current governor Leonardo were very active in killing Indians, but they were not very active in sending troops to protect Eugene Village, because Eugene Village was very poor before, and Portland was unwilling to send people to Eugene. Thomas also knew that a lot of the money they paid went into the pockets of the territorial governor. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Burnett had the money to form an armed force of more than 300 people after serving as the territorial governor for just over 2 years. After the California economy that Eugene Village relied on gradually improved, Portland took the initiative to propose to send troops to protect them. But at this time, Thomas did not want Portland to send armed personnel to his village. Because once these people came, Eugene Village would inevitably bleed heavily. The armed forces of Portland had no patience to protect them, but they had plenty of patience to ask for money. Very good, the first batch of 500 immigrants of the Oregon Reclamation Group have settled in Eugene Village. I hope that Eugene Village can elect a representative of the Oregon Reclamation Group as deputy village chief, Liang Zhao said lightly. Of course. Eugene Village should have a representative of the Reclamation Group, Thomas agreed. Soon, Thomas saw a group of Indians appearing on the banks of the Willamette River. The number of people was at least more than 1,000. This made Thomas' nerves tense up, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly oozed out of his forehead. Thomas subconsciously took out a pistol from his waist and shouted, "Indians, this is my man, Village Chief Thomas. From now on, the conflict between the Indians and Eugene Village is over. Do you understand?" Liang Zhao picked up the telescope and saw that it was Deng Yan who brought the soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment, escorting more than 100 prisoners waiting for Liang Zhao here. Before that, Deng Yan had sent a signalman to report the victory to Liang Zhao. The operation was very successful. All 355 armed forces of Burnett were annihilated. Those who survived by chance became the prisoners, and no one escaped. Thomas nodded in confusion. These guys should have been sent to hell long ago. Sartre put down the telescope in his hand and said angrily. Because of Burnett's genocide against the Indians in Oregon, the Indians also launched a retaliatory counterattack. Sartre, who originally did not participate in the conflict, also suffered heavy losses. His caravan to the Oregon area was also robbed several times, and many employees died. In the end, Sartre had to send his Indian employees and Chinese employees to take the Oregon trade route to minimize the losses. Sartre also felt it was a pleasure to solve the cancer of Burnett. Chapter 260, Letter of Submission. The Burnett gang had a total of 355 people, 252 of whom were killed by our California Infantry Regiment, and the remaining 103 prisoners are all here. Deng Yan reported the results of the battle to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao had received a battle report of the battle in the Columbia River Valley 2 weeks ago. There were some discrepancies between the data reported by Deng Yan and the data reported in the battle report, and the main discrepancy was in the number of wounded prisoners. Deng Yan thought that the wounded prisoners were troublesome, so he executed the wounded prisoners on the spot. Therefore, the data reported by Deng Yan to Liang Zhao in person was better than that in the battle report. As for the casualties of their own side, due to the crushing of weapons and the quality of the soldiers, the casualties of the California Infantry Regiment in this operation were almost negligible. The price paid was only 4 deaths and 11 injuries. And these casualties were not all caused by the Burnett gang. Among the 4 people killed, 1 died of disease, 1 was accidentally bitten by a poisonous snake and died of infection, and only 2 people were actually killed on the battlefield. The situation of the 11 wounded was similar. 3 of them were sick, 3 were bitten by poisonous insects, and of the remaining 5, 2 were too excited during the pursuit and accidentally tripped over rocks and vines. 1 sprained his ankle, and the other was more unlucky. He bumped into a rock and accidentally knocked out a front tooth. Only 3 were seriously shot. It was just that Liang Zhao was more conscientious. As long as they were killed or injured in military operations, they would be compensated according to normal standards. After the boat stopped, Liang Zhao walked down from the boat, looked at the group of miserable captives with disdain, and finally stopped in front of Burnett. Mr. Liang, long time no see. Burnett, who was tied up tightly and unable to move, saw Liang Zhao coming and hurriedly said to Liang Zhao, "I admit that I lost to you. I still have a lot of money in Portland. Governor Leonardo of Portland is also my friend. He is willing to spend money to redeem me and my men." Until now, Burnett still held the hope of being able to leave alive. Liang Zhao just thought it was funny. People who have been territorial governors have such a brain. The threshold for territorial governors in the Midwestern territories of the United States is really low. Do I look like someone who is short of these dollars? Liang Zhao's eyes stared straight at the scalp on the top of Burnett's head, which made Burnett's heart numb. Such a good scalp, it's a pity not to peel it off and make leather boots. It's a pity that I'm different from you. I don't like human leather products, but what? Liang Zhao's words made Burnett tremble all over. He realized now that Liang Zhao was not what he thought. He helped the Indians only after receiving the property. The real purpose was to put him to death. He thought too simply of Liang Zhao. To be more precise, he brought his prejudice against Indians, who were stupid and incompetent, to Liang Zhao. Arrogant Burnett always believed that as a noble white Englishman, he was several levels higher than these barbarians and naturally smarter than the colored people. An unprecedented fear surged into Burnett's heart. The land here is good, but it's not fertile enough. I can use your compost, Liang Zhao said to Burnett with a fake smile. Don't you dare. Liang Zhao. I'm a Democrat. I'm also the former governor of California and Oregon. I have made military achievements in expanding the territory of the American West. Hearing this, Burnett struggled like a mad dog and roared hysterically. If I die, the Democratic Party will definitely investigate thoroughly. The War Department will also investigate thoroughly. I advise you to be sensible and give up this unrealistic idea. Liang Zhao's words not only made Burnett anxious, but also Burnett's accomplices became furious and started to shout. Liang Zhao. My old boss is now working in the War Department. I advise you to let us go obediently to avoid unnecessary trouble. Sanders also brought up his old boss in the War Department. Liang Zhao smiled coldly, took out the revolver from his waist bag, pressed the hammer, and pulled the trigger without hesitation at Sanders' head. Before Sanders could react, his head exploded instantly, and a mixture of brain and blood splashed on Burnett's face. Liang Zhao certainly knew that the Democratic Party would investigate such a big thing, and the War Department might also investigate. But as long as there is no evidence, what can the Democrats do even if they know that he was behind it? What can they do to him? America is a country ruled by law. If they can't produce evidence, Liang Zhao can still accuse them of slander and go to the federal court with them. Although the Democratic Party is more united and organized than the Whig Party, which can only unite when opposing the Democratic Party, it is only the Whig Party that unites. There are also different groups within the Democratic Party who stick together for warmth. As long as Liang Zhao controls the votes in California, he will not be surprised if the Democrats shamelessly seek his support in the next presidential election. The Democrats will have a hard time with Liang Zhao, but they will never have a hard time with the votes in California. So the question is, if they have a hard time with Liang Zhao, They will have a hard time with the votes in California, which is really a headache for the Democrats. Compared with a mere Burnett and 200,000 or 300,000 votes in California, which one is more important? Liang Zhao believes that the leader of the Democratic Party knows it in his heart. Burnett looked at Liang Zhao in disbelief. At this time, his eyes and heart were already filled with fear. Burnett never thought that there would be a day when he would face the threat of death. Liang Zhao put away his gun and pulled out a Bowie hunting knife from Deng Yan's waist. The Bowie knife is one of the standard individual equipment of the California Infantry Regiment and is also an important tool for camping in the wild. However, some soldiers and officers like the Arkansas sharp knife, which is known as the Arkansas toothpick, but the Arkansas toothpick is not on the list of standard equipment of the California Infantry Regiment. For example, the short knife on Wang Shu's waist is an Arkansas sharp knife, but it was bought by himself and was not uniformly distributed. Liang Zhao did not object to soldiers buying equipment at their own expense. In addition to the uniformly distributed long guns, some wealthy soldiers also bought revolvers at their own expense as self-defense weapons in close combat. Mr. Thomas, whether to cooperate with California to make a fortune or continue to pay protection fees to Portland. The choice is in your hands. Liang Zhao handed the sharp Bowie knife to the stunned Thomas. Thomas finally understood why Liang Zhao was able to become a colonel in the American Army at a young age and hold the military and political power in California. This kid's behavior does not look like a young man in his early 20s. Thomas knew that Liang Zhao was asking him for a token of loyalty. As long as he killed Burnett, he could become a member of Liang Zhao's circle, benefit from Liang Zhao's influence, and benefit from the development of California. But as long as he killed Burnett, there would be no way out from then on, and he could only follow Liang Zhao to the end. Wealth and glory now depended on Thomas's thoughts. Scalp him, and we will be real partners in the future, and you will be one of us. 3 years ago, Sacramento was just like the current Eugene village, a small village chief. Liang Zhao patted Thomas on the shoulder. Scalp him. Thomas was a little surprised. He thought Liang Zhao just wanted him to stab Burnett a few times and kill him. Why? No, Liang Zhao asked back. In the 1850s, anyone who could survive in the lawless and wild land of the West and become a village chief would definitely not be a good person. Especially since there were Indian tribes all around Eugene village, Liang Zhao didn't believe that Thomas had not killed many people and scalped a few people. How many people who come to the West are white lotuses like Robinson? Besides, Robinson is not as white as before. Yes, Portland does not have the ability to develop Eugene village intercity, but California has the ability. Thinking of the shares Liang Zhao promised him, the future of the people of Eugene village and his own wealth and glory, Thomas gritted his teeth, made up his mind and walked to Burnett with a knife. I know you. You are Thomas, the village chief of Eugene village. We have eaten and drank together, my old friend. Seeing Thomas coming towards him with a shiny knife, Burnett was completely panicked. But before Burnett could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground by Thomas. Of course I remember, my old friend, but you never paid once, and you all thought it was natural for us in Eugene village to treat you to drinks and meals. You also laughed at my German accent and touched my wife's buttocks. I remember all these, Mr. Burnett. Thomas pressed his right knee on Burnett's neck, and skillfully cut a hole in Burnett's scalp with the tip of the knife, and began his work quite skillfully. With Burnett's pig-like howl, a complete scalp appeared in Thomas's hand. Very good, Liang Zhao nodded. He was very satisfied with Thomas' performance. Congratulations, Thomas. From now on, you are one of us. Welcome to join the big family of California. After congratulating Thomas, Liang Zhao glanced disdainfully at Burnett, who was bloody and wailing in pain on the ground. Mr. Burnett, this is just an appetizer. I don't think you would let those poor Indians go after scalping them. Give him to me. He owes us more than 100 lives of the Salish tribe. Chief Hills of the Salish tribe clenched his fists, and his eyes that could almost spit out flame stared at Burnett on the ground. And our Chinook tribe, he also owes us more than 200 people of the Yamakee tribe. We were almost wiped out by him. Soon, the chiefs of other Indian tribes jumped out one after another, wishing to eat Burnett's flesh alive, drink his blood, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes to relieve their hatred. These guys are all in your hands. Execute them all here, Liang Zhao said to the chiefs of these Indian tribes. The chiefs of various Indian tribes, with their warriors, rushed towards these white captives with sharp blades in hand. The worst was Burnett. As the chief criminal of Oregon, Burnett had a lot of blood debts. Almost every tribe owed him lives. Naturally, Burnett was taken care of in a more meticulous manner. Liang Zhao just watched the Indians execute the captives quietly. The mission of the California Infantry Regiment had been completed. Their most important duty now was to watch and prevent the captives from escaping. But it was just to be safe. These tightly tied white captives, under the surveillance of 2,000 or 3,000 pairs of eyes, had a probability of escaping successfully equal to 0. Chapter 261 Indian Chief. After dealing with Burnett, Liang Zhao temporarily solved the worries of reclaiming Oregon. It cleared the obstacles for California forces to infiltrate the Oregon region. Although Burnett died, the conflicts between Indian tribes were not resolved. In addition to the conflicts and wars with white people, there were also conflicts between Indian tribes. For example, the Klamath tribe, whose territory was originally in Oregon, invaded the territory belonging to the Palmo tribe after moving south and went to war with the Palmo tribe. The Salish and Chinook tribes in northern Oregon were also at war. Since most of the Indian tribes on the west coast elected him as the chief, Liang Zhao wanted to maintain a long-term influence among the Indian tribes on the west coast and gain the recognition of these Indian tribal leaders. He had to find a way to mediate the conflicts between the Indian tribes. Compared with the vast territory of North America, the Indian population in North America was not large. When Columbus first arrived in North America, the Indian population in North America was estimated to be more than 10 million. Of course, this includes the Indian population in the Caribbean and Mexico. After the whites entered America, they not only brought guns and cannons, but also brought diseases and germs from the Old World. Guns and cannons and germs are very deadly weapons to the Indians. Especially germs. When the whites knew that germs were far more lethal to the Indians than guns and cannons, they started to think crookedly and deliberately sold blankets with germs and fleas to the Indians, exacerbating the spread of the virus among the Indian tribes. Although the population of North American Indians had not yet hit the bottom in the mid-19th century, it was an indisputable fact that the population of Indians in North America had sharply decreased. The same was true for the West Coast, but the situation was better than that in the eastern frontier regions. After all, after Liang Zhao took office in California, California's mild policy towards Indian tribes could be said to be a breath of fresh air among the frontier states. At this time, the mainstream policy of the frontier states, states close to the territories and with a low level of development, towards the Indians can be summarized in 4 words: genocide. The policy of massacring Indians and compressing their living space to ensure the absolute safety of white people in the frontier regions. Therefore, compared with other frontier regions, the population decline of Indians in California and the territories near California has slowed down. Liang Zhao conducted a survey of Indian tribes in California and Oregon. There are 18 major tribes. 13 of these 18 major tribes came to Sacramento after receiving Liang Zhao's invitation to negotiate and participate in the action against the Burnett gang. There are many small tribes under the big tribes. The population of these small tribes is much more difficult to understand than that of the big tribes. After the United States occupied California, it carried out a bloody genocide on the local Indian tribes. In order to avoid the massacre, many small tribes fled into the mountains and forests. Out of caution, these Indians not only do not deal with white people, but also do not deal with Chinese in California. According to rough estimates, the known Indian population in the West Coast region is about 200,000 to 300,000. If these Indians can be used for their own purposes, they will also be a considerable force. The most lacking thing in California is population. Before returning to California, Liang Zhao summoned the chiefs of the tribes participating in the alliance. First, it was to mediate the conflicts between several tribes, and second, it was to celebrate the fact that everyone had joined forces to eliminate the Burnett gang and remove a major cancer in the Oregon region. At this time, alcohol had become popular among the Indian tribes. The Indians did not have the habit of drinking. When the white people brought alcohol to the Indian tribe, the Indians seemed to have discovered a new world. They believed that alcohol was holy water that could communicate with the gods. As long as they drank alcohol and entered a spiritual wandering state, they could communicate with the gods. Many Indians became addicted to alcoholism. In fact, the so-called spiritual wandering and spiritual communion are nonsense. To put it bluntly, people become a little dizzy after drinking too much. After a few drinks at the banquet, while these Indian chiefs were still sober, Liang Zhao took a feather arrow, broke it, and swore to break the arrow with these Indian chiefs. Since you elected me as the chief, I have the obligation to mediate the disputes between your tribes. You are the chief sent by God to save us, and we are willing to listen to your opinions, the slightly drunk Pomo chieftain Big Bison said. Big Bison, I hope that the Pomo and Klamath tribes can live in peace. Liang Zhao walked to Big Bison and said to Big Bison, among all the Indian tribes, the most intense conflicts are between the Pomo and Klamath tribes. No way. The Pomo tribe killed 28 warriors of our tribe, and this blood debt must be paid with blood. When mentioning the Klamath tribe, Big Bison's face fell instantly. There is an irreconcilable hatred between us and the Klamath tribe. If I don't avenge this hatred, I can't explain to my people. Big Bison, you also killed 36 people of our Klamath tribe. The chief of the Klamath tribe, Makwick, was also unwilling to be outdone. We haven't settled this account yet. It was your people who rashly entered my territory. What do you mean by your territory? 60 years ago, it was our Klamath tribe's territory. The two started arguing. Seeing that the two were caught in an endless argument and neither of them would give in, Liang Zhao had to grab the gun from the guard beside him and fired a shot at Xianming, which made the two quiet down. Big Bison, you just said that I was willing to listen to my opinions. What? You just said it, and now you forget it? Liang Zhao scolded sternly. And you, Makwick? You keep saying that you recognize me as your chief, but you quarrel in front of me as if no one is around. In my opinion, you don't have me as your chief in your heart. I don't care if I am not a chief in name only. I don't care about your mess. Keep quarreling. Keep fighting. Fight until the white people come and destroy your entire tribe. The past grudges will be completely wiped out. By then, there will be no Pomo tribe or Klamath tribe in the world. After saying that, Liang Zhao angrily pretended to leave. Of course, this was just a show for Big Buffalo and Makwick. Even if Big Buffalo and Makwick didn't care about Liang Zhao's departure, other Indian tribes would keep Liang Zhao and would not sit idly by and watch him leave. They also hoped that Liang Zhao would provide them with weapons and help them train the warriors in the tribe. As Liang Zhao expected, the Indian chiefs of the other tribes hurriedly dissuaded Liang Zhao when they saw this. Hills and the deer hunter also blamed Big Buffalo and Makwick, complaining that they did not give the chief any face. Big Chief, please forgive our rudeness. Big Buffalo and Makwick had to apologize to Liang Zhao. Liang Zhao ordered people to serve 2 glasses of wine and said to the two, our common enemy is the white people in Portland, not the brother tribes of the same skin color. If you only have hatred in your hearts, it will only benefit the white people. Drink this glass of wine, and the grievances between the Pomo and Klamath tribes will be wiped out from now on, and the old hatreds between the tribes will not be mentioned again. The Indians were not united internally. The reason why the United States was able to force the Indians in North America into an endangered situation in just a century. In addition to the crushing of the civilization level, part of the reason was that the white politicians in the United States took advantage of the conflicts between different Indian tribes, winning over some Indians to deal with other Indians, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Big Bison and Makwick looked at each other and drank the wine in the cup. Although the two did not make up for the past, their emotions also eased a lot, at least not as tense as before. I led the Klamath tribe south for the survival of the tribe. Now that Burnett has been eliminated, the Klamath tribe can safely return to the territory of Oregon to continue living. It's just that our tribe is short of supplies now. I hope you Pomo people can give me some time to raise supplies. After drinking a whole glass of wine, Makwick felt much more comfortable and said to Big Bison, that's right. We are all brother tribes. When we have difficulties, we should sympathize with each other, help each other, and overcome difficulties together. Liang Zhao also took a glass of wine from Deng Yan, raised his head and drank the wine, and then smashed the glass hard on the stone. The glass was instantly broken into pieces and became a pile of glass shards. Liang Zhao pointed at the glass shards and said, if any tribe dares to provoke a war in the future, the end will be the same as this wine glass. The Indian chiefs nodded in agreement. After Makwick made concessions, Liang Zhao also promised to give Makwick a batch of supplies, mainly food and cloth, to help the Klamath tribe return to the Oregon territory and rebuild their homes. At the same time, Liang Zhao also provided the Indian tribe with a batch of farm tools and seeds. As for oxen, Liang Zhao himself was short of them and could not provide them. In order to develop arable land in the Central Valley, Liang Zhao also purchased a large number of horses from Mexico and Central America as draft horses to make up for the shortage of oxen. Liang Zhao provided Walter with a sketch of a steam tractor, but it was not known whether Walter could make a steam tractor. The internal combustion engine could not be developed in a short time without technical accumulation. Liang Zhao also hoped to be able to develop an internal combustion engine so early, but the steam engine technology was already very mature in the mid-19th century. It is still feasible to miniaturize the steam engine and invent a steam tractor. Although the steam engine has a low fuel utilization rate, as long as coal is cheap enough, the steam tractor can still be promoted. After returning to San Francisco, Liang Zhao began to prepare for the expedition to Japan in full swing, preparing the supplies and ammunition needed for the expedition. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Liang Zhao also entrusted Guangzhou merchants to raise food and military supplies for him in Guangdong. Perry also wrote a letter, saying that the American East India Fleet had arrived in Panama. When Liang Zhao received the letter, he estimated that Perry had already reached the west coast of Mexico. The telegraph line that the California Telegraph Bureau began to lay at the beginning of last year has also been connected to Houston, and Houston already has a telegraph line from the American First Telegraph Bureau directly to New York and Washington. Liang Zhao can now obtain information from the eastern region more quickly through telegraphs and micromanage the companies of the American group in the East. Europe was not peaceful during this period. The first batch of news Liang Zhao obtained through telegraphs was about Napoleon III. Last year, in December 1851, Napoleon III launched a coup and succeeded. He extended his presidential term by amending the constitution, which shocked the European countries. Europeans remembered the fear that the whole of Europe was dominated by Napoleon II's uncle. The attitude of the European countries towards Napoleon II's coup was complicated. On the one hand, the European countries dominated by monarchy regarded the French Second Republic as an alien republic. On the other hand, France's transformation from a republic to an empire was what they wanted to see, but they did not want the emperor of the French Empire to be from the Napoleon family. Half a century ago, the powerful France that swept across Europe under the rule of Napoleon still made the European countries feel scared. They did not want France to have another emperor from the Napoleon family, especially a French emperor as talented and wise as Napoleon I. The rapid success of Napoleon II's coup also showed that the Napoleon family still had residual power in France, and the French people all missed Napoleon. This also made France's neighbors full of vigilance. However, it was only vigilance. France's neighbors were still weak. Whether it was the first generation of the British Empire, Spain, which had long been in power in the West, or the German states headed by Prussia and Austria in the East, they had no ability to interfere in France's internal affairs. Tsarist Russia, which was complacent about the title of European gendarmes, focused its attention on the Crimean Peninsula, wanting to seize a coveted Black Sea outlet from the Ottoman Empire. In general, as long as Napoleon II could handle the relationship with Britain well, the current environment on the European continent was very favorable for Napoleon III. Extending the presidential term was just a stopgap measure for Napoleon III, and Liang Zhao was clear about this. Not to mention extending the presidential term, even a lifelong president would not satisfy Napoleon II's appetite. After going through hardships and obstacles, Napoleon III returned to the French political arena with a very clear goal, which was to restore the once powerful French Empire and the glory of the Napoleon family during his uncle's time, with the ideal ambition of benefiting the country at all costs and reviving the family. The restoration of the French Empire will be at the end of this year. The golden statue Liang Zhao had previously given to Napoleon III was not given in vain. Napoleon III was also very happy after receiving Liang Zhao's letter. Especially the title at the beginning, His Majesty Napoleon III. Napoleon III felt very useful. Napoleon III wrote a reply to Liang Zhao in person, expressing his welcome to the American gold tycoon to invest in France. If Liang Zhao is willing to invest in France, he can give Liang Zhao some preferential policies. At the same time, Napoleon was so happy that he gave Liang Zhao a pair of swords as a gift. However, these are all imaginary. The more substantial thing is that the 2,000-ton steam frigates Liang Zhao bought from France in the name of the American group last year arrived in San Francisco under the escort of his old friend, Rear Admiral Trot Merlin, the commander of the French Pacific Fleet. Liang Zhao was worried that he only had one 2,000-ton Roland to show off, and his own maritime force was not strong enough for the trip to Asia. The 2 warships ordered from France can be said to have come at the right time, very timely. Chapter 262 Kerosene. Is this kerosene? Liang Zhao looked at the research results that Nobel showed him. The light yellow liquid in the glass container, when you get close to it, you can smell the pungent smell of the liquid. I haven't thought of a name yet, after all, this is a newly discovered liquid, but the name you gave is very appropriate, let's call it kerosene, Nobel said excitedly. At this time, Nobel did not realize that these liquids would change the life of the entire human civilization in the future. This thing called kerosene would light up the night of human cities and make people's nightlife richer. Although there is whale oil now, due to the limited production and cost, not all cities can afford to use whale oil as fuel for street lamps. Even as rich as San Francisco, only the commercial streets and civic squares in the center of San Francisco can keep the lights on all night. Cities in the world that use whale oil as fuel for street lamps on a large scale can be counted on one's fingers, and there are only a few wealthy big cities such as London, Paris and New York. Moreover, with a large-scale hunting of whales by humans, the number of whales has dropped sharply. Now the number of whales caught by humans is getting smaller and smaller every year, and the price of whale products has also been rising. Liang Zhao, whose soul comes from the 21st century, is not a common item in life. The kerosene Liang Zhao most often comes into contact with is the kerosene in lighters in later generations. This color doesn't look pure enough, and there is no purer kerosene, Liang Zhao asked Nobel. The color of relatively pure kerosene should be colorless, and the light yellow color indicates that the kerosene extracted by Nobel's distillation is not pure enough. Yes, the light yellow kerosene is extracted on a large scale, and I still have refined kerosene here, as he said. Nobel brought another tube of colorless kerosene. The refined kerosene is not much different from the kerosene Liang Zhao saw in later generations. Liang Zhao was very satisfied with Nobel's results. He brought 2 kerosene lamps that were improved based on whale oil lamps, poured kerosene into the kerosene lamps and lit them. This kind of lamp is also called a horse lantern, a wind-killing lantern, or a boat lantern in China. It is widely praised for its practicality and good wind resistance. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, when electric lights were not yet popular, this kind of lamp was still widely used in rural areas of China. Everyone looked at the flickering flame in the kerosene lamp with curiosity. Since it was daytime, Liang Zhao asked Hu Jinshan to draw the curtains so that he could better observe the lighting effect of kerosene. The lighting effect of the kerosene lamp lived up to expectations. The 2 kerosene lamps illuminated the spacious reception room. In fact, 1 kerosene lamp was enough. The reason why Liang Zhao lit 2 kerosene lamps was to observe how big the difference was between the kerosene crudely purified by large-scale distillation and the kerosene refined by multiple distillations. The result is obvious. In terms of lighting effect, there is no difference between the 2. The only slight difference is that the light yellow kerosene has a faint pungent smell when burning, while the colorless kerosene has almost no odor. You did a great job, Liang Zhao patted Nobel's shoulder with great respect. Human civilization will enter a new era from now on, an era full of light in the dark night. The significance of kerosene is self-evident. In the 19th century, there were many ways to make money in America, but if you want to say what is the most profitable, the answer is undoubtedly oil. Steel tycoon Andrew Carnegie spent his entire life catching up with the wealth of oil tycoon Rockefeller and chasing the title of the richest man in America. Unfortunately, even though Carnegie was riding on the east wind of America's great infrastructure, the steel he produced at the Pittsburgh steel plant was in short supply. Steel is needed to upgrade rails, steel bridges across rivers such as the Mississippi River need steel, new skyscrapers in cities need steel, and shipbuilding needs steel. However, until Andrew Carnegie's steel plant output exceeded Britain's steel output, his wealth still did not exceed Rockefeller's oil empire. Even at the peak of Andrew Carnegie's wealth, his wealth was only about $500 million, not even half of Rockefeller's. At the same time, Andrew Carnegie was already the richest man in the United States besides Rockefeller. And Rockefeller's oil empire, with a wealth of $1.4 billion, became the richest man in the history of the United States and the undisputed richest man in the Gilded Age. When Rockefeller died in 1933, he left behind a huge fortune of $1.4 billion, accounting for 15% of the GNP of the United States that year. It is not an exaggeration to say that he was rich enough to rival a country. Before the advent of the electrical age and the popularization of electric lights, there was no cheapest lighting fuel for this era, no one else. The importance of kerosene in the 19th century is like the importance of electricity to mankind in the 20th and 21st centuries. This thing is a rigid demand and can be used by every family. In other words, kerosene can make money from everyone. As for the gradual popularization of electricity in developed countries at the end of this century, and the gradual replacement of kerosene lamps by electric lights, Liang Zhao is not worried about this problem. Electric lights have been popularized in developed countries, but not on developing countries. Kerosene lamps still have a market in developing countries. Before the 1980s, kerosene was widely used in rural areas of China. Furthermore, before electricity became popular in developed countries, the internal combustion engine was also invented. By the end of this century, the most important function of oil was no longer lighting fuel, but engine fuel. As long as you control oil, you will control the future of mankind for at least the next 2 centuries. Liang Zhao sent a telegram to Deng Wenchen in Los Angeles, asking Deng Wenchen to come to see him as soon as possible. At this time, the California Railway, San Francisco-Los Angeles, had been open to traffic. After the opening of this railway, it was completely operating at a loss. The flow of personnel and materials between San Francisco and Los Angeles was not frequent, and there was almost no demand for the railway. After all, Los Angeles has been a small town with a population of less than 10,000 until now. The California Railway is very controversial in California. Many California tycoons believe that this is the most failed investment of Liang Zhao, a business genius. It is very stupid to spend tens of millions of dollars to build a railway in a small town with a population of less than 10,000 and no development potential. Of course, some people also believe that Liang Zhao's political purpose in building the California Railway is greater than the economic purpose. After the construction of the California Railway, once something happens on the border, the California Army will be able to drive directly to the US-Mexico border in just 2 or 3 days. But they were all wrong. Liang Zhao built this railway for the purpose of making money. This railway will become the most profitable railway in the West Coast. How can you ordinary people see the potential of Los Angeles? Less than 9 hours after the telegram was sent, Deng Wenchen appeared in front of Liang Zhao. "Third brother, why did you suddenly come to me? Is there anything urgent?" Deng Wenchen asked. "Have you bought all the land in Los Angeles?" Liang Zhao asked Deng Wenchen very seriously. "All the land with owners has been bought, and the unowned land has also been occupied. Except for a small amount of self-cultivated land of Los Angeles residents, almost all the land in Los Angeles belongs to the American group," Deng Wenchen said after thinking carefully. "Very good," Liang Zhao nodded with great satisfaction. "Drill a few more wells, extract more crude oil and store it. I will send people to Los Angeles to open a company and set up a factory. You will be in charge of the company in Los Angeles for the time being." Set up a factory in Los Angeles? Deng Wenchen's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he became energetic. "Really, would I lie to you?" Liang Zhao said unhappily. "You always said that Los Angeles and San Francisco were raised by their biological mothers, Sacramento was raised by their mistresses, and Los Angeles was raised by their stepmothers. It seems that I have not invested in Los Angeles. Didn't I move a steel plant to Los Angeles a while ago? I did move a steel plant there. But the steel plant is not that profitable and does not attract many people." Deng Wenchen smiled. "This time is different. The factory we opened in Los Angeles this time is more profitable than gold. I haven't announced it to the outside world yet. We will do it ourselves first. As long as we build the oil company in Los Angeles will not have to worry about no one," Liang Zhao said. Nobel showed him kerosene just now, and Liang Zhao did not notify others to come to Tingtao Garden to observe. Liang Zhao can selflessly share other ways of making money with everyone, but not oil. The current situation of California's shallow and easy-to-mine oil can be mined in less than 20 years. However, with the mining technology of this era, the oil in Los Angeles is more than enough to be mined for 100 years. In the future, Liang Zhao wants to expand his private army, not only to support the army, but also the navy. He also relies on the oil in Los Angeles to support the army. He must take the majority of the oil in Los Angeles. Liang Zhao called Deng Wenchen into the study and explained to Deng Wenchen some specific matters about mining oil and refining kerosene. On April 15, 1852, Liang Zhao arrived at the port of St. Francis. Also accompanying him were Deng Yan, a well-known figure in the Huaxia Chamber of Commerce, and California politicians. People who didn't know the inside story thought that this was to welcome Perry's American East India Fleet. In fact, Liang Zhao was just welcoming an ordinary Chinese woman, but the identity of this woman was a little special. She was his current Deng Lan. Soon, the chimney of the James Day, the most luxurious passenger ship of the global shipping company, appeared on the sea level in the distance, followed by the entire hull of the James Day. Sven, the president of the global shipping company, personally took the helm and drove the James Day into the port of San Francisco, and docked the James Day steadily at the dock. "Madam, this is San Francisco." After the ship stopped steadily, Sven said to Deng Lan, who was standing on the deck and looking at the dock. "Thank you, Captain Sven, for all the way." Deng Lan thanked Sven. I dare not, it is my honor to serve you, madam." "Are you satisfied with this voyage?" Because he has only taken the Chinese route for more than 2 years and often dealt with Chinese people, Sven's Chinese has become very proficient. Sven can now even speak Cantonese fluently, but his accent is a bit strange. "The foreign ship is very stable, there is nothing wrong with it," Deng Lan smiled. Although the Pacific Ocean was bumpy, the James Day was at least a large ship of more than 2,000 tons, much more stable than the small sampan Deng Lan took when she went fishing in her early years. Along the way, Deng Lan didn't even get seasick. Liang Zhao followed the original owner's memory and soon saw Deng Lan getting off the boat. He stepped forward and called out, "Mom," bringing her biological mother to California to enjoy a good life and leaving the suffocating traditional family in Xiangshan was the only thing Liang Zhao could do for the original owner now. "Yaoer." Seeing Liang Zhao, Deng Lan couldn't help but burst into tears. Deng Lan was originally chosen as a concubine by Liang Zhao's father Liang Xiaochen. The reason why Liang Xiaochen took Deng Lan as a concubine was nothing more than his love for Deng Lan's appearance. Therefore, there was almost no affection between the couple, and Deng Lan didn't have much affection for the Liang family. In the entire Liang family, the only people Deng Lan really cared about were his two sons, Liang Zhao and Liang Wei. To be honest, you left Guangdong in the 29th year of Dao Guang, 1849, and now more than 3 years have passed. When you first left, I didn't know how you were doing in America. Later, you sent me a letter saying that you had made a fortune in California, the United States. Only then did I feel relieved." Deng Lan looked at Liang Zhao, who was half a head taller than her, and smiled with relief. "You are much taller and stronger than when you left Guangdong, but you are also a lot darker." Deng Yan couldn't help but say, "Third sister, you are a promising child now. You are a frontier official in America who holds military and political power. You are my immediate superior and you are in charge of thousands of soldiers." "Really?" Deng Lan just smiled faintly. "I don't understand American affairs, but as long as you are doing well, I will be relieved, and my cousin is also my superior now. I am now managing a large bank for my cousin." Deng Ying came forward and took Deng Lan's hand and said, "Yinger is getting more and more beautiful, and you are not young anymore, you are old enough to get married. Do you have a crush on someone in California?" Deng Lan asked Deng Ying with a smile. "Auntie," Deng Ying stamped her feet. "Since she came to California, this little girl has become more and more disrespectful. Even I can't control her. Let her be. It's her own business if she can't get married." Deng Yan glared at Deng Ying. "Has the Liang family made things difficult for mother?" Liang Zhao asked with concern. "Since you became rich, everyone in the Liang family has treated me very politely and never made things difficult for me. Your grandfather was ill, and he wanted to take a boat to California to see you, but he was worried that he was too old and weak to withstand the wind and waves on the sea, so he asked me to tell you that he hoped you could go back to see him when you are free," Deng Lan said to Liang Zhao. "When I have time, I will go back to see him," Liang Zhao said lightly. Brother, Liang Wei, who was hiding behind Deng Lan, looked up at Liang Zhao and shouted. Liang Zhao stepped forward and touched Liang Wei's head. Liang Wei has grown so tall. Liang Zhao is his younger brother. If Liang Zhao remembers correctly, Liang Wei is 14 years old. When he left home, Liang Wei was only 11 years old. When you first left, this kid kept saying that he wanted to go to America to find you. When he really saw you in America, he was speechless, Deng Lan said while holding Liang Wei's hand. It doesn't matter. Let him slowly adapt to the new environment, Liang Zhao said. Chapter 263 Expedition Lineup. This time, Deng Lan came with several Liang family members. Compared with the last time, the Liang family members lowered their attitude this time. They just hoped to find a job to make a living here in the name of relying on Liang Zhao. This also made Liang Zhao feel a lot more comfortable. Liang Zhao is indeed lacking reliable people now. Friends and relatives, blood ties, in this era, to a certain extent, also represent loyalty and trust. Since the Liang family has lowered their attitude, as long as the Liang family members are capable, Liang Zhao does not mind arranging some tasks for them and starting from the grassroots level of the American group. I heard that Liang Sheng is still working in the mines. Your grandfather hopes that you can forgive this child for his ignorance and for offending you for his sake, and give him a chance to reform, Deng Lan said to Liang Zhao. Looking at the son in front of him, Deng Lan inexplicably felt a sense of strangeness. He always felt that the current Liang Zhao was completely different from the Liang Zhao he used to be in Xiangshan. As long as Liang Sheng knows his mistake, everything can be discussed. I am not a petty person. Liang Zhao knew in his heart that Liang Sheng was at most sent by the Liang family to test his attitude and bottom line. Now the Liang family knew his attitude and knew that Liang Zhao's assets in California were beyond their reach. Facing the reality, he did not need to let Liang Sheng continue to mine. In total, from Sacramento to Nevada, this kid has been mining for more than a year. Why are there so many people on the dock? Deng Lan looked at the unfamiliar faces on the dock and said a little uncomfortably. They are all here to greet you. Liang Zhao smiled. I am now a powerful figure in California. You are my mother. When you come to California, they should give me some face. I understand, but there are so many foreigners, and I can't speak foreign language. What should I do? Deng Lan has been a concubine of the Liang family for more than 20 years. When Liang Weiming, the old man of the Liang family, was still a secretary in the capital, many people came to visit him during the holidays. Although Deng Lan didn't have much knowledge, she still understood this point. You don't need to speak, just nod your head to understand, Liang Zhao said. In early May 1852, Perry's East India Fleet arrived at the port of San Francisco. There were 4 warships in total for Perry's expedition to Japan this time, namely, flagship Mississippi steam paddle wheel frigate, 1,692 tons, with 380 crew members. Saskatchewan steam-powered paddle wheel wooden hull frigate, 2,450 tons, with 300 crew members. Plymouth sail-powered wooden hull frigate, 989 tons, 220 people. Saratoga sail-powered wooden hull frigate, 882 tons, with 210 crew members. This is also the lineup when Perry knocked on the door of Japan in history. These 4 warships are already in relatively good condition in the American Navy, but in terms of the level of warships, let alone the 2 antiques of the sail era, the Plymouth and the Saratoga, the 2 steam paddle wheel frigates, the Mississippi and the Saskatchewan, are not very advanced among the great powers. At the same time, Britain and France have begun to build propeller-driven warships and consider gradually phasing out paddle wheel warships. Even for the paddle wheel warships in service, Britain and France have installed pig iron plates on both sides of their warships to improve the protection capabilities of the warships. The 2,000-ton frigates Yangwei and Cheoang sold to and by the French are a little smaller, but iron plates are still installed on both sides to enhance the protection capabilities of the warships. It can be seen that the American Navy in the mid-19th century was not a little bit behind Britain and France. But this is also reasonable. After all, the military expenditure of the United States is not at the same level as that of Britain and France. Even so, the people of San Francisco, under the organization of Liang Zhao, went to the port to warmly welcome Perry's fleet. I originally planned to use the Powhatan as the flagship, but unfortunately the Powhatan broke down shortly after it set off and had to be towed back to Baltimore for repairs. After landing, Perry said with regret. The Powhatan is a steam-powered wooden cruiser with a displacement of 2,415 tons, which is larger than his flagship Mississippi. If the Powhatan can participate in the expedition, the strength of the American East India Fleet will be greatly enhanced. The Mississippi and the Saskatchewan are enough to deter the Japanese shogunate authorities, Liang Zhao said lightly. Not to mention the Mississippi and the Saskatchewan, even sailing warships such as the Plymouth and the Saratoga, which have a displacement of less than 1,000 tons, are large ships in the eyes of the Little Japan. Moreover, the weaker the strength of the American East India Fleet, the more opportunities Liang Zhao will have to perform. Liang Zhao only had this chance to become a general before the American Civil War. As long as Japan won the battle of founding a country, even if some high-ranking officials in the United States were unwilling to grant Liang Zhao the rank of brigadier general, public opinion would not agree. "I hope so," Perry murmured. At this time, Perry's mood was similar to that of the British when they went to war with the Qing dynasty. He was unsure and uneasy. Although Japan is a small Japan in the eyes of the Chinese, it depends on who it is compared with. The so-called size and length are all compared. Being a neighbor next to the giant China, Japan naturally looks small. But if Japan is placed in Europe, with its land area and population, it is definitely a big country with a good reputation. Even in front of the United States of the same period, Japan is not a small country. According to more conservative statistics, the population of Japan during this period has exceeded 30 million, which is not only higher than that of the United States, but also higher than that of the United Kingdom of the same period. If traditional hidden households are included, Japan's population data will only be higher. Liang Zhao could understand Perry's uneasiness. When Britain first went to war with the Qing dynasty, it was also uncertain. "We will definitely return victorious on this expedition," Liang Zhao said to Perry confidently. "Are you so sure?" Perry was skeptical. "Because I know Japan better than you do." Liang Zhao reached out and took a file bag from Connie, and handed it to Perry. "This is some information about Japan that I have collected and sorted out. I hope it will be helpful to you." This information was collected by spies Liang Zhao sent to Japan and Chinese businessmen doing business in Japan. "Thank you very much." Perry took the file bag handed over by Liang Zhao and said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to do such a thorough preparation. With a partner like you, I am more confident. How are the supply ships for the expedition prepared?" "They are all on standby at the port and can set off at any time." Liang Zhao pointed to the ships moored at the port for this expedition. Perry looked in the direction Liang Zhao pointed. When he saw the 4 ships, including the James Day, which were used as supply ships and transport ships, Perry was just a little happy, and had no other extra feelings. Although these ships were large ships of more than 1,000 tons, especially the James Day, which had a displacement that exceeded Perry's flagship at a glance, these ships were civilian ships, and there was nothing strange about them. But when Perry's eyes fell on the Roland, Yang Wei, and Chaoyang, Perry instantly became uneasy. "Damn, this guy has 3 warships, and they are covered with iron sheets. Is this a warship? It looks like a French warship." "How did you get it?" Perry said in shock. "I exchanged gold with the French. The American Navy cannot provide protection for California on the west coast. California's coastline is very long, and British ships often cruise along the California coastline. We Californians have to find ways to save ourselves. Besides, my global shipping company also has routes that need armed protection," Liang Zhao said. The fact that he owned warships could be concealed for a while, but not forever. Moreover, Liang Zhao had no intention of hiding it. America was not the Qing dynasty, and having a few warships was not a treasonous thing. Moreover, Liang Zhao had very sufficient reasons to own warships. He paid for the protection of California's coastline and the sea routes of the American group. The Navy Department, the War Department and the President were very happy. For them, as long as they could do it without spending the federal government's money, it was a good thing. "Did you also hire sailors from the French Navy?" Perry asked curiously. "That's not the case. We just hired some French instructors and gunners to train the crew. Most of the crew were recruited by themselves." Liang Zhao shook his head and said. After more than a year of training, the crew on the Roland were already qualified sailors. But Liang Zhao had only taken over the Yang Wei and Chaoyang for a short time. Some of the crew on the ship were from the Global Shipping Company, and the other part were retired naval personnel from various countries recruited from the public. The source of California's population is complex, but complexity also has its advantages. That is, retired military personnel from various countries can be recruited. Liang Zhao even recruited more than 50 retired sailors from the British Royal Navy. "With your 3 warships, I am full of confidence in this expedition," Perry said confidently. Previously, Perry felt sorry that the Powhatan, which he had been thinking about, could not participate in this expedition. Now, a Roland can completely make up for the loss of combat power of the Powhatan. There is a barracks of the California militia near the dock. If the Navy soldiers want to disembark, they can rest in this barracks. "There is plenty of food and water in the barracks," Liang Zhao said to Perry as he walked. "Since you are here, I will send a telegram to Washington now. Can the telegram here be sent to Washington? Perry was very surprised. The Oregon region became a territory of the United States in 1846, and there is still no telegraph line in the region. California officially became a territory of the United States in 1848. I didn't expect that it would be able to communicate with Washington by telegraph so soon. Yes, it has only been a short time since the telegraph was connected, Liang Zhao replied. I'll go to the telegraph room with you. I'm going to send a telegram to the Navy Department to report the situation of the East India Fleet, Perry said. After reporting the situation to Washington, Perry's more than 1,100 naval officers and soldiers boarded the ship and set off after a short rest in San Francisco. Compared with the Navy's expeditionary lineup, Liang Zhao's Army lineup is more luxurious. The California militia took over the defense of the Arizona Infantry Regiment and the California Infantry Regiment on the U.S.-Mexico border. For Mexico, which has a weak military force, Liang Zhao really looked down on the Mexican army. One militia regiment is enough to deal with it. The California Infantry Regiment and Elvis Arizona Infantry Regiment participated in this expedition. Among them, the Arizona Infantry Regiment had just replaced the Walter M1852 rifle, which can be said to be a shotgun for a cannon, and the firepower reached a level similar to that of the California Infantry Regiment. The soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment were fond of the weapons they had just replaced. Of course, what made them most happy was that they could participate in this expedition. Since the sweetness of the Mexican-American War, the enthusiasm for war in the United States has been very high, from the government to the people, from ordinary people to soldiers. Especially the soldiers in the Army, because the speed of promotion in wartime is much faster than in peacetime, and war is one of their few opportunities for advancement. After more than 2,000 Army officers and soldiers from the California Infantry Regiment and the Arizona Infantry Regiment boarded the ship, the fleet sailed towards the west in a mighty manner. The Roland is Liang Zhao's flagship, and the two frigates Chaoyang and Yangwei are guarding the Roland on the left and right, and behind them are 4 merchant ships of the Global Shipping Company. These 4 merchant ships are now responsible for transporting troops and supplies along the way. Sven, who has traveled the Pacific route countless times, is already familiar with this route, and even knows how many people need to consume how much supplies. The first stop of the fleet is Hawaii, where the fleet will make the final supply. Since the French Navy's Pacific Fleet left Hawaii, Liang Zhao and Britain and France have reached an agreement that the 3 parties will adhere to the attitude of shelving disputes and jointly developing, and work together to develop and build Hawaii. Together, we will make the Kingdom of Hawaii a shining pearl in the Pacific Ocean. All the islands in the Hawaiian Islands are in the tropics, and the islands are not far apart, but the population distribution on each island is very different. Hawaii Island, also known as the Big Island, is the largest island in the Hawaiian Islands, but it is not the most populous island in Hawaii. Generally speaking, in the same area, the distribution of human population follows the eternal principle of the larger the area, the more people. But this is not the case in the Hawaiian Islands. The Hawaiian Island, Big Island, which covers an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers and accounts for about 60% of the area of the Hawaiian Islands, has been geologically active, with volcanic eruptions and earthquakes from time to time. Therefore, the population of Hawaii Island has not grown, and the degree of development is very limited. Among the 8 main islands in the Hawaiian Islands, Oahu Island, also known as Oahu Island, which ranks 3rd in area, is the core island of the entire Hawaiian Islands. It ranks first among the Hawaiian Islands in terms of population and development. Due to the relatively stable geology of Oahu and its long history of development, the fertile volcanic ash also makes the island suitable for agricultural planting and can support a larger population. Oahu soon became the core area of the Hawaiian Islands, and 2/3 of the population of the Hawaiian Islands lived on Oahu. The focus of the competition between Britain, France and the United States for the Hawaiian Islands was mainly around Oahu. Due to the influence of the coastal topography, Oahu also has a good deep water port. One of the more famous deep water ports is Pearl Harbor. Japan attacked Pearl Harbor during World War II, and it was also the starting point of the Pacific War in World War II. Honolulu, the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, called Honolulu by the Chinese, is also located on Oahu. Pearl Harbor on Oahu is also a Pacific transit station built by Liang Zhao to provide supplies for the fleet across the Pacific. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, The King of a Small Country. There are two main ports on Oahu. One is Honolulu, the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, which is the port of Honolulu. The other is Pearl Harbor near the new city Pearl City. Liang Zhao's main port is Pearl Harbor. The harbor is named Pearl Harbor because of the abundance of pearls near the harbor. Pearl Harbor is a new port, and Honolulu port is an old port. Therefore, the cost of developing and operating a new port is higher than that of an old port with more complete facilities, but Liang Zhao finally chose to develop the new port of Pearl City. One reason is that the current state of the Kingdom of Hawaii is the result of a three-way game compromise between Britain, France and the United States. In addition to the power of the United States and Liang Zhao on the island, Britain and France still have a great influence on the Kingdom of Hawaii. This is why the United States has been unable to swallow the fat meat of the Kingdom of Hawaii, but has chosen a more gentle way to slowly infiltrate the Kingdom of Hawaii. Britain and France are still arguing over the ownership of the port of Honolulu until now. Liang Zhao does not want to wade into the muddy waters of Britain and France, so he chose to start a new business and built and expanded Pearl Harbor as an important transit station for global shipping companies. Secondly, because Pearl Harbor is in the shape of a pocket and has a relatively closed terrain, as long as coastal defense guns are set up on both sides to lock the narrow channel into the harbor, it will be difficult for foreign ships to enter Pearl Harbor, making it an ideal military port. The terrain of Honolulu Harbor is relatively open. Once attacked from the sea, the ships anchored in the port will be exposed to the range of enemy ships' artillery. The population structure of Hawaii is very complex. After experiencing many wars and diseases, the population of the Kingdom of Hawaii has dropped sharply. In the 1770s, there were still 300,000 indigenous residents on the islands of the Kingdom of Hawaii, but by the 1850s, even if foreign immigrants were included, the population of the entire Kingdom of Hawaii was only 80,000. In addition to indigenous residents, the Kingdom of Hawaii has missionaries and plantation owners from Britain, France and other countries. There are also immigrants and slaves from all over the world, among which the largest number of immigrants are from China recently, followed by immigrants from Japan. Pearl City is a gathering place for Chinese immigrants. Among the tens of thousands of people in Pearl City, 80% are Chinese immigrants who have just settled in Pearl City not long ago. Although the French claim that they came to Hawaii in 1850 and brought a modern civilized democratic system to the Kingdom of Hawaii, it was only a facade. The power of the Kingdom of Hawaii was actually in the hands of the British and the French. The economic pillar of the Kingdom of Hawaii was the plantation economy based on sugarcane plantations. For some well-known purposes, the United States exempted sugar from the Kingdom of Hawaii, so almost all the sugar produced by the Kingdom of Hawaii was exported to the United States. To put it bluntly, it was exported to California, which means that the economic lifeline of the Kingdom of Hawaii was in the hands of Californians. Hawaii's geographical location is too important. It would be great if Hawaii was a territory of the United States. Perry said unabashedly after the ship slowly entered Pearl Harbor. As a naval commander, Perry naturally hoped that the United States could become a powerful maritime power like the British Empire. Perry's ambitions can also be seen from his writings. Perry was also one of the earliest practitioners of American sea power. There is no doubt that the United States has the ability to annex Hawaii, but it cannot afford the consequences of annexing Hawaii. At present, being able to get involved in Hawaii together with Britain and France is the best result. Although the United States is not as powerful as Britain and France, it is closer to Hawaii and the cost of projecting influence to Hawaii is lower. This is our advantage. Liang Zhao stood on the deck of the Roland and looked out. As far as his eyes could see, he saw a thriving Pearl Harbor. Just 3 years ago, Pearl Harbor was still a barren land. King Kamehameha II of the Kingdom of Hawaii has a closer attitude towards the United States, which is a good signal for us, Perry said leisurely. It's just that he wants to use the United States to check and balance Britain and France. It can't be said to be a good signal. How could Liang Zhao be hidden from Kamehameha II's little thoughts? Kamehameha II and Liang Zhao also have a good relationship. He repeatedly invited Liang Zhao to Hawaii to visit and get close to Liang Zhao. Of course, Kamehameha II's purpose of inviting Liang Zhao is not so simple. After all, Liang Zhao is now an important government official in the United States. Kamehameha invited Liang Zhao to the Kingdom of Hawaii just to show it to Britain and France. To be honest, Liang Zhao had a good impression of the several kings of the Kingdom of Hawaii. At least the successive kings of the Kingdom of Hawaii have been working hard to maintain the independence of the Kingdom of Hawaii and to keep pace with the world. Even when the Kingdom of Hawaii was destroyed, the last queen, Queen Liliuokalani, did not give up the restoration of the country. This is much better than the emperor of the Qing dynasty. It's just that the starting conditions of the Kingdom of Hawaii were too bad. A few decades ago, the Kingdom of Hawaii was still in a primitive tribal society. Not only was the population sparse, but there was no strategic depth, and the geographical location was very critical. For the above reasons, it was a pipe dream for the Kingdom of Hawaii to maintain its independence. Moreover, the unification of the Kingdom of Hawaii did not rely on its own internal strength. The founding emperor of the Kingdom of Hawaii, Kamehameha, also known as Kamehameha the Great, unified the islands of the Kingdom of Hawaii by purchasing arms from the British to arm his troops. A kingdom unified with the help of external forces will inevitably be unable to get rid of the influence of external forces. After all, there is no free lunch in the world, let alone the British Empire that does business at a loss. This is the sadness of being a monarch of a weak country. All the kings of the Kingdom of Hawaii can do is to wander between the major powers and use the contradictions between the countries to maintain the independent status of the Kingdom of Hawaii. Whether the Kingdom of Hawaii can exist as an independent kingdom does not depend on itself, but on any one of the three parties of Britain, France and the United States. Britain and France have directly invaded the Kingdom of Hawaii by force. While the policy adopted by the United States towards the Kingdom of Hawaii so far is mainly economic infiltration, supplemented by religious infiltration, and has not invaded the Kingdom of Hawaii by force. This is also one of the reasons why the current king of the Kingdom of Hawaii, Kamehameha, is pro-American. Compared with Britain and France, who are not even pretending and blatantly want to annex the Kingdom of Hawaii, the attitude of the United States towards the Kingdom of Hawaii is indeed much kinder. Liang Zhao's sudden visit, or the visit with a warship flying the American flag, surprised Kamehameha. In addition to the surprise, Kamehameha was a little panicked and didn't know what to do. Kamehameha had correspondence with Liang Zhao, but their communication was limited to letters. Kamehameha had not had direct contact with Liang Zhao, did not know Liang Zhao's character, and did not know why Liang Zhao came to visit this time. Uncle, the Americans drove their warships into Pearl Harbor. I went to organize a guard to defend our palace. Kamehameha's 18-year-old nephew Alexander, the future fourth king of Hawaii, Kamehameha, asked Kamehameha nervously. Nonsense. Before Kamehameha could speak, Alexander's mother Elizabeth now began to scold. We act rashly without knowing the other party's intentions, and the situation will only be more disadvantageous to us. The Kingdom of Hawaii was not a country ruled by a single monarch. The model of co-governance had existed in the Kingdom of Hawaii for a long time. Princess Kanau was one of the co-rulers during the reign of Kamehameha. The succession of the Kingdom of Hawaii is also quite complicated. Both traditional succession methods of father to son and elder brother to younger brother have existed. Kamehameha succeeded to the throne as the eldest son of Kamehameha, while the current king of Hawaii Kamehameha is the second son of Kamehameha and the younger brother of Kamehameha. He succeeded to the throne in the way of elder brother to younger brother. In addition to these two more conventional ways of succession, the nephews of the Kamehameha family can also succeed to the throne. For example, Kamehameha and V are both sons of Princess Kanau and nephews of Kamehameha. The sixth king even became a cousin. But they drove the warships directly into our port without informing us in advance, Alexander, who was full of righteousness, said indignantly. The warships of other countries swaggered into the port near the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii without permission. This is a great shame for the Kingdom of Hawaii and the Kamehameha royal family. Do they need to inform you in advance? King Kamehameha stood up from the throne. British, French, when did they ask for our consent before sending warships into Hawaii? Son, what you said is like saying to a gangster who wants to rob your house, hey, remember to say hello to me when you come to rob my house. Uncle, I understand, I was reckless. Is America the gangster who wants to rob our Hawaii? Alexander asked with his fists clenched. Alexander was very familiar with robbing his son. When he was 7 or 8 years old, the British plundered Hawaii, and when he was 14 or 15, the French plundered Hawaii again. Alexander was an eyewitness to both atrocities. It's hard to say. If America wants to plunder Hawaii, there's no need to go to great lengths to help us rebuild the port and the royal palace. Their plundering of Hawaii would also give Britain and France an excuse, which would be very troublesome for America. I don't think American politicians are stupid enough to do that. Besides, our Hawaii was just robbed by the French 2 or 3 years ago, and there's nothing good to rob, Kamehameha calmly. Anyway, the Kamehameha royal family is now penniless, so he is not worried about the royal palace being robbed. Kamehameha said to Alexander earnestly, "My good nephew, the Kingdom of Hawaii, if our Kamehameha family wants to survive, we must understand England, France, America, their domestic political situation, and the conflicts between the three countries." "Do you understand?" "I understand a little bit," Alexander nodded, not quite understanding. "You will fully understand it in the future," Kamehameha sighed helplessly and then said to Alexander, "Go hide my new yacht. Don't let those Americans see it. I'm going to meet the Americans in Pearl City." Although California is the closest land to the Hawaiian Islands, it is nearly 4,000 kilometers from San Francisco to Pearl Harbor. After a 4,000-kilometer voyage, although the Navy and those professional sailors can stand it, it is simply torture for those landlubbers in the Army. After the ship docked, the landlubbers in the Army hurriedly went ashore to rest and prepare to have a good rest before continuing the next voyage. After settling the soldiers of the California Infantry Regiment and the Arizona Infantry Regiment, Liang Zhao and Perry prepared to go to the Royal Palace in Honolulu to meet King Kamehameha of the Kingdom of Hawaii. Unexpectedly, when the two were about to leave, Kamehameha took the initiative to visit them at Pearl Harbor. "Speaker Liang, General Perry, on behalf of the Kingdom of Hawaii, I would like to welcome you two to visit," Kamehameha said to Liang Zhao and Perry insincerely, with a smile on his face. "We were just about to go and see you, but we didn't expect you to condescend to come to Pearl Harbor," Liang Zhao said with a smile. "That's condescending, no. The American group helped us rebuild the port of Honolulu and our royal palace, and the American government also exempted us from tariffs on sugarcane exports. I will remember this and am grateful," Kamehameha said with a smile. When Kamehameha looked up and saw the Roland not far away, he couldn't help but shudder. This familiar warship reminded him of the French invasion of Hawaii. "Is this a French warship?" Kamehameha pointed at the Roland and couldn't help asking. "It used to be, and is now, a frigate under the American group, responsible for maintaining the safety of the sea trade route," Liang Zhao said lightly. "This time I came to Hawaii, I also prepared a gift for you." "Gift?" Kamehameha was skeptical. It was good enough that America didn't ask him for money and property. How could he dare to ask for gifts from America? Besides, were gifts from America so easy to receive? Were they received for free? Although Kamehameha was pro-American, Kamehameha's pro-American attitude was based on practical needs. He was still wary of America. America, like Britain and France, was just a bird of a feather, but it had not yet clearly shown its fangs. Liang Zhao pointed to a yacht with a displacement of about 700 to 800 tons not far away. This yacht was the latest steamship produced by a California shipyard. However, as a gift to the King of Hawaii, the decoration of this steamship was much more luxurious. "You are my friend and the king of a country. Hawaii is an island country. You are inspecting your territory and people on a shabby sailboat. How can this be proper? A king should have the dignity of a king. Therefore, I ask the California shipyard to build this luxury yacht especially for you. You can take this yacht whether you are on a tour or for fun," Liang Zhao said to Kamehameha. Chapter 265 Linding Yang. "Thank you very much. Thank God for giving me a friend like you." Kamehameha was a little flattered in addition to being happy. It was good enough for the great powers to come to the Kingdom of Hawaii without robbing or forcing the royal family of the Kingdom of Hawaii to sign an unequal treaty. It was the first time that they gave him a gift, and a relatively heavy gift. The natives of Hawaii originally believed in primitive religions. Since the colonists arrived in Hawaii under the banner of missionary work, the natives of Hawaii had to abandon their primitive beliefs and turn to Christianity. The attitude of the Kamehameha royal family towards Christianity is also positive. They hope to have an equal dialogue with the white colonists by sharing the same faith with them. But this is just a wishful thinking of the Kamehameha royal family. The reason why the white people do not treat the Kingdom of Hawaii equally is not because the natives of Hawaii are pagans, but because they are weak and can be bullied. "We are friends, you don't have to be polite," Liang Zhao said lightly. He was quite polite to the Hawaiian royal family, but it was not out of sympathy for the weak, but out of fear of Britain and France, so he had to take a relatively gentle approach to the Kingdom of Hawaii and the Kamehameha royal family. Of course, this is also the attitude of Washington, the United States, towards the Kingdom of Hawaii. Do not offend Britain and France, maintain sufficient influence in the Kingdom of Hawaii, do not allow a fourth country to intervene in the Kingdom of Hawaii, and then wait and see what happens and wait for an opportunity to act. When it comes to annexing territory, American politicians still have enough patience. Take the Texas region for example. In fact, after the United States successfully purchased the Louisiana region from France in 1803, American politicians led by the third President of the United States, Thomas Jefferson, had already begun to plan to annex the Texas region. It was only until the 11th President Polk that the plan came to fruition. Within a century of the founding of the United States, many territories were annexed, but generally speaking, these annexations were planned and premeditated. When the United States annexed Texas, the number of American immigrants in Texas had already exceeded that of Mexico. When it annexed Hawaii, American immigrants had already had a great influence in Hawaii. The United States has been reluctant to annex Hawaii, not because of kindness or indecision, but because it is just waiting for the right time. The relationship between the Kingdom of Hawaii and the United States has always been very friendly and harmonious. I wonder why you two brought so many warships with you this time. Although Kamehameha was happy to receive the gift he liked, he was not a king who would lose his ambition because of playing with things. He was still wary of the American warships entering Pearl Harbor. The American Group has the operating rights of Pearl Harbor for 20 years. The American Group is an American company. It is reasonable to provide services for American ships passing by. Liang Zhao frowned and said, that's natural, but I don't know why the American fleet set sail with such fanfare. Is it going to send troops to Japan? Faced with Liang Zhao's remarks, Kamehameha did not dare to say much. He couldn't afford to offend the British, the French, the Americans, and even the Japanese. Kamehameha had seen many British and French fleets traveling to and from Hawaii, but this was the first time that American warships appeared in Hawaii. Kamehameha was not someone who was oblivious to international affairs. Recently, he had heard about the news that the United States had unilaterally declared war on Japan. Kamehameha speculated that the United States was going to send troops to Japan. He heard about the news that the United States had declared war on Japan from the British and French, but the British and French did not take it seriously, so this matter did not cause much waves. In particular, the British sneered after learning about this, thinking that the United States was imitating them by using strong ships and powerful guns to open the door of the Qing dynasty 11 years ago. The more arrogant British Royal Navy generals believed that the United States, as a country with only a second or third-rate navy, did not have the ability to fight across the ocean, and were not optimistic about the United States' action. You should know that when Britain fought against the Qing dynasty, although the main force was drawn from the mainland, Britain had the colony of India and Asia as an outpost to provide logistical support for the Royal Navy. The United States has no colonies overseas. California, the closest to Japan in the United States, is also tens of thousands of nautical miles away from the Japanese archipelago, which is a great test for logistics. You are well informed, Liang Zhao said lightly. It is no secret that the United States declared war on Japan, and there is no problem of leaking secrets. It is okay for Liang Zhao to satisfy Kamehameha's curiosity. Of course, Liang Zhao could not reveal the specific military strength and armaments to Kamehameha. There are also many Japanese immigrants in the Hawaiian Islands. Who knows if there are spies from the Japanese shogunate authorities lurking here? Although Liang Zhao did not tell Kamehameha the answer directly, from Liang Zhao's few words, Kamehameha already had the answer in his mind. The destination of this American fleet was Japan. Kamehameha hesitated for a moment, and then said to Liang Zhao, I want my nephew to follow your fleet to see the world. You have to ask General Perry. General Perry is the supreme commander. Liang Zhao glanced at the sad Kamehameha and said. After thinking about it, Perry felt that this was a good opportunity for America to show off its muscles to the Kingdom of Hawaii, so he agreed to Kamehameha's request. I don't object in principle, but the entourage is limited to members of the Kamehameha royal family. That's natural, that's natural. Kamehameha squeezed a smile on his face and nodded. After the soldiers of the Navy and Army rested in the camp at Pearl Harbor for 3 days, the fleet set off from Pearl Harbor with supplies. Sven drove Liang Zhao on the ship Roland and took charge of the navigation. He sailed towards Guangzhou on the route he was familiar with. It was not a wise move to rashly knock on Edo, today's Tokyo, Japan, when the people and the boat were tired. In history, Perry did not go straight to Edo when he knocked on Japan. The last supply point of Perry's American East India Fleet was Shanghai, China. Perry also took a final rest in Shanghai before setting off for Edo. The troops in lineup of this knock on Japan were obviously more luxurious and powerful than those in history. However, the army officers and soldiers on the ship were very seasick. After all, these soldiers received regular training in the army, and their experience in crossing the sea and fighting across the ocean was far less than those serious Marines. Before the war, it was necessary to give them some time to rest and adjust their condition. At the end of June 1852, Liang Zhao's fleet and Perry's fleet arrived at Lingdingyang. Lingdingyang is also called Lingdingyang. Lingdingyang is located outside the mouth of the Pearl River and is a trumpet-shaped estuary bay. The range of Lingdingyang starts from Human in the north and reaches Hong Kong and Macau in the south. The Lingdingyang in Human is relatively narrow, with a width of about 4 kilometers. Human is the key to entering the Guangzhou area. As long as Human is guarded, the enemy's warships cannot enter the Pearl River estuary to threaten Guangzhou. During the Opium War, Lin Zexu realized the military value of Human, and the Human fort was a military facility that he focused on operating. The fleet entering Human is equivalent to entering the Pearl River and entering Guangzhou. Both Liang Zhao's fleet and Perry's fleet have warships. If they want to enter the cross-border Human upstream, the Guangzhou authorities will definitely not agree. Of course, it is not impossible to force through Human and reach Guangzhou directly, but there is no need to do so. The purpose of Liang Zhao and Perry's trip was to use force to deter Japan from signing a treaty to open the country. He had no need to cause trouble in the Qing dynasty, which would not be good for him. Liang Zhao's ship repair factory in Guangzhou is opened in his hometown of Xiangshan, which is probably located in Zhuhai in later generations. It faces Macau across the sea to the south and Hong Kong Island across the sea to the east. Xiangshan is outside the mouth of the Pearl River, and is still some distance away from Guangzhou, the capital of Guangdong province. The Guangdong authorities are not so sensitive about this place. As for why Liang Zhao opened the ship repair factory and decking in Xiangshan instead of Shanghai, which has more potential in the future, the reason is also very simple. First, he is from Xiangshan himself, and he is familiar with more Guangdong and Fujian merchants. Secondly, immigrants in California mainly come from Guangdong and Fujian. The business atmosphere in Guangdong and Fujian is relatively strong. There has long been a tradition of immigrants going overseas to make a living, and there is not much psychological burden on immigrants. As for the third reason, the Yangtze River Delta region will soon be affected by the war. The waterway at the mouth of the Pearl River is very busy, and there are endless merchant ships coming and going. It's just that the merchant ships leaving the Pearl River estuary are loaded with Chinese local products and silver, while the merchant ships entering the Pearl River estuary are ships of opium. Before the Opium War, opium was still smuggled into the Pearl River estuary, imported into Guangzhou, and then imported from Guangzhou to inland areas such as Zhuangzi and the Two Lakes. Now this route for importing opium still exists, but opium dealers no longer need to load opium onto fast crab boats known for their speed and smuggle it to Guangzhou. Instead, they can directly drive large ships to transport opium into Guangzhou openly. However, the days of these opium dealers in Guangzhou are not as good as before. Although they used to smuggle opium secretly, Guangzhou was the only port for foreign trade of the Qing dynasty and monopolized foreign trade. Now there are 5 ports for trade, and opium imported from Guangzhou to Zhuangzi and the Two Lakes region still faces competition from its counterparts in Shanghai. Opium dealers in Shanghai can use the Yangtze River waterway to import opium to inland areas more conveniently. Under the condition of the same quality of the source of goods, Shanghai's opium is more competitive than Guangzhou's opium. When Lord Lin destroyed opium in Hunan, he hoped that this poison would be banned in China from then on. I didn't expect that today's opium trade would be worse than during the Daoguang period, such as Xin Mei Dengyan, who had personally experienced the Opium War, sigh. He does not smoke opium, but he has seen many people who have lost their families because of smoking opium. In the Guangdong Navy, where he had served, there were many officers and soldiers who smoked opium. What's more, during the war, the soldiers who smoked opium couldn't even stand steadily, and the officers were even worse. Some were carried to the battlefield in sedan chairs. If you want to ban opium in China, it's not enough to have only one Lord Lin. Liang Zhao couldn't help showing a bitter smile on his face. Not to mention one Lin Zexu, even if there were 10 or 100 Lin Zexu, they might not be able to ban the opium trade. The Anglo-Saxons have always been very cunning and snobbish. Only when your strength is strong enough, so strong that the Anglo-Saxons have to weigh the consequences before making a decision, will the Anglo-Saxons abide by your rules and dare not mess around. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Liang Zhao looked solemnly at the merchant ships of various countries traveling between the Pearl River estuary. There are not many steamships in the Far East, so most of the merchant ships seen in the Pearl River reservoir are sailing ships. Most foreign merchant ships fly the Union Jack of the British Empire. In addition to the Union Jack, the most common is the tricolor flag of the Second French Republic. The rest are merchant ships from countries such as Belgium, the Netherlands, Spain, and Portugal. This is not good news for the Qing dynasty. Once the great powers form a community of interests, it will be too late to dismantle the community of interests of the great powers. It's a pity that in the Qing dynasty, which pretended to be asleep, most officials across the country did not notice this serious problem after the bitter lessons of the Opium War. From the central government to the local governments, the attitude towards opium has been completely rotten, and the anti-smoking order during the Daoguang period has long become a dead letter. Some places even openly planted poppies under the idea that it is better for us to make money than for foreigners to make money. A scene of competition between local and foreign tobacco has been formed. Because local officials accepted bribes, their attitude towards the planting of poppies among the people is no longer as simple as turning a blind eye, but directly providing protection for these big opium dealers. It is impossible to completely ban opium under the rule of the corrupt Qing government. The arrival of Liang Zhao's fleet and Perry's East India fleet caused quite a stir in Guangdong. The attitude of the people towards this matter was more of curiosity, while the attitude of the Guangdong government was anxious. In the magnificent Guangdong Fante Yamen, Guangdong Governor Yu Mingchen and Governor Su Guangjin sat in the lobby. It is really abominable that the secret societies and bandits took advantage of the chaos of the Taiping Rebellion. Now the foreigners are adding to the chaos. Since I took office, I have not had a day of peace. Jinghao, Governor Su Guangjin, with a courtesy named Jinghao, the burden of Guangdong is on your shoulders. In this troubled time, you and I must work together, Yu Mingchen complained first, and then said to Su Guangjin. Young Master Yi and Su are people in the same boat, so we should work together. Su Guangjin sat upright and said to Yu Mingchen. I have dealt with foreigners from all over the world, but I mainly dealt with the English, followed by the French. As for the Americans, I know very little about them. Yi Xiaobao, do you have any good strategies to deal with these Americans? Yu Mingchen stroked his beard and felt very comfortable with this title. Yu Mingchen had a very good resume, and he also boasted that he knew military affairs. However, his military exploits were not good enough, and his military exploits were all bandit suppression. In 1850, the 30th year of Emperor Daoguang's reign, he pacified the bandits in Ying County. In 1851, the first year of Emperor Xianfeng's reign, he suppressed the bandits of the Luojing Society, and the bandit leader Wu San was executed. The Qing court was very happy, so it conferred Yu Mingchen the title of Prince Xiaobao. As usual, the Qing court would not give such a high official title for suppressing bandits. Yu Mingchen's luck was really ridiculous. Last year was the time when the God-worshipping society officially started the uprising. Because local officials concealed the truth, the high-ranking officials of the Qing dynasty in the capital city had some discrepancies between their judgment of the bandit problem in Guangxi and the reality, and believed that it was just a group of bandits causing trouble. Therefore, they did not take it too seriously. It was not until the Qing army's anti-bandit operations were repeatedly frustrated and the people below could no longer conceal the truth that the key officials in the Forbidden City realized the seriousness of the matter. Yu Mingchen's victory report came at the right time. This anti-bandit war report inspired the high-ranking officials of the Qing dynasty, and Emperor Xianfeng was so happy that he directly conferred Yu Mingchen the title of Prince's Guardian. Chapter 266 No. Yu Mingchen stroked his beard and said, There are many ways to deal with foreigners, but in the final analysis, it's nothing more than one word. Over the years of dealing with foreigners, Yi Mingchen has his own set of methods. Su Guangjin asked hurriedly, what word? Dealing with foreigners. In the final analysis, it's one word. No, Yi Mingchen expressed his experience in dealing with foreigners. No, Su Guangjin said, puzzled. Yes, when foreigners ask me questions, I don't answer them. I don't ask about foreigners' affairs. If foreigners want to fight, I don't fight. If foreigners fight, I don't surrender, Yi Mingchen said leisurely. Yi Mingchen's contradictory remarks made Su Guangjin confused. Su Guangjin said puzzledly, if the foreigners come to us, we may ignore them. As long as we leave them aside, they may get bored after a long time and stop looking for us. But what is the reason for not fighting and not surrendering? I am ignorant, and I hope your Xiaobao can give me some advice. Su Guangjin really couldn't understand how to not surrender if he didn't fight. The foreigners have strong ships and powerful guns, and their troops are very sharp. The navy and the green camp of Guangdong and Guangxi are useless. If we fight with the foreigners, we will definitely be in danger, Yi Mingchen replied. As long as we don't fight and don't cause trouble, justice will naturally be on our side. Yi Mingchen's remarks made Su Guangjin feel a little speechless. To put it bluntly, Yi Mingchen's way of dealing with foreigners was to play badly. Although Su Guangjin did not deal with foreigners as frequently as Yi Mingchen, according to his understanding of foreigners were by no means easy to deal with. It was not enough to just respond passively. Liang Zhao and Perry's team was quite large. Perry's American East India Fleet had a total of 4 ships, with thousands of naval officers and soldiers. Liang Zhao had 2 fully staffed infantry regiments, 3 warships, and the crews of the 4 accompanying transport ships totaled more than 1,000 people. The expeditionary force of more than 4,000 people was very powerful. The fleet had just arrived in Xiangshan. Even though Liang Zhao had asked the Guangzhou merchants to inform the Guangdong authorities in advance, the Guangdong authorities were still facing a great enemy. The panicked Guangdong authorities hurriedly transferred 3 battalions of green camps from neighboring counties to Xiangshan to prevent any accidents. Feng Jianun, the newly appointed magistrate of Xiangshan County, complained bitterly and said he was unlucky. He did not expect that he would encounter such a bad luck just after taking office. Xiangshan is a rich county. Feng Jianun got this good job after many arrangements. Feng Jianun's good mood was completely gone because of this incident. If he didn't handle this matter well, he would not be able to explain to the governor and governor-general above him, and he might even lose the hat he had just put on his head. If he handled it, he had never met foreigners before and couldn't even understand what they said, so how could he negotiate with them? Liang Fu, Wu Shengrong's name, save me. Feng Jianun, who was in a panic, asked Wu Shengrong for help at the suggestion of his master. Feng County Magistrate is fine, why do you need me to save him? Wu Shengrong said in surprise. The foreigners' warships are approaching Xiangshan. Once the foreigners land and gain a foothold in Xiangshan, how should I explain to the governor and the governor? Feng Jianun stamped his feet and said, Governor Yi and Governor Su have already known about this matter. Feng County Magistrate does not need to panic, Wu Shengrong said. He came to Xiangshan to wait for Liang Zhao, and Liang Zhao had also discussed this matter with Yi Mingchen and Su Guangjin in advance. Wu Shengrong did not expect that the officials of the Guangdong authorities would still react so strongly. However, when he learned that Liang Zhao had 7 warships and more than 4,000 soldiers in Guangdong this time, Wu Shengrong could not help but feel a little shocked, and he also understood why the Guangdong authorities reacted so strongly. At this time, Liang Zhao's fleet and Perry's fleet were slowly approaching Xiangshan, preparing to anchor near the shipyard, where they would make the final replenishment and rest, and then go to Edo, Japan. Perry saw through the telescope that the Qing army wearing uniforms on the Xiangshan artillery platform were operating the old artillery on the artillery platform, and the muzzle of the artillery was already aimed at their fleet. Unexpectedly, the coastal defense artillery used by the Qing dynasty was still an antique from more than 100 or 200 years ago. The performance of this old artillery was not as good as the artillery used in the American War of Independence. Perry put down the telescope and then shrunk the telescope to the minimum. General, if we go any further, we will enter the range of the coastal defense artillery platform. Should we continue to move forward or stop the ship? Lieutenant Colonel Morris, the captain of the Mississippi, asked Perry. Where is Colonel Liang Roland? Perry looked around and suddenly found that Liang Zhao's fleet had left the fleet of the American East India Company and sailed straight forward, entering the range of the coastal defense artillery. Damn it, what is this guy going to do? Does he want to cause a diplomatic dispute? Isn't he afraid of the other side opening fire? Lieutenant Colonel Morris also took a breath of cold air. On the Roland, which was on alert, Liang Zhao stood at the bow, with his hands behind his back, looking at his hometown 170 years ago. At this time, Xiangshan was not yet a prosperous special zone, and only a few sparse fishing villages could be seen on the coast. Retracting his sight from the small fishing village, Liang Zhao looked coldly at the Xiangshan artillery. Through the telescope, he could clearly see the Qing soldiers in uniforms on the artillery timidly and hesitantly. Liang Zhao looked up at the stars and stripes hanging on the Roland, and couldn't help but sigh. The Qing dynasty is still the Qing dynasty. I really hope those soldiers on the fort can fire a few shots at me. The reason why Liang Zhao rushed straight into Xiangshan port was because he knew the Qing dynasty and the Guangdong governor Yi Mingchen. With Yi Mingchen's courage, he could suppress bandits and bully the little people, but it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to expect him to fight against the powers. Guangdong's military preparations have been weak for a long time. It's a question whether those cannons on the fort that are older than me can fire loudly. Deng Yan also sighed. It was only when Lord Lin was in charge of Guangdong's military affairs that Guangdong's military preparations were reorganized. After Lord Lin left, Guangdong's military preparations became worse and worse. Those artillerymen dared not fire. The lack of military preparations was one reason, but the most important reason was that they were worried that after firing, the people above would investigate, and they could not afford the responsibility. I heard that Xiangshan had just transferred 3 battalions of the Green Camp to guard against us, Liang Zhao said lightly. You know what kind of character the Green Camp soldiers are. They can be beaten to a pulp by a group of long-haired bandits. Let alone 3 battalions of the Green Camp, even if there are 30 of them, they are not our opponents. Deng Yan was very confident in the California Infantry Regiment and the Arizona Infantry Regiment. He had trained and led these soldiers himself, and had also led the soldiers of the Qing dynasty. He knew very well how big the gap between the soldiers of both sides was. Liang Zhao's fleet just broke through the waters blocked by the Xiangshan fort. The flag signalman of the Roland immediately sent flag signals to the warships of the American East India Fleet behind him under Liang Zhao's order, signaling them to follow. Perillo thought for a moment and ordered them to follow Liang Zhao's fleet. This month, I was busy with my new job and moving, so I couldn't update regularly. Please forgive me. I will try to write as much as possible. I am not a full-time author, and my time is really limited. I am really sorry. Once my new residence and new job are stable, I can resume the previous update. Chapter 267 Differences. Liang Zhao and Perry's fleet sailed into Xiangshan port and anchored there without encountering any obstruction. Even though the muzzles of the coastal defense guns on the Xiangshan fort were pointed at their fleet, all the Green Camp soldiers could do was watch from afar as the fleet flying the flag of the United States docked at Xiangshan port. Perry was very surprised that the landing was so smooth, and said in surprise, "They really didn't fire, not even to warn people." It was unimaginable for Perry that a fleet of another country landed and docked openly without any obstruction. The military strength of the United States is not strong among the great powers, but if the warships of Britain, France and other countries rashly approached the ports of the United States without permission, the United States would still have the courage to fire warning shots. At this time, Perry couldn't help but wonder in his heart, would the landing of the American East India Fleet in Edo, Japan soon be as smooth as the landing in Xiangshan today? Yi Mingchen and Su Guangzhen's bottom line is Guangzhou. As long as the fleet does not pass Human and threatens Guangzhou, they will just turn a blind eye if we land in other places in Guangdong. Liang Zhao knew where the bottom line of these Guangdong frontier officials was and what kind of mentality they had to deal with the invading fleet from the west. In fact, even if the fleet directly crossed Human, there would be no consequences. After the Opium War, it was not uncommon for the armed ships of the British East India Company to sail into the Pearl River estuary within Human. How is your relationship with the officials in Fujian? After getting off the ship, Perry suddenly asked Liang Zhao about Fujian. Chinese immigrants in California mainly came from Guangdong, followed by Fujian. It is impossible to say that Liang Zhao is not familiar with the local officials in Fujian and has no intersection with them. Perry suddenly asked this question, which made Liang Zhao a little alert. The destination of our long-distance operation this time is Japan, and there is no need to stop in Fujian. Perry smiled and said, I have been planning for many years to explore the Far East and open up the Far East market. The largest market in the Far East is the Qing dynasty, not Japan. Prompting Japan to open up its country is nothing more than a second-best option, using Japan as a springboard to trade with the Qing dynasty. As he said, Perry stopped and looked at Liang Zhao, continuing the previous topic. I heard that Formosa Prefecture in Fujian, the word TW is easy to die suddenly, so it cannot be written directly, and everyone just knows it. Formosa was a prefecture under Fujian before it was established as a province in 1885, is rich in coal resources, and wants to send an exploration team to Formosa for exploration. I hope you can help me smooth the relationship between local officials, send people to Formosa Island in the name of scientific investigation, survey Formosa's geographical environment and mineral resources, and submit a report on Formosa to Congress. Expedition to Japan, prompting Japan to open up the country and opening up the Japanese market have never been the optimal solution for Perry's Far East strategy. The most ideal Far East solution in Perry's mind is to occupy an island as the fulcrum of the United States in the Far East, just like Britain. This fulcrum can be used as a strategic fulcrum to expand the hegemony of the United States in the Far East, and it can be used as a trade base to grab the greatest economic benefits from the Far East. The weakness of the Guangdong authorities made Perry's mind active. He wondered if the Fujian authorities were as weak as the Guangdong authorities. From the perspective of the United States, Perry's idea is very forward-looking, but with the current strength of the United States, Perry's idea can only be an idea and there is no way to put it into practice. Hong Kong Island and Formosa Island are not only very different in size, population size and administrative divisions, but more importantly, Formosa Island has the precedent of Zhang's pattern. Moreover, if the United States wants to eat Formosa Island alone, Britain will not sit idly by and watch the United States eat alone. President Fillmore did not authorize us to get involved in Formosa in this military operation. The Qing Empire and the United States have just signed a friendly immigration treaty, and the relationship between the two countries is harmonious. If you cause trouble in the Qing Empire and destroy the friendship between the two countries, you and I will not be able to explain to the President and Congress, and we cannot afford the consequences of destroying the friendship between the two countries, Liang Zhao said to Perry with his hands behind his back, and then turned and left. Although Perry is an outstanding figure in the American Navy, Liang Zhao and Perry are not the same kind of people. Perry's goal is to make the United States a maritime hegemon like the British Empire, and in Liang Zhao's heart, California is much more important than the United States. General, it seems that this army colonel still doesn't want to attack his former motherland. Looking at Liang Zhao's figure going away, Colonel Miller, Perry's adjutant beside him, said, "This army colonel is more complicated than I thought." Perry moved his eyes away from Liang Zhao's back and looked at the several huge ships behind him. After a long ocean voyage, the black tar painted on the ships before departure to prevent the ships from being corroded by seawater has become a little mottled. Order the captains of each ship to check the status of the ship and retar the ship. Our fleet must arrive in Japan in the best condition. The area of Xiangshan shipyard is large enough, and the required food supplies and coal have been prepared in advance. In order to allow the soldiers on the expedition to Japan to have a better rest, the shipyard has even built simple barracks that can accommodate 4,000 people. After arranging the officers and soldiers of the expedition, Liang Zhao was about to take a rest. Wu Shengrong and Pan Shicheng's sons Pan Jiui and Pan Guorong came to visit Liang Zhao together with Xiangshan County Magistrate Feng Jiannian. Liang Zhao, you are a fatherless and kingless person, a person who has forgotten his ancestors. You are willing to be a lackey of foreigners and lead foreign soldiers to invade the territory of the Qing dynasty. You, after Liang Zhao became successful, he was a household name not only in Xiangshan, but also in the whole of Guangdong and even in the neighboring Fujian. Feng Jiannian, the official of Xiangshan, naturally heard of Liang Zhao's name and life story. Feng Jiannian, who was furious, started to curse Liang Zhao as soon as he saw him. Although Feng Jiannian spoke very toughly, after seeing Liang Zhao in military uniform and the fully armed and angry soldiers behind Liang Zhao, Feng Jiannian still felt uneasy and couldn't help shaking his legs, and almost lost his balance. Liang Zhao took off the wide-brimmed hat on his head, slapped it on the table, walked to Feng Jiannian, looked down at Feng Jiannian, who was a head shorter than him and had a somewhat wretched appearance. He put his left hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist, patted Feng Jianyun's shoulder with his right hand, and shot a cold look at Feng Jianyun. County Magistrate Feng, stand up straight and talk to me. Liang Zhao's action scared Feng Jianyun so much that he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the legal advisor next to him was quick-witted and supported Feng Jianyun, and whispered to Feng Jianyun, County Magistrate, it is difficult for a scholar to explain himself when he meets his soldier. Don't irritate him. We are still in his barracks now. Wasn't this guy a scholar of the Qing dynasty before? Besides, how can I explain to Governor Yi and Governor Su if I don't scold him with all my strength? Feng Jianyun said, covering his pounding heart. Someone show County Master Feng a seat. Although Feng Jianyun and his master spoke in a very low voice, Liang Zhao still heard their conversation, which made Liang Zhao unable to help laughing. Chapter 268, Troops arrive at Xiangshan. Xiangshan is Liang Zhao's hometown and the main area for the export of foreign immigrants since the Opium War. Many early immigrants in California also came from Xiangshan. In order to ensure that the immigration work can proceed smoothly, Liang Zhao has also given gifts to Xiangshan officials and established good relations with Xiangshan County officials after he became rich. It's just that Feng Jianyun has just arrived and has not done his homework, and he is not clear about the joints. But this is not important. The county magistrate changes, but the gentry remains. As long as Liang Zhao can win over the gentry of Xiangshan, the attitude of the Xiangshan county magistrate towards him is not so important. Moreover, in the Qing dynasty, officials like Liang Zhao are a minority after all, and most officials are still very easy to corrupt. I have already informed Governor Yi about the army's transit and rest. The land under my feet is bought by me. The Xiangshan port for mooring ships is also built by me. It is reasonable for my soldiers to rest on my territory. County Magistrate Feng, do you think so? After Feng Jianyun sat down, Liang Zhao asked the accompanying entourage to serve tea to Feng Jianyun. The Liang family is a prominent family in Xiangshan. After Liang Zhao became rich, his foundation in Xiangshan became stronger. County Master, you have done what you should do just now. The merchants have seen it. You have also explained to the governor. You must not offend Liang Zhao again. When Feng Jianyun took the teacup, Feng Jianyun's master whispered in Feng Jianyun's ear, hoping that Feng Jianyun would speak more politely next time so that both parties could save face. The emperor handed Xiangshan over to me. I have a heavy burden on my shoulders. It has been a troubled time recently. You have warships docked in the port and soldiers passing through. This makes me very embarrassed, Feng Jianyun said while pretending to be calm and taking a sip of tea. In addition to expressing his embarrassment, Liang Zhao was also unable to stop the soldiers of Liang Zhao's warships from staying in Xiangshan. In addition to the California Infantry Regiment and the Arizona Infantry Regiment, the expeditionary team also included more than 1,100 naval officers and soldiers from the Navy, and Liang Zhao's own sailors and related logistics personnel, totaling more than 4,000 people. Such a large-scale military force, not to mention the strength of Xiangshan County and Guangdong Province, even if the Qing dynasty faced a modern military force of 4,000 people, it would be enough to drink a pot. Mr. Feng is the parent of Xiangshan County. As a former Xiangshan citizen, I also understand the difficulties of Mr. Feng, so I specially prepared some California specialties to relieve Mr. Feng's worries. Liang Zhao clapped his hands, and the guards behind him quickly brought a heavy plate of gold to Feng Jianyun. Feng Jianyun's eyes lit up, staring straight at the gold in front of him, and couldn't help swallowing. Can these specialties relieve Mr. Feng's worries? Liang Zhao asked Feng Jianyun with a smile. This thing can relieve worries better than Duquesne wine. Feng Jianyun's entourage were all his confidants. In front of these confidants, there was no need to pretend to be sincere and show his noble character. They accepted the specialties without hesitation. In addition to the gold, Liang Zhao also gave the room a set of books called Universal Mirror of Nations. Universal Mirror of Nations was a book he wrote while compiling history textbooks. Its main content is to introduce the history of countries around the world, especially the European countries. Unlike textbooks, the content of Universal Mirror of Nations is more in-depth, and it also introduces the current international situation. During this period, the Qing dynasty knew nothing about the outside world, but only knew nothing. 6 years later, the Tsarist Russia, which had just been defeated in the Crimean War, threatened Heilongjiang General Yishan with the mentality of losing the West and making up for the East. It fired a few shots in the outer northeast, which frightened Yishin, who was born in the bordered blue banner, and signed the illegal Ehu Treaty with Muravyov without authorization. The Russian Empire occupied more than 600,000 square kilometers of Chinese territory north of the Heilongjiang River and south of the Greater Xin'an Range, and designated about 400,000 square kilometers of Chinese territory east of the Wusuli River as jointly managed areas between China and Russia. After the Second Opium War, the Russian Empire took advantage of the situation and directly occupied these so-called jointly managed areas. After that, the Russian Empire carried out genocide against the Far Eastern Chinese residents in the outer northeast, Russified the outer northeast in the most brutal and bloody way, and completely occupied these territories. The Treaty of Ehu completely deprived China's northeast of its access to the Sea of Japan, and the negative impact on the northeast was immeasurable. The most direct reason for the signing of this treaty was the ignorance and cowardice of the local officials of the Qing court towards the outside world. What disappointed Liang Zhao was that Fang Jianitun was more interested in gold than the universal mirror of all nations. Wu Shengrong was very interested in the book written by Liang Zhao. He picked it up and flipped through it, then said to Liang Zhao, "Mr. Liang, can you also give me a set of a comprehensive mirror for all nations?" Liang Zhao nodded, and then asked someone to send Wu Shengrong a set of a comprehensive mirror for all nations. He looked at the Guangzhou merchants who came, all of whom were relatively unfamiliar faces. He did not see Wu Yuanhu and Pan Zhangwei, so he asked Wu Shengrong, "Aren't Tinggao and Liangai in Guangzhou?" A few days ago, Dao, Pan Shichen, brought Tinggao and Liangai with the American tribute delegation to the capital to pay tribute to the emperor. "I guess they should have arrived in the capital now," Wu Shengrong answered, holding the rosary that Pan Shichen had given him not long ago. He then introduced Liang Zhao to several core members of the Wu family and Pan Shichen's sons Pan Jiyui and Pan Guorong. Liang Zhao's arrival also shocked the Guangdong authorities. Yi Mingchen and Su Guangjin knew that the hastily mobilized Green Camp soldiers could not suppress the American soldiers who landed in Xiangshan. Yi Mingchen, the governor of Guangdong, was still as negative as ever and ignored the American soldiers stationing in Xiangshan for rest. Su Guangjin, the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, had a completely different attitude from Yi Mingchen. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot and mobilized his 5 governors' battalions to go to Xiangshan to suppress the American soldiers. "Master Yi, the American soldiers have arrived in Xiangshan. If Liang Zhao has any ill intentions, his troops will be at the gates of Guangzhou within 10 days. Please, Master Yi, mobilize the soldiers of the Fubao battalion to follow me to Xiangshan," Su Guangjin said to Yi Mingchen anxiously, hoping to borrow the Fubao soldiers under Yi Mingchen. Although the governor of Guangdong and the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi were civil officials, they both had certain military power and could control the Green Camp in Guangdong and Guangxi. They also had standard soldiers under their command. The 2 standard soldiers under the governor were called Fubao camps, and the 5 standard soldiers under the governor were called Dubao camps. Because they were directly under the jurisdiction of the governors, the combat effectiveness of the Dubao camp and Fubao camp was generally stronger than that of the Green Camp. Of course, the equipment and treatment were also better. The number of standard soldiers in the standard camp ranged from 500 to more than 1,000, and there was no fixed number, which was similar to the Green Camp. "Why is Jinghao so flustered? Guangzhou General Mutton is not as anxious as you, so why are you so anxious? The United States is conquering Japan, and it will leave Xiangshan on its own soon." Yi Mingchen stroked his beard and said calmly. It was no secret that the United States had declared war on Japan, so Liang Zhao informed Yi Mingchen in advance that his soldiers would have to rest in Xiangshan for a while. In this regard, Yi Mingchen, adhering to his experience in dealing with foreigners, neither agreed nor objected. But he didn't expect that Liang Zhao's soldiers actually had more than 4,000 people. "Young Master Yi, Mutin is a bannerman. He came to Guangzhou to retire. You and I are local officials who hold great military and political power in the local area. If Guangdong fails, how can you and I explain to the emperor? Explain to the people of Guangdong?" Su Guangjin stamped his feet. Although the Guangzhou general is the highest-ranking official in Guangdong and Guangxi, he does not have much real power. The real power in Guangdong and Guangxi is actually in the hands of these 2 governors. Mutin is a bannerman. If the court investigates, Mutin will naturally not be severely punished, but the 2 governors may not be. No mistakes have occurred in Guangzhou, and no mistakes have occurred in Guangdong. This Fubao battalion is responsible for defending Guangzhou city and cannot be easily transferred from Guangzhou. Yu Mingchen still looked indifferent. If Su Guangjin wants to go to Xiangshan, he will go alone. Anyway, he will not go. As for the 2 Fubao battalions under his command, Su Guangjin can't take a single soldier with him. Ah! So stupid. Su Guangjin had personally experienced Yu Mingchen's way of treating foreigners. Seeing that Yu Mingchen was unmoved, he knew that he could not persuade Yu Mingchen, so he had to leave in anger and rode his 5 Dubao battalions to Xiangshan. Su Guangjin's soldiers arrived at Xiangshan together with his Xiangshan and Green Camp soldiers. At the same time, he asked Hong Mingxiang, the admiral of the Guangdong Navy, to lead the Guangdong Navy. The 2 armies advanced by land and sea and surrounded Liang Zhao's Xiangshan military camp. For a time, the atmosphere in Xiangshan became tense. But Liang Zhao was not nervous at all. In his eyes, the so-called Dubao battalion was just an elite version of the Green Camp. These standard soldiers of Su Guangjin were qualitatively different from his soldiers in terms of equipment, training level and combat effectiveness. In the entire Far East, the only thing that made Liang Zhao nervous was the British army stationed on Hong Kong Island. He really didn't take other armies seriously. Finally, I met a decent local official, Liang Zhao said to Deng Yan with great relief. Uncle, you once served in the Guangdong Navy. Do you know the current admiral of the Guangdong Navy, Hong Mingxiang? I don't know much about him. I was under the command of General Guan Xianpei, in the Guangdong Navy. Deng Yan shook his head and said, I only heard that Hong Mingxiang had a close relationship with Governor Su and was promoted 7 levels in 1 year, promoted 7 levels in a row. Liang Zhao was very surprised at this rocket-like promotion speed. Yes, Hong Mingxiang was promoted from garrison to commander, guerrilla, lieutenant general, deputy general, assistant governor, garrison governor, general, and finally governor, admiral, in 1 year. He was the most popular figure in the Guangdong Navy at that time, Deng Yan said. But with those broken ships of the Guangdong Navy, let alone Hong Mingxiang, even if General Guan was alive, he would be helpless against us. The ships of the Guangdong Navy are far inferior to ours. Deng Yan's mentality was the same as Liang Zhao's, and he was not nervous at all. He had been in the Guangdong Navy for decades and had dealt with the Green Camp of the Xiangshan Association. He knew that neither the Guangdong Navy nor the Green Camp of the Xiangshan Association, nor the governor's battalion under Su Guangjin, could threaten him. Let's go out and meet Governor Su, Liang Zhao stood up and said. Chapter 269 Su Guangjin. General Hong. The foreigners are pointing their guns at us. Outside Xiangshan port, warships flying the flag of the United States pointed their guns at the ships of the Guangdong Navy. Facing the black muzzles, the sailors of the Guangdong Navy were horrified and hurriedly reported the situation to the Admiral of the Navy, Hong Mingxiang. I know, this general is not blind. Hong Mingxiang looked solemn. As a hot figure in Guangdong in recent years, Hong Mingxiang has been doing very well in recent years, and he has received high comments from all walks of life. The court was quite impressed with his performance in suppressing bandits, and Su Guangjin relied on him a lot, praising him as the pillar of Guangdong's maritime border. But Hong Mingxiang still knew how much the Guangdong Navy weighed. The Guangdong Navy was barely competent to suppress the Pearl River pirates and the pirates along the coast of Guangdong. But if you expect the Guangdong Navy to intimidate the foreigners and confront the foreigners' warships head-on, it would be too much of an honor for the Guangdong Navy. Since the signing of the Treaty of Nanjing in the 22nd year of Dao Guang, 1842, the attitude of the Western barbarians, led by the English, has become increasingly arrogant and they increasingly look down upon the Guangdong authorities. British ships often provoke trouble. As for the American people, although Hong Mingxiang has not had much contact with them, in his eyes, the American people are no different from the English. If Su Guangjin had not been so kind to him, Hong Mingxiang would not have wanted to wade into the muddy waters of Xiangshan. Liang Zhao's 3 warships, the 2,000-ton flagship Roland, the 1,000-ton frigates Chaoyang and Yangwei, although there are still many hired foreign crew members, the Chinese crew of each ship has reached 1/3. Especially the flagship Roland, because it is Liang Zhao's first warship and has been owned for the longest time. Nearly half of the crew on board are Chinese. Hong Mingxiang glanced at the crew of the same skin color as him on the American warship, watching these sturdy crew members skillfully operate the ship's guns and point the muzzles at himself, and felt a little uncomfortable. If the Guangdong Navy had such ships and such sailors, the foreigners would never dare to act so recklessly on the Sea of Guangdong. Minister Su, the Navy of the United States has pointed its guns at us. These are dangerous. Please retreat to a safe place temporarily. Leave this to Hong Mingxiang said to Su Guangjin. Ridiculous. How can this governor be a cowardly person? Although Su Guangjin was tough on the surface, he felt very complicated when he saw the huge warships of the foreigners blocking his left and right, and the well-trained soldiers standing in front of the gate of the Xiangshan shipyard. He still underestimated Liang Zhao's strength. Before he led his troops to Xiangshan, he thought that Liang Zhao had only been in America for 2 or 3 years, and most of his soldiers were Chinese warriors similar to those recruited by the English on Hong Kong Island. His governor's battalion might be able to intimidate Liang Zhao and force him to withdraw from Xiangshan, but he never thought that these Chinese soldiers of Liang Zhao were no different from the British soldiers he had seen. Moreover, in terms of military appearance, Liang Zhao's soldiers were more disciplined than the British army, and they were more oppressive. This made Su Guangjin feel a bit trapped. Su Guangjin wanted to give Liang Zhao a warning, but he never thought that his 5 battalion standard soldiers and the sailors of the Guangdong Navy would be shocked by Liang Zhao first. Shangshan, Hong Mingxiang's name, you are also from Xiangshan. I heard that Liang Zhao's grandfather was a secretary, and now he is unemployed at home. Please invite Liang to come here. I want to meet Liang in person. Su Guangjin turned to Hong Mingxiang and said. Seeing that Liang Zhao could not be intimidated head-on, Su Guangjin came up with a plan, hoping to ask Liang Zhao's grandfather Liang Weiming to come forward and persuade Liang Zhao to withdraw his troops from Xiangshan. Why didn't I think of it? This is a good idea. The minister is wise. Hong will go to invite Liang in person, Hong Mingxiang said with his hand on his forehead. Hong Mingxiang thought this was a good idea. Just as Hong Mingxiang took a step, a tall American officer rode out of the barracks on horseback and signaled the soldiers at the gate of the barracks to put down their foreign guns. This person was Liang Zhao. Facing the model soldiers that Su Guangjin was proud of, Liang Zhao's attitude was quite disdainful and he did not take these model soldiers seriously. But he still needed to transport immigrants to California through Guangdong in the future, and it was not in his long-term interests to offend the local officials of the Guangdong authorities. Seeing that the goal of deterring the Guangdong authorities had been achieved, Liang Zhao decided to stop while he was ahead to avoid further escalation of the situation. Perry's views coincided with Liang Zhao's, and he did not want to have a conflict with the Qing dynasty before the expedition to Japan. I didn't know that Minister Su was visiting Xiangshan. Liang was sorry for not welcoming you. I hope Minister Su will forgive me. Liang Zhao reined in his horse in front of Su Guangjin and shouted to him. Seeing Liang Zhao ordering his soldiers to put away their weapons, Su Guangjin's face lightened up a little, and he also stepped forward and said to Liang Zhao, you were also a citizen of the Qing dynasty. Why did you lead a large army to station in Xiangshan? Why don't you lead the troops to retreat quickly? If the governors and generals of the Qing dynasty were as strong as Su, why would the Qing dynasty be afraid of foreigners? Liang Zhao praised Su Guangjin. Our army is just temporarily resting in Xiangshan. I have informed Governor Yi in advance of this matter. After the rest is completed, I will lead the army away on my own. Liang apologizes to Su for disturbing you. Among the current governors and generals of the Qing dynasty, Su Guangjin is relatively capable and has a tough attitude towards the outside world. In this respect, Su Guangjin is indeed better than Yi Mingjin, who is just seeking fame and waiting to die. How long do you want to stay in Xiangshan? Su Guangjin wanted Liang Zhao's soldiers to withdraw from Xiangshan immediately, but then he thought that this was unrealistic. He could only blame the Green Camp in Guangdong, his own Dubao camp, and the lack of strength of the Guangdong Navy. Otherwise, he would not have to bargain with Liang Zhao here. 3 days later, I will leave Xiangshan, Liang Zhao said. He also hoped that the war against Japan could end as soon as possible. And there was no reason to stay in Xiangshan for a long time. The expenses of this expedition were quite high. If he forced Japan to surrender as soon as possible and return to California, he could save a lot of money. Liang Zhao gave a specific date and gave Su Guangjin a way out. Su Guangjin was not a pedantic person. If he did not know how to be flexible, he would not be able to sit in the position of governor of Guangdong and Guangxi. This governor will trust you for once, Su Guangjin said with full energy. Mr. Su has come from afar. Liang has prepared wine and food for him. Please come to the camp for a chat. Liang Zhao made a gesture of invitation to Su Guangjin. Su Guangjin was alert and waved his hand and said, "No thanks. I have important matters to attend to." After saying that, Su Guangjin left in a huff. This was not entirely an excuse for Su Guangjin to refuse. He was the governor of Guangdong and Guangxi, which naturally included Guangxi, and Guangxi was not peaceful now. Although the Taiping rebels broke out of Yong'an 2 months ago and failed to capture Guilin, they turned to attack Quanzhou, and the leader Fen Yunshan was killed by a cannon in Quanzhou and then returned to Daozhou, Hunan. The bandit problem in Guangxi seemed to have improved, but Su Guangjin still did not dare to be careless. Su Guangjin felt that this group of Taiping rebels was different from the bandits he had suppressed in the past, and it was not easy to completely wipe out the Taiping rebels. Therefore, Su Guangjin did not dare to be careless. Chapter 270 Find a way to kill it. Although Su Guangjin left, he was still worried about Liang Zhao. Su Guangjin left 3 battalions and the Guangdong Navy on guard in Xiangshan. Before leaving, he told Hong Mingxiang to notify him immediately if Liang Zhao made any unusual movements in Xiangshan. In response to Su Guangjin's instructions, Hong Mingxiang nodded and agreed. "Don't worry, Minister, leave the affairs of Xiangshan to me." After watching Su Guangjin leave, Hong Mingxiang looked at Liang Zhao's flagship Roland with envy, thinking how nice it would be if the Guangdong Navy had such a ship as his flagship. Of course, Hong Mingxiang also knew that his ideal was just a luxury. In recent years, the court has often defaulted on the military pay of the Guangdong Navy, not to mention the purchase of new ships. General Hong, Liang Zhao walked towards Hong Mingxiang with a smile. He saw Hong Mingxiang's thoughts and extended an invitation to Hong Mingxiang. "You and I are from the same hometown. How about we go aboard and have a chat?" The Admiral of the Navy is a first-rank official position in the Qin dynasty. There are 3 admirals of the Navy in the Qin dynasty. In addition to the Admiral of the Guangdong Navy, there are only the Admirals of the Fujian Navy and the Yangtze River Navy. The status of the Admiral of the Navy is very high. In Guangdong, Hong Mingxiang is only under the control of the Governor of Guangdong or the Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. In addition to the 2 governors and governors, the only one with a higher status than him is the General of Guangzhou. He is a person worth winning over. Hong Mingxiang, who came from a grassroots military officer, did not have as many concerns as Su Guangjin. Hong Mingxiang, who came from the Navy, was also very interested in Liang Zhao's warships. Facing Liang Zhao's invitation, Hong Mingxiang rubbed his hands with expectation and readily agreed. Western warships are not rare in Guangzhou, especially after the British occupied Hong Kong and had a stable naval base. British warships often appeared along the coast of Guangdong and even on the Pearl River. However, Hong Mingxiang had only seen Western warships from a distance before, and this was the first time he boarded a Western warship for a visit. The clean deck, spacious hull, towering chimney, huge paddle wheels on both sides, and huge naval guns left a very deep impression on Hong Mingxiang. These were all new things that could not be seen on the warships of the Qin dynasty. Western ships are indeed much better than our Qin dynasty ships, Hong Mingxiang couldn't help but sigh. Although Hong is the admiral of the Guangdong Navy, this admiral is so uncomfortable, damn it. The British regard our Guangdong coastal defense as nothing, and we have to suffer the British every now and then. If Hong had this ship, why would he suffer the British? Liang Zhao leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. At this time, there were ships of the British East India Company hanging on the Lingding Ocean, but they were British armed merchant ships. Seeing the British armed merchant ships coming, the small Chinese fishing boats on the Lingding Ocean hurriedly avoided the British ships to avoid being overturned by the waves raised by the British armed merchant ships. When these British East India Company merchant ships saw the Chinese small fishing boats in front of them, they had no intention of avoiding them. Instead, they accelerated and continued to ram the surrounding Chinese fishing boats. Seeing the fishermen panic, the crew members on the British East India Company merchant ships became more and more excited. Scaring the small fishing boats of these Chinese fishermen was one of their entertainment activities when they entered the Lingding. Sven, who is the best gunner on the Roland? Liang Zhao called the captain Sven on the Roland. It's Heyman. Heyman was a very good gunner when he served in the British Royal Navy. Sven thought for a while and replied. Let Heyman come to see me, Liang Zhao said. Soon, Sven called Heyman. Colonel. Heyman, a crew member of the Roland, reports to you. Haman saluted Liang Zhao with a British military salute with his palm turned outward. Liang Zhao had 2 regular regiments in the army, but he did not have a naval organization, so the crew members on the Roland, Cheoong and Yangwei did not have corresponding naval ranks, but only employees of the American group. "Do you see that East India Company ship?" Liang Zhao pointed to the rampaging armed merchant ship not far away. "I see. What are your instructions?" Himanda said. "Find a way to hit it with a cannonball. The cannonball cannot land too far from it, nor can it hide it." "Do you understand what I mean?" Liang Zhao said. "I understand. Very good. If you hit it well, I will give you a salary increase of $10 per month." "You have definitely increased my salary," Himanda said confidently. Himanda skillfully loaded the cannonballs, stared at the armed merchant ship of the British East India Company, calculated the firing parameters in his mind, adjusted the muzzle, and then fired at the armed merchant ship of the British East India Company. Hong Mingxiang, who was standing by, was stunned. Before Hong Mingxiang could react, accompanied by a huge cannon sound, the cannonballs with a sharp whistle smashed a beautiful wave less than 3 meters away from the stern of the British East India Company's armed merchant ship. "Well done." Liang Zhao couldn't help but clap his hands and said, "Sven, offer Haman a new contract." "Thank you, Colonel." Haman was very happy to get a pay raise. Of course, he was even happier that he had the opportunity to show off his skills in front of Liang Zhao and leave a good impression on his employer. As long as the money was enough, he dared to attack not only the armed merchant ships of the British East India Company, but also the warships of the British Royal Navy. This shot scared the crew on the armed merchant ship of the British East India Company. Before that, no ship dared to fire at them in the waters of the Far East. Even pirates had to avoid the flag of the British East India Company, and dared not have any unreasonable thoughts. Soon, the frightened armed merchant ship of the British East India Company lowered the small boat and sent the first mate on the ship to protest to Liang Zhao. The first mate approached the Roland in a small boat and looked up at the stars and stripes flying on the Roland. "Damn Yankees, do you know what you are doing? You are firing at the British Empire's ships. Damn British, do you know what you are doing? You have entered the sea area where the American and Queen navies are conducting exercises. Get out of here. Don't interfere with our exercises. The shells will not avoid the ships of the British East India Company." Liang Zhao folded his hands and said condescendingly to the British first mate on the small boat below. "Exercise?" The first mate of the British East India Company looked incredible. It was the first time he heard of the navies of the United States and the Qing dynasty conducting a maritime military exercise. He obviously did not believe this statement. "The person next to me is the admiral of the Guangdong Navy of the Qing dynasty," Liang Zhao snorted coldly. "If you don't believe it, you can let your ship continue to sail in the exercise area, but I have to remind you that if the next shell accidentally falls on your ship, you will bear the consequences yourself." The first mate looked at the Qing dynasty warship that was confronting the American warship, and was skeptical about this statement. He had to return to the ship and report the situation to the captain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. This ship is cheap. The captain and crew of the British East India Company looked at the warships gathered at Xiangshan port, and finally left in disgrace. This expedition was an important bargaining chip for Fillmore's re-election, so the Fillmore government attached great importance to this expedition. The warships assigned to the American East India Fleet were the best and most capable warships in the Navy. Including Liang Zhao's 3 warships, there were as many as 7 warships in this American expedition to Japan. Most of these 7 warships were steamships that adopted new technologies. These warships behind him were the reason why Liang Zhao dared to fire at the armed merchant ships of the British East India Company. During this period, the British Royal Navy was indeed very strong, with more than 200 large warships and a total tonnage of more than 600,000 tons. But Britain was the empire on which the sun never set. Because Britain was the empire on which the sun never set, this powerful fleet had to maintain Britain's colonial hegemony all over the world, so the number of navies that Britain could deploy in the Far East was not very sufficient. What a relief, what a relief. Looking at the British ships that were going away in disgrace, Hong Mingxiang felt relieved, but he still had doubts. I've heard that England is the most powerful country in the West. Isn't Mr. Liang afraid of the British revenge? I didn't attack their warships. Besides, the British are the most shrewd and the most profit-oriented. As long as I don't cause substantial damage to their interests, the British won't take it seriously, Liang Zhao said lightly. I didn't expect that General Hong knew something about Western countries. I heard it from the merchants in Guangzhou, Hong Mingxiang said. England is not only the most powerful country in the West, but also the undisputed most powerful country in the world. Liang Zhao turned around and said. Stronger than our great Qing dynasty. At this point, Hong Mingxiang was a little unconvinced, and his face showed displeasure. Ha. This matter has been decided 10 years ago. If the Qing dynasty was stronger than Great Britain, why would the Cantonese suffer from the British? Liang Zhao took Hong Mingxiang into the captain's room. The captain's cabin of the Roland originally belonged to Sven, but Liang Zhao was in charge of the Roland for this expedition, so the captain's cabin of the Roland was naturally requisitioned by Liang Zhao. Along the way, Liang Zhao's office and daily life were all in the captain's cabin of the Roland. Hong Mingxiang's attention was quickly attracted by the ship models in the kitchen cabinet. These models were not Liang Zhao's, but Sven's collection. In addition to famous sailing ships such as the Victory, the Ocean, and the Formidable, there were also models of the Roland, the Super Courage, and the Yangwei. Even the Loach-class ships produced and used by California, Sven also made models and placed them in the glass cabinet. Mr. Liang, I wonder how many taels of silver did you buy this ship for? Hong Mingxiang asked Liang Zhao while staring at the model of the Roland. I bought a Roland from the French for 2.14 million gold francs, which is equivalent to 270,000 taels of silver if converted into cuping silver. In the mid-19th century, one tael of silver could be exchanged for 8 gold francs. Liang Zhao quickly completed the exchange rate conversion in his mind. 270,000 taels of silver for a ship. Hong Mingxiang took a breath and shook his head. Too expensive, too expensive. This is just the money to purchase the ship. The crew's salary, training, and ship maintenance all require continuous investment. Warships are gold-eating beasts, Liang Zhao said. As he spoke, Liang Zhao opened the cupboard under Sven's dissatisfied eyes, took out the Loach-class model from the cupboard, and placed it on the desk. This ship is called Loach. It was built by my shipyard. It is 9 zang long and more than 2 zang wide. It uses steam engines to drive the paddle wheels on both sides. It does not need to rely on the wind and travels very fast. More importantly, this ship is cheap, only 35,000 taels of silver per ship. Liang Zhao promoted the Loach class to Hong Mingxiang. The Loach class, with a displacement of about 500 tons, is the first type of steam England ship designed and manufactured by the California shipyard. The ship was originally designed as a civilian transport ship, not a dedicated warship. The California Department of Revenue once purchased 10 ships for use as anti-smuggling ships and was quite satisfied with the performance of the Loach class. The main tasks of the Guangdong Navy are nothing more than anti-smuggling, suppressing pirates and water bandits. The Loach class is very suitable for the Guangdong Navy. Of course, the main reason is that it is cheap, and the Guangdong Navy may be able to afford it. It is only a matter of time for the Qing dynasty to carry out westernization and purchase ships from abroad. If the Qing dynasty's warship market can be opened in advance, it will be easier to win large orders in the future. Moreover, the earliest ships purchased by the Qing dynasty navy were not giant ships, but various types of mosquito boats with a displacement of 440 tons, 320 tons, and even 260 tons. Like Liang Zhao's Loach class, the mosquito boat was not a special warship. To put it bluntly, it was a mobile artillery platform with a small boat carrying a cannon. It was the product of the military thinking of a weak navy country with a tight budget in the 19th century to win big with a small boat. The performance of the Loach class was actually worse than that of the mosquito boat 20 years later, but for the current Qing dynasty navy, the Loach class was enough. A ship with a displacement of 500 tons is a small boat for naval powers such as Britain and France, but it can definitely be regarded as a large ship in the Guangdong Navy. 35,000 taels of silver per ship. Hong Mingxiang's eyes lit up, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. If General Hong likes it, I will have someone send a ship to General Hong as a flagship for trial after I return to California from my expedition against the Japanese pirates. Liang Zhao patted his chest and said, I heard that General Hong is from South Australia. We are neighbors. If the Guangdong Navy wants to buy a ship in the future, you can come to me. That's great. I'm afraid that buying a ship is just a mirage. The court often defaults on the military pay of the brothers. Where can we get the spare money to buy a ship? Hong Mingxiang sighed. Guangzhou merchants also have several trade routes in Southeast Asia and Japan. As long as General Hong is willing to let the brothers of the Guangdong Navy provide protection for Guangzhou merchants, I think Guangzhou merchants will be willing to pay some money for the purchase of ships. Although Guangzhou merchants have been declining since the 20th year of Dao Guang, a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and they can still pay some money. Liang Zhao pointed out a clear way for Hong Mingxiang. The Guangzhou merchants can still pay tens of thousands of taels of silver. I heard that Mr. Liang has a good relationship with General Merchant Pan and General Merchant Wu. Can you help me mediate this matter? It is my duty to protect the country and the people, but the ships of the Guangdong Navy are too small and dilapidated, and I am powerless. Hong Mingxiang's eyes lit up. When the two general merchants return from the capital, Liang will personally visit them and talk about this matter. Liang Zhao walked out of the captain's room and looked to the south. General Hong, have you heard of New Gold Mountain? New Gold Mountain? Hong Mingxiang thought for a while and said, Mr. Liang is talking about New Gold Mountain in Nanyang. I have heard of it. Recently, many Guangdong people have gone to New Gold Mountain to pan for gold. But so far, I haven't heard of anyone who made a fortune there and returned home in glory, let alone a person like Mr. Liang who started his career by panning for gold. Chapter 272. Wouldn't it be over if we just took down both Kyoto and Edo? New Gold Mountain is the territory of the English. Ordinary Chinese have no support. It is impossible to get rich by panning for gold in New Gold Mountain, Liang Zhao said. I do have some connections in England. If General Hong is interested in the gold in New Gold Mountain, I am willing to help. But Liang's business in Guangdong, I hope General Hong can be convenient and take care of it in the future. Ha, you and I are from the same hometown, so we should take care of each other. But is there really gold in New Gold Mountain? Hong Mingxiang became interested, but he was still skeptical about whether the rumored New Gold Mountain was rich in gold. Whether there is gold or not, it is not up to me. General Hong can only know by sending people there in person, Liang Zhao said with a smile. While the two were talking, Hong Mingxiang's personal soldier boarded the Roland with a few fish. General, the fisherman just now gave us some seafood to thank you for driving away the British ships. Hong Mingxiang looked ashamed. He looked at the fish in the personal soldier's hand, then shot a sharp gaze at the personal soldier and asked in a deep voice, Did you pay, General? This is the fisherman's gift to us to thank us. Besides, the brothers have not received their salaries for 3 months. They are almost unable to make ends meet at home. Where can we get the money? The personal soldier said with his head down. Asshole. What did I tell you on weekdays? Shushen, you are also from Xiangshan, and your ancestors also made a living by the sea. You should know how difficult it is to make a living on the sea, Hong Mingxiang scolded sternly. Ordinary Navy brothers, it is true that they have not received their salaries for 3 months, and it is difficult to survive, but you guys, this general has never treated you unfairly. Hong Mingxiang knew that the Guangdong Navy's salary was in arrears for 3 months, but his personal soldiers could still receive a certain amount of silver and rice every month, and it was nonsense to say that there was no money. General, you have been very kind to us. The personal soldier knelt down hurriedly. Okay, don't embarrass yourself here. Take the seafood and collect some money to send it to the fellow villagers. These seafood are considered as what we bought from them. Hong Mingxiang waved his hand impatiently. I'll take my leave. The personal soldier stood up and handed the fish in his hand to the personal soldier next to Hong Mingxiang, and then left the Roland. I am ashamed of this fish. Hong Mingxiang glanced at the fish in the personal soldier's hand, and then suggested, Mr. Liang, how about you and me having a drink with this fish as a snack today? That's what Liang is thinking, Liang Zhao said. 3 days later, Hu Jinshan handed the purchase list of these days to Liang Zhao. The supplies needed for the expedition to Japan have been purchased and loaded. Liang Sen, who rushed back to Guangzhou from Nagasaki, also reported to Liang Zhao, Big leader, the Cantonese and Fujian merchants in Nagasaki asked me to tell you that they have stockpiled rice, flour, livestock and seasonal vegetables in the Tangaran Pavilion in Nagasaki, and can provide logistical support for your army at any time. After carefully reading the list in his hand, Liang Zhao handed the list to Hu Jinshan and asked, Where is General Perry? General Perry has boarded the Mississippi and is ready to set sail. Hu Jinshan replied. Liang Zhao nodded, and then said to Liang Sen on the side, Liang Sen, Come with me to the Mississippi to report to General Perry on the situation in Japan. Yes, Liang Zhao said. After that, Liang Zhao walked towards the Mississippi not far away. Soldiers from the California Infantry Regiment and the Arizona Infantry Regiment were boarding the ship in an orderly manner in neat rows. Hong Mingxiang, who was ordered by Su Guangjin to monitor Liang Zhao, looked at this elite army with serious military appearance and neat and tidy clothes, and felt mixed emotions. Hong Mingxiang knew that with the military strength of Guangdong province, it might not be able to stop Liang Zhao's elite army. Hong Mingxiang said to his trusted deputy general Kang Ens beside him, "Ens, you pack up and go to Japan with Liang Zhao's ship." Go to Japan? Kang Ens was a little puzzled. "Yes, you observe the performance of Liang Zhao's army in Japan for me, and report to me in detail after you come back," Hong Mingxiang said. If it were not for the busy official duties and he really couldn't spare the time, Hong Mingxiang would have liked to go to Japan in person to see the performance of Liang Zhao's army. "Yes, sir." Kang Ens clasped his fists. In the captain's room of the Mississippi, Liang Zhao nervously reported to Perry and Liang Zhao in English with a Japanese accent, "Under the wise guidance of His Excellency the Colonel, after 2 years of development, we have people in Nagasaki, Hyogo, Osaka, and even Edo and other big cities, who can provide support to our American army at any time." 2 years ago? Perry couldn't help but interrupt Liang Zhao when he heard it. "Are you saying that you came to Japan to collect intelligence in 1850? 2 years ago, California had just been established as a state. It was the time when the conflicts between the slave states and free states in the United States were the most acute. It was even more impossible to send an expedition to Japan to force Japan to open its doors. Did Liang Zhao send spies to Japan to collect intelligence at that time? Could it be that Liang Zhao had a plan to invade Japan 2 years ago and put it into practice? Thinking of this, Perry felt more and more incredible, and even had a feeling that he was being led by the nose by Liang Zhao. Perry even doubted for a time whether he was the commander-in-chief of the Japanese Expeditionary Force or Liang Zhao was the commander-in-chief of the Japanese Expeditionary Force. "I want to do some opium business in Japan, so I sent Liang Zhao to Japan to conduct investigations and develop down lines." Liang Zhao gave a very perfunctory explanation. "Liang Zhao, go on and tell General Perry about the situation of the various feudal domains in Japan." Faced with this set of rhetoric, the shrewd and experienced Perry naturally would not believe it, but Japan's major cities have their own spies, and the expedition to Japan has a greater chance of success, which is very good news for him. Japan has always been known as the 300 feudal domains of varying sizes, but these 300 feudal domains are just a fictitious number. In fact, there are not 300 feudal domains, but there are more than 200 feudal domains. Among the feudal domains, there is a saying that there are 12 powerful feudal domains. The 12 powerful feudal domains are Kaga, Satsuma, Sendai, Kumamoto, Fukuoka, Hiroshima, Choshu, Hizen, Tottori, Tsu, Okayama, and Tosa. Most of these powerful feudal domains are located in Kyushu Island, Shikoku Island, and the southeastern part of Honshu Island. They are relatively strong and have a relatively developed economy. The Tokugawa shogunate has relatively weak control over these powerful feudal domains. Some feudal domains, such as Choshu, have always been at odds with the shogunate. As he spoke, Liang Zhao took out a carefully drawn map and spread it out on the table. The map detailed the locations of the feudal domains and the deployment of the troops that had been discovered. Liang Zhao looked at the map. He was very satisfied with Liang Zhao's work. As expected, to spy on Japan, one must use the Japanese who are most familiar with Japan. Liang Zhao sent Liang Zhao maps several times. These maps were more detailed each time. It can be seen that Liang Zhao was very concerned about his work in Japan. Perry's adjutant Colonel Miller felt a headache when he heard so many difficult names of the feudal domains. Who cares about the feudal domains? If Japan doesn't appreciate our kindness and refuses to establish a country when our army is approaching, why don't we just attack Edo, capture their king, and force them to establish a country? Liang Zhao couldn't help laughing and said, "Colonel Miller, the one in Edo is the shogun of Japan, and the emperor of Japan is not in Edo, but in Kyoto. Japan knows nothing about the West, and the West's understanding of Japan is not much better." Perry had previously believed that Japan was a country with a system similar to that of the Qing dynasty. In fact, there are still great differences between the Japanese system and the Qing dynasty. Take the Emperor of the Qing dynasty and the Emperor of Japan for example. The Emperor of the Qing dynasty holds real power, while the Emperor of Japan does not. He exists more as a mascot and a god on the minds of the Japanese people. If we catch both of them and take down Kyoto and Edo, wouldn't that be the end? There are so many feudal domains in Japan. Without the emperor and the shogun, wouldn't there be no leader? Miller said. Chapter 273, Strategy Against Japan. What happens after we capture them? Liang Zhao was speechless at Miller's words, and once doubted how Miller got to the position of naval captain. Although our purpose of coming to Japan this time is called an expedition, in fact our purpose is not to conquer Japan, but to open up Japan's market and conduct fair free trade with us. Although Liang Zhao did not like Japan as a country, he still remained sober. Attacking Kyoto and Edo and capturing the emperor and generals alive is certainly possible. But this is not the best choice. His purpose of coming to Japan now is for economic benefits, not to conquer Japan. Japan is not small in size, while the United States and California are not large in size and are not very strong. It is impossible to conquer Japan like Britain conquered India. Moreover, even if Japan wants to fight, it must fight quickly and decisively. If it drags on for a long time, it will not be good for Fillmore's re-election. Miller. Shut up. Perrier thought Miller's words were ridiculous and told Miller to shut up. Perry stared at the fragmented map of Japan. He was one of the few people in the American high level who knew about the Far East, but Perry knew that he didn't know as much about the Far East as Liang Zhao. Although the two had some differences in some aspects, such as the Formosa issue, in the face of major issues concerning national interests, Perry still put down his status and humbly asked for advice from the army colonel in front of him who was inferior to him in age, qualifications, and rank. Colonel Liang, I want to hear your opinion. Perry poured a glass of rum for Liang Zhao and asked for Liang Zhao's opinion. Use Japan to control Japan. Liang Zhao took the rum from Perry. The southwestern feudal lords and the Edo shogunate are not in harmony, which is beneficial to us and can be used. These places are also places where Japan's economy is more developed and the atmosphere is more open, especially Nagasaki and Kyushu Island. This is Liang Zhao's prediction of Japan. If Japan opens its country, after America, the other European powers will also come one after another. Just like when the Treaty of Nanjing was signed, France and the United States followed Britain to take advantage of the situation and could not wait to force the Qing government to sign the Treaty of Wangsha and the Treaty of Huangpu. If you want to continuously gain economic benefits in Japan and gain an advantage among the great powers, it is far from enough to just sign a treaty of friendship between Japan and the United States as in history. You must deepen your control over Japan and control the cost. It must also be within the acceptable range for Liang Zhao and the American government. Perry's brain is obviously much better than Miller's. After all, the old ones are the wisest. Perry quickly understood Liang Zhao's meaning. Colonel Liang means to win over the feudal lords in the southwest of Japan and cooperate with them. It's not winning over, it's supporting, Liang Zhao corrected. This is not a relationship between friends, but a relationship between father and son. The seniority cannot be messed up. There are so many feudal lords in Japan. If you want to support them, the cost will probably be very high. Perry scratched his beard. Liang Zhao's idea is good, but it costs money to support them, and it costs a lot of money. Once it involves spending money, especially a lot of money, the resistance from the Congress will not be small. The finances of the United States are not rich. This expedition was made possible with the strong support of President Fillmore and the money squeezed out by tightening the belt. Liang Zhao turned to ask Liang Sen, our declaration of war has already been submitted to the Tokugawa shogunate. What is the attitude of the Tokugawa shogunate and the feudal lords? No waves. The Tokugawa shogunate and the feudal lords did not take our American declaration of war seriously, Liang Sen said truthfully. The Tokugawa shogunate closed the country for 200 years. Among the Western countries, the only one that still maintained exchanges was the Netherlands. On the contrary, the Tokugawa shogunate knew nothing about the Western power America, whose territory was closest to them, and did not believe that the distant country of America could pose a threat to the Japanese archipelago. I am afraid that no one in the entire Tokugawa shogunate knew what kind of country America was. The reaction of the Tokugawa shogunate was also within Liang Zhao's expectations. If the Tokugawa shogunate received the declaration of war and everyone in it was as if they were facing a great enemy, that would be a ghost. Liang Zhao picked up a pencil and drew a route on the map. This route started from Xiangshan, went north through the Formosa Strait, Ryukyu, arrived at Nagasaki, then entered the Seto Inland Sea, and went along the coastline to Edo. Along the way, he showed off his military power to the Japanese lords in order to achieve the purpose of using force to intimidate the lords. Let the Japanese lords see what a modern army is. General Perry, follow this route. Since the Tokugawa shogunate and the Japanese lords have not responded, we will respond to them and let them see what the power of civilization is. Liang Zhao put down his pen and said to Perry, "If we take this route, we will enter the inland sea of Japan." Perry still had a little concern. "We have declared war on Japan, and the United States and Japan are now at war. Can the great American Navy be afraid of those small Japanese sampans?" Liang Zhao said with a disdainful tone. "Then let them see the world-famous power." In front of the army, Perry naturally did not want to appear timid. The warships of the American East India Fleet spewed out thick smoke, accompanied by a shrill whistle, and sailed out of Xiangshan and headed north along the coastline. The black warships of the American East India Fleet first appeared in Nagasaki. At this time, Nagasaki was a relatively special existence in Japan. It was Japan's only window to the outside world. There were two foreign settlements, Tanguin and Rankin. The so-called Tanguin is easy to understand. It is a settlement area for Chinese merchants. As for Rankin, it is a settlement area for Dutch merchants. In addition to China and the Netherlands, Nagasaki also has Korean and Ryukyu merchants, but Korean and Ryukyu merchants did not form settlements like Tanguin and Rankin. Nagasaki, like Kyoto, Osaka, Fushimi, Sunpu, Nara, Yamada, Nikko, Sato, Uraga, Kanagawa, Hakodate, Niigata, Shimoda, Hyogo and other important places, has a magistrate's office as the highest administrative agency in Nagasaki. To put it bluntly, it was the territory of the shogunate, but the magistrate's office in Nagasaki was different from other magistrates' offices. It was specialized in trading. And other matters were like branches and leaves. In addition to guarding against foreign invasions and the spread of Christianity, the magistrate of Nagasaki was also responsible for the commercial officers of trade affairs, negotiating with foreigners coming to Nagasaki, and had business and diplomatic functions. It was just that in other magistrates' offices, the focus was on guarding against foreign invasions and being responsible for local security, while in Nagasaki it was more focused on managing foreign trade and making money for the Tokugawa shogunate. Of course, given the complexity of the situation in Nagasaki, it was difficult for the magistrate's office in Nagasaki to shoulder the responsibility of guarding Nagasaki. In fact, the defense of Nagasaki was the responsibility of the nearby Hisansaga domain and Fukuoka domain. When the American East India Fleet arrived in Nagasaki, the security work of Nagasaki was the responsibility of the Hisansaga domain. As expected, when passing through the Nagasaki Waimai, the American East India Fleet was blocked by Japanese ships. Hundreds of cannons on the Waimai turrets had already pointed their muzzles at them. Perry looked through the telescope at the iron and bronze cannons on the Waimai fort. He did not expect to be blocked at the first stop in Japan. "These Japanese artillery pieces look better than those on the Xiangshan fort." Perry put down the telescope and said. Perry's evaluation of the Nagasaki Waimai fort was higher than that of the Xiangshan fort in Guangdong, which made Kang Ens a little uncomfortable. The Qing dynasty was a great country, but in the eyes of these foreigners, the Qing dynasty's artillery was not as good as the Japanese pirates' artillery. The Nagasaki Waimai fort is indeed better than the Xiangshan fort, but it is only better than the Xiangshan fort, Liang Zhao said. The iron cannons of Waimai were just cast 9 months ago. After the Hido incident in August of the 5th year of the Bunka era, the Hisansaga domain regarded this as a great humiliation and attached more importance to the coastal defense of Nagasaki. The current lord of the Hisansaga domain, Naomi Sinabeshima, is proficient in Dutch studies and has established a department directly under the lord, the Pyrotechnics Department, which gathers experts in artillery, Dutch studies, sword forging, casting, and Japanese calculations to develop cannons. These cannons are the products of the Pyrotechnics Department. Naomi Sinabeshima himself is also an expert in Dutch studies, Liang Sen said to Liang Zhao. But don't worry, Colonel, we are still out of the range of the Waimai artillery fort, and those cannons can't hit us. The so-called Hido incident was a British warship that pretended to be a Dutch ship, arrested 2 Dutch trading house employees, and held them hostage, demanding the fuel, water, and food used by the Nagasaki magistrate in exchange. The British threatened that if the Nagasaki side refused, They would burn all the Japanese ships in the port. Hisansaga domain was weak and lacked military strength. In the end, Hisansaga domain and Nagasaki magistrate's office had to obey the British's request. The British warships left triumphantly after achieving their goal. In order to take responsibility, the 6 family elders of Nagasaki magistrate's office and Saga domain all committed seppuku. Naomis's father, Naomisi Niawaya, was also sentenced to 100 days of confinement for poor security. The bells were forbidden to ring under the city, the gates of the public hall were closed, and the samurai could not even shave their beards. This incident has always been a scar on Hisansaga domain, and it has always been regarded as a great shame. As for Dutch learning, it is Dutch learning. After the Japanese isolation order was issued, only the Netherlands was allowed to trade and communicate with Japan. Therefore, before the founding of Japan, Dutch learning also referred to Western learning in Japan. It's just that learning from the Netherlands in the mid-19th century is no different from joining the National Army in 1949. Hisansaga domain learned the wrong object. But they are already within the range of our cannons. Liang Zhao stared at the cannons on the outer eyes with a frown. Liang Zhao was not very clear about the range of Perry's warship's artillery, but the guns on the Roland, Cheoong and Yangwei could reach the Weimei battery and fire grenades. Facing the threat of the Weimei battery, Liang Zhao did not feel much pressure. No foreign ship may enter Nagasaki without permission. If you know what's good for you, leave Nagasaki. The retainers of the Hisansaga domain and the envoys of the Nagasaki Bujayasho came to pass on the message, asking Liang Zhao and Perry to leave the Nagasaki waters as soon as possible. The retainers of the Hisansaga domain and the envoys of the Nagasaki Bujayasho spoke in a tough tone, and it seemed that their confidence came from the artillery on the Weimei battery. Chapter 274 Fire. The United States and Japan are now at war. Tell your lord that he has 2 choices, either welcome us to Nagasaki in style or wait for us to bombard Nagasaki with cannons. Liang Zhao issued an ultimatum to the Hisansaga domain, which was responsible for guarding Nagasaki, with a tough attitude. The young retainer, Oki Kyoto, who was wearing a kimono and wooden clogs, looked around curiously on the Roland. After receiving Liang Zhao's ultimatum, he returned to Nagasaki by boat and reported to Nagashima Naomasa. Master, these Westerners are very arrogant and rude. They said that we have already started a war with them and asked us to welcome them to Nagasaki, otherwise they would fight with us. Osao-kun, the day I was most worried about has finally come, Nagashima Naomasa said to Osao Yosutsu, the Nagasaki magistrate, with a tone of unwillingness. Are we in Japan going to repeat the mistakes made by the Qing dynasty 10 years ago? The Hito incident, the outbreak of the Opium War, and the disastrous defeat of the Qing dynasty by the British Army made Naomasa Kashima nervous. Naomasa Kashima was particularly fond of collecting intelligence about Britain and the Qing dynasty. He knew all the treaties signed by the Qing dynasty after the war, the losses it suffered, and the territories it ceded. Of course, the more he knew, the more frightened and insecure he became, fearing that Japan would become the next Qing dynasty. The Hito incident and the disastrous defeat of the Qing dynasty in the Opium War were also the driving force for Naomasa Kashima to strengthen the coastal defense of Nagasaki. Naomasa Kashima was very aware that as Japan's only trading port, Nagasaki would be the first to bear the brunt of the British invasion. But what Naomasa Kashima did not expect was that his imaginary enemy, Britain, did not come, but America came first. A few months ago, Naomasa Nabeshima had received a letter of declaration of war from the United States through Tenguin, and reported it to the shogun in time, but those insects in Edo did not take the declaration of war from the United States seriously, let alone pay attention to it. Even though Naomasa Nabeshima had been prepared, he still felt a little flustered when he saw the American black ship approaching Nagasaki with his own eyes. I once asked the Dutch in Langoon about the situation of the United States. The Dutch said that the United States is isolated outside the European continent, and is the Ezo of the European continent, a barbaric land, and a savage country. There is nothing to be afraid of, Osao Yosutsu said. Osao-kun, the words of the Dutch cannot be trusted. Even if the United States is a barbaric land and a savage country as they say, I think the American warships are much better than the Dutch warships. Naomasa Nabeshima did not know much about the distant United States, but Naomasa Nabeshima still had basic judgment ability. He was fond of Dutch studies and had boarded a Dutch warship for inspection. He had some superficial knowledge of Western ships. Recently, Steamships that were not powered by sails were the latest ships of Westerners. Many of the warships stationed outside Nagasaki had no sails, and the chimneys on the top of the ships were spewing black smoke. I think these ships were steam-powered ships. The Dutch also had steamships in Nagasaki, but compared to the huge steam warships of the Americans, the Dutch steamship seemed a bit small. The Dutch were currently the only Western trading country authorized by the shogunate, and they naturally hoped to maintain the status quo and monopolize trade with Japan. Therefore, in the eyes of Naomi Sinabeshima, the words of the Dutch could not be trusted. "Master, how should we answer those Americans?" Okijajin asked Naomi Sinabeshima, and then he added as if he suddenly remembered something, "Master, one of the American generals seems to be a American Chinese general." Naomi Sinabeshima was a little confused by the fact that there were Chinese generals in the American army, but soon, Naomi Sinabeshima gave an order. "Tell the samurai on the Wame battery that it is time for them to serve their country. If the American warships insist on entering Nagasaki, use our cannons to drive them out of Nagasaki." "Yes, Master." Okijajin took the order and left. After Okijajin left, Naomi Sinabeshima, who had just given the order, was very nervous. He held tightly in his hand the sword that Tokugawa Isida had rewarded him when the Wame battery in Nagasaki was completed, and closed his eyes and prayed, "Amaterasu, please send out the divine wind again to bless your people. Damn it. These bastards are only willing to take hard measures, not soft ones." Liang Zhao was furious after receiving the reply from Naomi Sakojima refusing the fleet to enter Nagasaki. Perry was calmer. "The ruler of Japan is in Edo. We can bypass Nagasaki and go directly to Edo to convey our demands to the shogun." Liang Zhao shook his head and said, "If we can't even deal with the Hizen-saga domain, the Tokugawa shogunate will not take us seriously. Since Naomi Sakojima is ungrateful and refuses us to enter Nagasaki, we can take this opportunity to teach Naomi Sakojima a lesson, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and set an example for the other domains to let them know the price of rejecting my America. What if the Japanese resist stubbornly and can't take Nagasaki for a while?" Perry expressed his concerns. "No ifs," Liang Zhao said in an unquestionable tone. "If he can't even deal with the Hizen-saga domain, he might as well go back to California. It is true that the Hizen-saga domain is a powerful domain, but it is only a small force. According to the information provided to him by Liang Sen and the merchants of Tangwan, the Hizen-saga domain's garrison in Nagasaki will not exceed 3,000 at most, and half of them are still on the Wame fort. In attacking Nagasaki, Liang Zhao and his men are not at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. Sven, order all ships to bombard the Wame fort." Liang Zhao ignored Perry, who was still hesitating, and gave the order decisively. Without the support of Perry's American East India Fleet, he was still able to land in Nagasaki and force the Hizen-saga domain to surrender. "Yes, Colonel." Sven excitedly accepted Liang Zhao's order. August 13, 1852 was an unusual day for Nagasaki and even the whole of Japan. On this day, American warships from across the ocean opened fire on the Wame fort in Nagasaki, opening the door of Nagasaki and kicking open the door of Japan. Before the defenders on the Wame fort could react, shells broke through the air and exploded on their fort. The Wame battery fought back, but the smoothbore guns' accuracy and range were inferior to the French rifled naval guns equipped on the Roland, Cheongsong and Yangwei. Although the Wame battery had the advantage in terrain and numbers, it was still at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Liang Zhao's fleet. Most of the solid shells fired by the iron cannons on the Wame battery fell hundreds of meters away from the Roland, splashing waves, and could not reach the Roland at all. Of course, even if they reached Liang Zhao, he would not worry. The Roland was not a pure wooden warship. Both sides of the ship were wrapped in a thick layer of cast iron. Even if those solid shells hit, they would not cause fatal damage to the Roland. And each of the explosive bombs fired by the Roland at the Wame battery could kill the Japanese soldiers on the Wame battery. Mississippi, Saskatchewan, Plymouth, Saratoga. Aim at the outer gun turrets and fire. Liang Zhao gave the order to open fire without authorization, which made Perry, the commander-in-chief of the Japanese Expeditionary Force, dissatisfied. He thought that Liang Zhao did not take him, the commander-in-chief of the Japanese Expeditionary Force, seriously. After the Roland, Cheongsong and Yangwei opened fire, Perry was not to be outdone and gave the order to the 4 warships of the American East India Fleet to open fire. Chapter 275 I don't want prisoners. 7 warships flying the stars and stripes fired madly at the Wayne Battery in Nagasaki. The Japanese soldiers on the Wayne Battery were helpless against the American warships. Their brand new old-fashioned artillery could hardly hit those hideous and terrifying black ships. Occasionally, a few shells hit the side of the black ship, and the Japanese samurai on the Wayne Battery burst into cheers, but soon, the smiles on the faces of these Japanese samurai froze. The shells that finally hit were easily bounced off by the cast iron on the side of the ship and fell into the sea weakly. The Japanese samurai on the Wayne Battery fell into despair again before they were happy for long. Naomi Tsunebeshima was also desperate. The Wayne Battery that he had worked hard for decades and made him proud was like paper in front of these black ships, vulnerable. The shells fired from the black ships continued to explode on the Wayne Battery, turning the flesh and blood on the Wayne Battery into dust. This was not an equal war, but a one-sided massacre. Generally speaking, the naval guns of warships are no match for the fortress coastal defense guns. The fortress coastal defense guns are far superior to naval guns in terms of firepower, range and lethality. But this rule only applies to the same generation of cannons. It does not apply to the United States and Japan, which have a technological gap in artillery. The cannons of the two are not from the same era at all. What's more, the naval guns on the Weymouth fort are, after all, derived from the Dutch naval guns, and are a world apart from the orthodox fortress coastal defense guns in Europe. The coastal defense guns of the Middle Ages can't get any advantage in the face of modern fleets. Looking at the scene in front of him, Deng Yan had a sense of déjà vu. When the British Army bombarded the Human Fort, his mood was the same as that of the Japanese samurai on the Weymouth Fort. The Deputy General Kang Ens and his several personal soldiers sent by Hong Mingxiang to watch the battle were also shocked. They didn't expect that the Japanese pirates' well-managed fort would be powerless in front of the American warships. At the same time, they were also glad that they did not have a conflict with these American warships in Xiangshan in the past. If a conflict broke out, it would be very uncomfortable for them not to become the souls of the black ships under the guns. Deputy General Kang, did you see that? If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Liang Zhao pointed to the Weymouth fort that was under fire and said to Kang Ens calmly. Such a result was within his expectations. His imaginary enemy has never been Japan. It can also be said that Japan is not qualified to be his imaginary enemy now. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. That's a good saying, Deng Yan sighed. Amid the rumbling of the guns, he turned his head and looked at Kang Ens, whose face was blue. Deputy General Kang, with Guangdong's coastal defense, can it withstand the strong ships and powerful guns of the Westerners? Kang Ens, whose face was blue, was speechless. He just clenched his fists and closed his eyes. He already had the answer in his heart. No. Colonel, the gun barrel is seriously overheated. We must wait for the gun barrel to cool down before we can continue to shoot. Sven looked at the red gun barrel and hurriedly reported to Liang Zhao. Stop firing and wait for the barrel to cool down. Liang Zhao agreed to Sven's request and then asked about the casualties. Do we have any casualties? No casualties, Sven replied. Very good. Liang Zhao was very satisfied with the result. I wonder what Naoshima Naomasa would think when he learned that the Nagasaki game battery, which was built by the Hizen Saga domain with years of frugality, did not cause any casualties to the invading ships? Colonel, the morale of the Japanese troops on the battery has collapsed. I request to lead the soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment to take down the battery in one go. Please give the order. Colonel Elvis, the commander of the Arizona Infantry Regiment, asked Liang Zhao for orders. The soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment will definitely plant the flag of the Arizona Infantry Regiment and the flag of the United States on the Japanese fort. Liang Zhao did have the idea of controlling the Weymouth fort. The Weymouth forts were mutually supporting and pincer-shaped, which was the key to Nagasaki. As long as the Weymouth forts were controlled, the passage to the Sea of Nagasaki could be controlled. Nagasaki was a coastal city that made a living from overseas trade. It can be said that the strategic significance of the Weymouth forts was extraordinary. Through the telescope, Liang Zhao could still vaguely see the Saga samurai who were fighting stubbornly on the fort. Although these samurai suffered heavy casualties, they still held on to the Weymouth forts, guarding the last barrier of Nagasaki for their lord Nabeshima Naomasa. The samurai of the Meiji era were loyal to the emperor, while the samurai of the Edo era were loyal to their feudal lords. Liang Zhao had no doubt about the determination of these samurai to die for Nabeshima Naomasa. However, The loyalty of these Japanese samurai was not Liang Zhao's biggest concern. Liang Zhao was most concerned about how to minimize the casualties of his troops. Nagasaki was just an appetizer for him, the real main course was Edo. He did not want his army to suffer unnecessary casualties before arriving in Edo, so Liang Zhao rejected Elvis's initiative. Now is not the best time to capture the Wame fort. After the barrels were cooled, Liang Zhao ordered his 3 ships to continue to bombard the Wame fort, inflicting maximum damage to the Japanese troops still on the Wame fort. He brought plenty of ammunition with him on this expedition, and he tried to solve the problems that could be solved with shells. Although Perry was dissatisfied with Liang Zhao's arbitrary behavior and his disregard for his commander-in-chief, as a mature general, Perry still put the overall situation first and ordered the American East India Fleet to continue bombarding the Wame fort to cooperate with Liang Zhao's actions. The bombardment lasted from 9 in the morning to 3 in the afternoon. Under the bombardment of solid bullets and explosive bombs, the Wame fort, which Naomi Kojima was proud of, was in ruins. There were craters and mutilated limbs and internal organs everywhere. The Japanese samurai stationed at Wame fort died or fled. Only 400 or 500 people were still holding on to Wame fort, with a spirit of loyalty to the master and the samurai's death for the feudal lord. Liang Zhao put down the telescope, took out the pocket watch from his chest pocket and looked at the time. Seeing that the time to occupy Wame fort had come, he shouted to Elvis, "Elvis," waiting for the colonel's orders. Elvis stepped forward with an eager expression on his face. The officers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment behind Elvis were also rubbing their hands, ready to show their skills. Lead the Arizona Infantry Regiment to occupy Wame fort. No Japanese soldiers on the fort will be left alive. I don't want any prisoners, Liang Zhao ordered Elvis. Yes, sir. Soon, the accompanying transport ship lowered the lifeboat, and the soldiers of the Arizona Infantry Regiment boarded the lifeboat and landed on Wame fort under the cover of artillery fire. Sergeant. Westerners are coming ashore. After the bombardment stopped, a blood-stained corporal who stayed on the fort propped up his exhausted body with a samurai sword, struggled to walk to the sergeant, pointed to the Arizona Infantry Regiment soldiers who were swarming in and reported to the city. The sergeants and corporals among the samurai of each Japanese domain are not modern military ranks, but are based on the Geomimi, qualification for audience, just like the generals Hatamoto and samurai. Those who have the qualification to meet the daimyo are sergeants, and those who do not have the qualification to meet are corporals. It represents the status of the samurai in the domain. Assholes, fire and drive them into the sea to feed the fish, the sergeant roared hysterically. Our guns are damaged. We can't fight back, the corporal said with tears. Not only were the guns on the outer forts severely damaged, but the casualties had also reached the limit. It was impossible to drive these Americans who landed into the sea. They had already lost, and lost completely. The sergeant smiled calmly, drew his sword and said, "We have been blessed by our master for generations. Today, the foreigners are invading. It is time for us to repay our master and be loyal to him. Samurai of Saga Domain, follow me to charge and kill the enemy. Even if we die, we will die under the enemy's guns and let the enemy's bodies be stained with our boiling blood. Be loyal to the master, kill the enemy." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.